Apologies for that. We've had some gremlins, but we've had Toby. He's not one of the gremlins. He's just been out here working hard and fixing it for us. So apologies and thank you for sticking with us for those opening 8 minutes. Wasn't it? 8 minutes have flown by. Northants have got themselves up to 150 for 3 the morning of day 2. Sam Wood is bowling from the David Capel end. James Sales on strike, solid in defence down the ground. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. And as it stands, Northamptonshire trail Leicestershire in the first innings by 53 runs with 7 first innings wickets remaining. How are you?
Yeah, really well, to be honest, Dan. Had a really nice day yesterday. It was a very fruitful one for Northamptonshire. They've given themselves an excellent position to go on and potentially win this game as Sam Wood prepares to bowl again to James Sales here.
Nicely timed by James Sales through the leg side, down towards the man at fine leg. It will just be 2, cuts it off inside the boundary. Nicely timed, nicely placed. Yeah, you're right. Northamptonshire have got themselves in a position here to be successful for the first time in 2 consecutive championship games for 5 years.
Yeah, it's been an awful long time, and I do wonder if I've been the catalyst for that, Dan. Winless all season, and then I rock up in the commentary box and potentially 2 wins out of 2. Maybe a lucky charm.
You never know.
We'll have to wait and see. Here is Sam Wood then, again to James Sales. That one is played confidently out towards the mid-wicket region for no run. What about yourself, Dan, in terms of your night? Did you have a nice night?
It was okay, thank you. There wasn't much left of it. Having been up since 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday to travel up for the game, there aren't many litres left in the tank by the time you get through to 7 o'clock in the evening. So quiet, I think, would be the best way to describe it. But I'm glad I'm back. I've had a good night's sleep, a much more sociable alarm this morning. So ready for day 2. James Sales just in on the pad there. If there was a short leg involved, could there have been a chance? But there wasn't. Dot ball to finish the 36th over, 152 for 3. You will see as well the floodlights on at the moment at the county grounds. It's very, very overcast. Very, well, pretty chilly again today, isn't it? But allegedly, this will blow over and it should break up as the day goes on, because we had a day in some great sunshine, didn't we, yesterday, which made for some very good batting conditions. I dare say the overcast nature of this will make it slightly more challenging for James Sales and Rob Keogh, as Leicestershire open the day with a seam attack here. Rob Keogh looks like he's just getting a bit of treatment on his back, which is not a great sign, is it? I saw him having a stretch during that over, and that's not a great sign. Someone that's had real kind of trouble with his back over the last season and a half, 2 seasons. Hopefully he's okay. And if Northants are going to be successful here against Leicestershire, I dare say he's going to have a lot of bowling to do.
He certainly will. It was the spin twins, wasn't it, of Keogh and Chahal on day 1, which took 7 wickets between themselves. He's a crucial figure on a surface like this, and that's just with the ball in hand. Let's not forget he's also a proficient batting option. He's already on 23. You just need to look back to last week's game against Derbyshire. That's 63 in the 2nd innings. Well, it was massive, wasn't it? That was a vital effort at, say, a key junction of that game. So let's hope that everything is okay with Rob. Let's hope that it's nothing too serious. He does look like he'll be okay to continue his batting, but yeah, it's not ideal, is it? Bit of stiffness and soreness in the back. Quite literally pain when you're going out there to bat, but thankfully he looks okay. And we will get back underway shortly. And as you mentioned, Dan, it will be Scott Curry, who, to be honest, last night, you'd have to say was the pick of the Foxes bowlers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. Got the wickets to the captain. Was caught behind by Ben Cox for 38. And then the wicket quickly afterwards for Northants' number 3, George Bartlett, without scoring. Just looked a handful, didn't he? But that's something he was guilty of yesterday evening. Just overstepping. That's his 3rd now of his 9 over, 8 over spell. Just not getting that front foot behind that front line. But someone that's led the attack for Leicestershire, hasn't he, over the course of the season? He was 10th in the wicket takers before the start of this game with 27 championship wickets at an average of 31. On loan from Hampshire. That's a nice shot by Rob Keogh at the man at cover. Rishi Patel finds himself in the firing line this morning. And you said yesterday, someone that, I don't know, it's always hard, isn't it? We spoke on commentary. There's no real rumour mill when it comes to cricket and who might move to different counties. So maybe there's an opportunity to start one. But you quoted all of those players, those skills that Hampshire have available to them. Scott Curry being one. Solid defence from Keogh. Could we start? Could there be rumours about a permanent transfer from, or a move from Hampshire to Leicestershire for Scott Curry, or a second loan season? Could that be on the cards, do you think?
Potentially in the long term. I think for 2025 he is contracted to Hampshire, so I don't think they'll let him go. He is someone, as we spoke about yesterday, is very, very highly regarded down on the south coast, and here he is to bowl to Keogh. Bangs that one in a little bit shorter, but yeah, you never know. In terms of long term, the key thing for any young bowler is opportunity. And yes, he is a southern lad, so he plied his trade in the national counties for Dorset. He's come up through the Hampshire system as well.
Yeah.
But when you've got such a high ceiling, there's only so far that, potential opportunities in the future can take you. You need match day experience. Here he is again to Rob Keogh. Forces him into a defensive shot, pushed out towards a deep backward point region for one run.
I'm a bit worried about Rob here. Does not very comfortable, does he? He's not moving well out there in the middle. That short ball from Scott Curry, the ball before, great tactic from the fast bowler, but absolutely an opportunity for Rob just to test that back out, just see if he is as flexible as what he was this morning. He got underneath it fine, but certainly looked a little bit ginger when he came back up, having just ducked that one. And that one there, he's just taken a very, very gentle one to the non-striker's end. Sales in behind that one. Had a chat with James Sales in the car park this morning. I did ask him his thoughts on the pitch and what it was like in the middle, and he said it was okay. He said there was a bit of turn. It's a bit slow. And he said you just have to, if you're going to absorb a bit of pressure on this pitch, you're going, and don't panic. So it sounds like James Sales, when I spoke to him this morning, had a really good game plan and a mindset as to what he needs to do to be successful today at Northampton. Just the one slip in place for Leicestershire. And Scott Curry now a big appeal from behind. No interest really from the bowler and no interest from the umpire in the fedora. End of the over. 37 done, 155 for 3. As I was just talking up James Sales about good mindset and a good game plan for the day ahead. Has a bit of a flashy drive at that one as Rob Keogh looks like he's taking some painkillers on board in between this over.
And that right there is the danger, isn't it? The fact that he's set himself up for potentially a big knock here. Already on 44, he's played some beautiful shots over the duration of this innings to date. But it's just those kind of deliveries where the eyes light up. You think, right, I'm going to boom that out towards the covers and he'll go for 4. All it takes is that thin little slither of an outside edge and all of your hard work comes undone. The umpires are also having a little bit of a chat in the middle here. We'll just wait and see what that's about. They're happy with the condition of the ball for the time being.
Just important to make sure it's still round, isn't it? It goes through. It's meant to go through one and not through another one, isn't it? And clearly went through the one it was supposed to. And Leicestershire have got the ball back in hand. And Sam Wood is going to continue from the David Capel end. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 29, Sam Wood. Just that one over yesterday, wasn't it? That just got a little bit wayward. Other than that, it was a really, really good spell from Sam Wood yesterday. Bowled with good pace, kind of developed and settled into a bit of rhythm, which you can understand, a bit of nerves coming into another first-class game for the first time. That one into the hip of Rob Keogh, who, again, turns it round the corner for, it is going to be 2. Again, you can just see he's in a bit of pain, isn't he? He's got a hobble on, he's got a limp on. But he's got an important job to do for his team here. He's 24 not out, having faced 51 deliveries. You can just see him there. I'm sure that pose, that stretch there is just trying to alleviate a bit of the discomfort that he's got. Sam Wood in, and Keogh defends into the leg side. Just for someone that has kind of struggled with his back over the last couple of seasons, and someone that, as you've just said, so important to the side with that innings that he made last week against Derbyshire, the second innings. It's not nice to see him in discomfort again. He's missed cricket already this year because of a back injury, the discomfort.
Here he is then to face off against Sam Wood again. You can see he's clutching his back. These short balls are beginning to take a toll on Rob Keogh here. He's now on his haunches, and you don't want to see this, especially when you think of the role that he's going to play with the ball in hand a little bit later as well. I mean, fair play to him for you know, going through the pain here. Absolute warrior is Rob Keogh, but yeah, these short balls just beginning to cause some discomfort at this stage. And here he is again, facing off against Sam Wood. That one is clipped away out towards backward square leg. That will be a single. You can just tell with the motility though. It is just, he's struggling a bit out there at the moment, constantly clutching that left side of his back.
Yeah, it's hard. It's tough to know, isn't it? It's a massively important job here. 27 off 55. Northampton still in arrears by 45 runs from Leicestershire's first innings of 203. It's into the thigh pad of Sales with half an appeal from Sam Wood before realising the fact that was sliding down the leg side. But with that kind of bowling spell, you better take a seat now. Try and get a bit of treatment on it and try and make your... But then can you come in and bowl straight away in the third innings because you've taken time out? I don't know.
No, it's certainly a tough one, isn't it, for Rob to try and weigh up in his mind. Here is Sam Wood to James Sales. Again, defends that back to the bowler. And that will be the end of the 38th over. So Northamptonshire now 158 for 3. Keogh on 27, Sales on 44. And as you mentioned, Dan, the deficit now 45 runs. So this is a pretty big partnership in terms of the grand scheme of things. If they can get them to near about parity, you'd think with, what, 6 wickets in the shed after these two, Northants can build a pretty healthy lead here. Even a score of, what, about 50, 60 runs?
Yeah.
In addition to that 203, which Leicestershire managed, would be absolutely crucial on this surface. And here is Scott Curry then to Rob Keogh.
Yeah, and this is a tactic here for Leicestershire, isn't it? Rob's not looked comfortable evading that short ball. We saw one from Sam Wood the over before, which caused a big bit of discomfort, and Scott Curry quite happy to test out Rob Keogh on the back foot again. Hopefully the painkillers and that bit of treatment does work, and it does just settle down, and he does kind of free up a little bit as the sun just starts to burn through the overheads here at Northampton this morning. Curry goes up on a good length, and Rob there tries to play through the offside, gets a healthy inside edge. What about Leicestershire as well? 203 in the first innings. At this stage, 45 runs behind. Kind of best case scenario, you're looking at parity, aren't you, I think? With 7 wickets remaining for Northants, yes, we've seen some incredible collapses in the championship over the last couple of rounds, including this round. So it could well be a bowled out for less than 203 as Keogh just pulls the hands away from that one in the end. But 203 plays 203. Probably from this stage, if you're a Leicestershire supporter, member, player, you're probably thinking, well, don't really want to let Northants get many more than 250. Because I think a 50-run deficit from what we saw yesterday against Northants' spin attack looks like a big number.
It really is, and it's not just the spin attack, is it? It's also that new ball pairing of Jack White and Ben Sanderson. Here is Scott Curry then to Rob Keogh, again testing the defences of the Northamptonshire all-rounder. It would be a very big task, to be honest, to overcome 50, 60, 70 runs, depending on what Northamptonshire can get, of course. If you're looking at this from the home team's perspective, 70 runs is gold dust, isn't it? But for Leicestershire, it would be a massive blow to the morale, especially when you've got to face off against those top quality seamers, as we've spoken about, as well as the danger man, Yuzvendra Chahal. Here is Scott Curry again then to Rob Keogh.
Yeah, and gingerly, Rob makes his way down to the non-striker's end. Just holding that back again. Gets another run to his score and to the tally, 159 for 3. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this morning and all day yesterday as well. I hope you enjoyed the coverage of the stream. I say apologies for the technical difficulties we had first thing this morning, but we are back up and running. Obviously, if you do have any thoughts and questions and comments that you'd like to fire through, then please feel free to do so. Make sure they're nice comments, though, because we're a bit delicate, aren't we, in the commentary box?
Well, yeah, we prefer the nice questions, if that's okay. Anything cricket related, of course, we will do our best to answer in the commentary position. But that will be the end of the over. 39 overs gone in this Northamptonshire innings, and the home are 159 for 3. Rob Keogh on 28. James Sales is on 44. And yeah, this is the first hour of the day, isn't it, Dan? We always speak about
the crucial one.
The crucial first hour. Exactly.
Crucial one.
The crucial first hour. And so far, it has to be said, these two have negotiated it rather well. And if they can just see off these first seam bowlers, especially Scott Curry, I think Northants will have a decent shout at getting a few runs on the board here today as Rob Keogh punches that up towards a wide mid-off, deflects off the bat. He thinks about coming back for 2, and they will indeed. Good awareness there from Rob Keogh.
Yeah, I think Ian Holland had a shot at the stumps at the non-strikers there. Aware that Rob might not be the quickest over the 20 yards as he ever has been in his career. Unfortunately for Leicestershire, and nobody had picked up on what Ian Holland was putting down and ended up dribbling down towards the leg side boundary there for Rob Keogh, allowing him to come back for a second. 161 for 3, trail by 42. Sam Wood continues from the David Capel end. That one, top of the bat, defended nicely into the offside. It certainly has just felt like it's felt like a pitch that we can just kind of, Northants can dig in on. And it was the same with Leicestershire yesterday. It looked comfortable in defence, didn't it? It was that moment that you tried to be a little bit more proactive and take the game to the bowlers that it started to feel like it got a little bit tricky. And I think that's where that pitch was just holding up a little bit, made it quite tough to get going.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, to be honest. And that comes down to good bowling as well, doesn't it? Especially from Northamptonshire. They found those areas very early on in the day, and it has been difficult to especially start on this surface. I think that's the key thing. Once you're in, I guess you're never really in on this kind of wickets, especially one which is gripping for the seam bowlers. It's allowing a little bit of nip and nibble, and then there is that extra degree of turn and purchase for the spin bowlers. But if you're just patient, there is reward. You've just got to wait for it, as Keogh again shows that patience and deflects it out for no run. But in terms of, I think the key thing on a wicket like this, and I've drummed on about it now for these past 2 matches, is partnerships.
Yep.
I think one big partnership can absolutely kill an innings as far as a bowling unit is concerned. And we saw that, didn't we, against Derbyshire with that stand between Justin Broad and Saif Saib. In this innings, this is turning into a massive partnership. It's now at 69 on a pretty difficult wicket. Here is Sam Wood too. Rob Keogh drives that back to the bowler for no run. It just takes the initial sting out of the tail as far as those opposition bowlers are concerned.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And an hour, half an hour without wickets on a pitch that you feel like it's doing a lot is such a demoralising process to go through, isn't it? I wonder whether Ray and Ahmed is going to have a bigger part to play in today's piece than what he managed to do yesterday evening. We're yet to see. A couple of questions have come in from Andy and from Riv, so we'll answer those in a minute for you. We'll try and answer them anyway. It's defended off the back foot. Andy's question to the both of us were any thoughts on who would be the new coach or the new head coach for Northampton? Rory Kay or Rory Kleinfeld, favourite surely. But Rory is the current bowling coach, isn't he? And one of the three interims that are looking after the first team responsibilities, having had John Sadler move on from the club earlier this month. And I suppose Rory would be somebody that would know this club in and out. He was a player here for a long time, a successful player here for a long time, won trophies for Northamptonshire, and somebody that, from what I understand, the players really kind of look up to as well. And so that, I think, could make it for a really, really nice and logical option for the county. That's a nice shot by James Sales. Square drive, that's going to give the man on the boundary absolutely no chance. Sales, as the sun starts to beam down in Northampton, moves to 48. But like we spoke yesterday, similar with players, which we'll get on and answer Rib's question in a minute, but we might have to kind of hypothesize about it slightly rather than actually kind of start listing out names. But there's no real rumour mill, is there? Like, I don't know a huge amount of cricket coaches that would even be available. There's no kind of Sky Sports-esque reports on such and such has been linked with the job, and the bookies have slashed Sam Allardyce to take over till the end of the season. That's a beautiful delivery from Scott Curry and a bit of a prod and a poke from James Sales. So that's quite tough. But Rory, as a known quantity, he's already in the club, could make for a really logical option for the county.
He could do, and I think it would make sense from that perspective. I suppose if I was going to go a little bit left field, right, and this would be very optimistic per se, but in terms of Northamptonshire's heritage, it is very much in white ball cricket. Mm-hmm. We speak about that successful period as Scott Curry comes into bowl here to James Sales, pushed out defensively through the covers for no run. I know it's a bit left field, but Matt Walker would be available now that he's not Kent. The only caveat of that is the fact that Kent have been very poor in red ball cricket. But when you look at his CV, he won the T20 Blast in 2021. They won the One Day under his tenure as well. He's a coach with a proven track record of white ball cricket. If they're looking for that avenue, I don't think he'd be the worst shouts as Scott Curry again comes into bowl here to James Sales, rocks onto the back foot and defends it for no run. But again, it goes back to that point which you've just touched upon, Dan, and we don't really know. And it's a bit of a shame for us to say that there is no rumour mill, there are no real areas of speculation in the world of county cricket. At the end of the day, we'll just have to find out when everybody else does. But in terms of that next head coach, it will be intriguing, I think, to see what the preferred avenue of approach is. Here is Scott Curry, by the way. Comes in and bowls that one, fenced out towards the fielder. It's deep third for one run. It depends on the avenue of approach. Do you try and put all your eggs in the T20 basket and go for the title? Do you maybe try and improve the One Day Cup side and maybe make some recruitments to reinforce that area? Or do you go for the championship? Or do you just try and go for all three at once, try and almost spread it out a little bit? And that's the preferred avenue of attack. I don't know, to be honest. We're not really in that position to say. That's up to the club. Scott Curry again comes into bowl here to Rob Keogh. Opts for the short ball. Gets Keogh making some evasive action. Yeah,
just looks slightly less uncomfortable, doesn't he, Rob? Having just fended off that short ball from Scott Curry. So hopefully those painkillers or that bit of treatment might be helping. There's kind of a big anomaly in the fact, I think it's almost a case of who wants to do it. And I mean this with all due respect to Derbyshire, but when you look at the CV that Mickey Arthur has got, you look at it and you go, I don't really understand how those two have kind of married up there, if that makes sense, as a head coach. So it could be a case, there could be an international caliber coach out there that looks at the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club and goes, I fancy doing that. You never know, do you? I think Chris Silverwood, I don't believe, is anything to do with Sri Lanka now, as he moved on, I think, from there. So potentially could be available. Ex-England coach, Sri Lanka coach, was very successful at Essex. Maybe Justin Langer. I mean, you just never know, do you?
He would be $1 million in county cricket, regardless of which club he went.
But he spent so much time playing county cricket.
Yeah, Middlesex
and Somerset.
Yeah,
it's going to be something that he's going to probably hold dear to his heart, and maybe as an option. We don't know. It's nice. It's fun to speculate, isn't it? We've got our first bowling change of the morning. Sam Wood has been replaced by the leg spinner Rayan Ahmed, who starts with a nice and flighted delivery here in Northampton. He was very quick yesterday through the air, wasn't he?
Yep.
But can he figure it? Can he pick the lock here and be successful? If it's the offside, sails off the back foot and takes himself up to 50. 50 off 82 deliveries for James Sales. Round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground this morning. Very well batted. James Sales stood up. His team needed him to do so in some challenging conditions. He's got himself to 50. Now, Rob Keogh up against leg spin. He was proactive on the sweep yesterday, Rob Keogh, and against Derbyshire the week before. If he's struggling, if he's in a bit of pain, is that shot still in the locker? Or does he struggle against the leg spin of Rayan? That is the question, as it is. That will help. It's a short one outside off stump, and it's played off the back foot. But gingerly, Rob Keogh comes back through for a single. And then Riv's question as well about any news on Northamptonshire's overseas players for 2025. Similar answer really is that we don't know. We'll find out.
We will.
But I think we can. Why don't we answer a different question? Why don't we take Riv's question? It's a good question. We'll change it slightly and we'll say, who would we like to see back? Or who would we like to see as an overseas for Northamptonshire in 2025?
Well,
we'll just twist it.
I think we know exactly who we want to see, and that is Yuzvendra Chahal. I think he's been absolutely magnificent. Here is Ahmed Keogh. Again, testing the defences, goes a lot straighter with that delivery. It's something which we will see from Rayan. He bowled the googly and the top spin quite a lot yesterday evening. Here he is again at the top of his mark to Rob Keogh, plays that out in defence. Yeah, I think Chahal would be fantastic, to be honest. I think Karun there also, it'd be nice to see him back. Gretzky, what a signing he was in the T20 Blast. So in terms of returning players, I think those three would be absolutely fantastic. But again, it depends on availability. That is the crucial thing, because the international schedule nowadays is very, very congested. And that's probably a bit of an understatement. That's just international cricket. Then you've got franchise cricket on top, various domestic leagues going on across the globe. Availability will be important, but if Chahal is there, I would have him back in a heartbeat. It has been absolutely wonderful to watch him, especially on surfaces like these. I think it could be a real key component to any future success that Northants have. We saw it with Somerset, didn't we? In the late 2010s, they built up a formidable spin attack. It could be the way that Northampton should progress in the red ball formats heading into the future. As we see another change of bowling here, it'll be Tom Scriven to come on to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Again, bowled well yesterday. Figures of 1 for 13 from his 5 overs. And here he is to James Sales.
Yeah, sliding down the leg side there. There was a lot of stumps on show there as that cannoned into the pad of James Sales. Disappointed with himself. It feels like he's missed out there. I'll be honest, I don't think there's any of the overseas that Northampton have had this summer. I wouldn't be upset if they came back, to be honest. I'd love to see Chris Tremaine outside of those Kookaburra rounds, because I don't feel that gave him a particularly fair crack at the whip for 2 of his 3 games that he played earlier this summer. So that's a shame. But he is a fantastic cricketer and a great human being as well. Defended into the offside by Keogh. So he would be great to have back, but I'd love to see him with the Dukes in hand, because I think he'd be so dangerous. Siddharth as well looked like a very, very good English style county bowler. Prithvi, who we haven't seen the best of this summer, I think would be fair to say. We were spoiled last year.
We were.
We were spoiled with that double hundred, and that's not just the best of Prithvi Shaw. That is kind of the best and some of anybody. They don't just hand out list A double hundreds, do they? And to be able to have watched one in a Steelbacks jersey was a real treat and a real privilege. But we haven't seen the best of him this year. But yeah, if you struggle, a little bit of recency bias as well, that always helps, doesn't it? But you would struggle to look past Yuzvendra Chahal if there was a desire from both parties to come back for 2020. And then outside of that, as you said, it's almost a case of kind of picking people that aren't going to be consumed by internationals or consumed by franchise cricket, because ideally you would like people over for more than a month, wouldn't you? So they can have an impact into the team, into the dressing room, on the field, amongst the supporters, because it always feels slightly shortchanged when you're 3 games in, 3 games out.
It does, and I think that's a great point. You need these overseas players to complement the existing domestic core, and it's something which a county like Sussex have done superbly well, as Tom Scriven comes into bowl to Rob Keogh here. The fancy's down. Has he got a tickle on that one? There's a massive appeal. Umpire completely unmoved, as Tom Scriven probably realises that there wasn't any bats on that. We'll take a quick look at the replay here. He did shuffle very far down, didn't he? Showing his leg stump. Thankfully, it wasn't on target. Otherwise, that could have clipped the leg stump there. But Rob Keogh does survive for the time being. But in terms of that point about Sussex, their overseas talent, Jaden Seals, Cheteshwar Pujara, Nathan McAndrew, Dan Hughes, they've had these guys for a large chunk of the season. Here is Scriven to Keogh again. It's in very high. That will not be given LBW, unsurprisingly. So that'll be another dot ball. And that will also be the end of the over. So at the end of the 43rd, Northamptonshire 170 for 3. The deficit now 33 runs. And also just touching upon that, we spoke about the project, didn't we, that Sussex put in over the past few seasons. You can argue Leicestershire did it in 2020. They had a bit of a rebuild. They went from a side full of county veterans and more experienced overseas players to almost bringing about a completely new starting 11. Whoever is the head coach here has got a very exciting project. We've said this already with the likes of James Sales and Gus Miller and Rafi Weatherall. You've got the youngsters who have just signed the contracts as well, Arush, Adi and Krish Patel. There's an awful lot to be excited about here at the county ground, as that shot from James Sales is rocketed back down the grounds, slams into the advertising hoardings for 4. And this really is a top knock from the 21-year-old so far. Moves him on to 55 and the scoreboard onto 174 for 3. But yeah, in terms of the next steps for Northamptonshire, if they have the right identity in the right direction, here is Ahmed again. This one pushed out towards backward point for no run. This county has quite a high ceiling. Would you agree with that, Dan?
Yeah, I think they've proven that in the past, haven't they?
They have.
They've won. They've competed in the major competitions, winning them as well. It was a while ago, but still did it. It's a nice shot by James Sales, guided back past Sol Budinger at backward point. He gives chase, and it's a long chase, and the ball is going to win. Nicely timed, nicely guided down to the boundary by James Sales, who moves up to 59 off 87. And this first innings now just trails by 25. Northants, yeah, that first hour, they've got, 10 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go, and it feels like it's all going Northants' way at the moment.
It does, and you know, when you watch Test cricket and it's 7-1, I think so far it would be Northamptonshire's. Here is Ahmed again to James Sales, resolute and compact in his defence. Back to the bowler, and it's been really gripping stuff. Honestly, it has. It's been a wonderful partnership so far between Sales and Keogh. Now stands at 86. That one is defended out towards mid-off for another dot ball. On a surface like this, I mentioned it before, they're game-changing, aren't they?
Yeah.
We spoke about the safe save and Justin Broad stand last week. Ahmed again here to James Sales, forces him onto the back foot. It's a better area for Rian to be bowling, and that will bring us to an end to the 44th over. 8 runs coming from it, and that will move Northamptonshire onto 178 for 3. The morale boost that this gives, not just to the fans in attendance, but also to their teammates, is massive. They've given themselves a golden foundation here to go on and score big. And we said about a 50 to 70 run lead. That would be pivotal on this surface. Could even be 100. I know I might be getting a bit ahead of myself, but look at the weaponry that Northants possess in that middle order with the likes of Broad and Save. This could be a very, very good day for the home side as that ball is defended out towards mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, and I mean, the Leicestershire bowlers at the moment seem to have extracted slightly less out of this surface is what Northants managed to do yesterday. Slightly less turn, I think, would be fair to say from Rehan and Liam Travaskis, from Rob Keogh and Yuzvendra Chahal. Looks like we're going to have a slight change here as Ben Cox comes up to the stumps for Tom Scriven. Rob Keogh has just walked at Scriven a couple of times, so Cox just trying to trap Rob Keogh in the crease. That's nicely played through the leg side for just a single man out on the boundary.
I'm just thinking, Dan, in a few minutes, maybe at the end of this over, shall we do our first county roundup?
Yeah, you know what? I'd forgotten that any other games were going on.
It's been brilliant, though, hasn't it? These past 2 games have been thoroughly gripped as commentators. And honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak about it. Here is Tom Scriven then into James Sales. That's a really good take, isn't it, behind the stumps from Ben Cox. Always a great barometer, I think, for a wicketkeeper's talents when they make standing up to the stumps against pace look easy and effortless. I say that from watching Michael Burgess a lot at Warwickshire. Honestly, you've got to be so talented. There's so many moving parts, of course. There's a little bit of deviation off the surface as well at times that you have to deal with. I think it's absolutely astonishing. We're very privileged, I think, to have a very talented generation of keepers in the county circuit. Here is Scriven then. Again, drops that one slightly shorter than the previous delivery. Fenced out by James Sales for no run. Is that something that you've done in club cricket? Standing up against pace?
I don't know whether pace is the right word, but standing up to people that bowl seam, yes. Yeah. It's something I'd prefer not to. Personally, I do it almost just to wind the batter up a little bit, and I tend to kind of just go up and back and just give them something else to think about. But it does take, it's a real skill, and obviously these guys here are bowling a good lick as well. So to stand up with confidence there and to do it so successfully is fantastic. Lewis McManus does it to Ben Sanderson. It's a real skill. And as well, it can add a lot of pressure to a batter if they take away that ability to kind of create a bit of momentum, which Rob Keogh was trying to do, trying to force Tom Scriven off his length by walking at him. Sales, though, I think has been pretty happy to bat in the crease, hasn't he, up to this point?
He has. It's more been Rob Keogh, hasn't it, as that ball is worked out towards deep square leg for a single. Will bring up the ends of the 45th over. Northamptonshire now 180 for 3, and this 4th wicket partnership now stands at 88. Absolutely massive stuff from these two out there in the middle. Now, I think it's a fantastic innovation, to be honest. I think as a captain, it gives you the additional option, doesn't it? Because not every single keeper is comfortable doing it. And of course, there are certain bowlers. I'm not a keeper by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think there are many people in this country who would want to stand up to a Mark Wood or a Jofra Archer. There are just certain speedsters who you can't stand up against. But in terms of those medium to medium fast bowlers, I think it does provide a great bit of variety, as Ahmed, again, opting for the googly there. But nice and straight. I just wonder if he could go to the leg break a little bit more here. Has bowled an awful lot of googlies. It's not what Chahal was going for on this surface, as that one is given a bit more flight. Very full, angled in towards the leg stump of James Sales. Do you think he could go to the leg break a little bit more often? We'll see with this delivery from Rian. Forces Sales onto the back foot, punched out towards Sol Budinger at backward point. A little bit of a misfield, but no damage done.
I think yes is the short answer. I just don't think he's bowled with the control or the consistency that Yuzvendra Chahal bowled with in that first spell, that first session, first innings. In fact, he has kind of mixed up. He's shown all of his variations. I'd say the other thing that is the big difference, and they are two very, very different leg spin bowlers. Let's be honest about it. And as we spoke yesterday, one of the reasons that we love this game so much is because you get so many different ways to play the same sport. Yuzvendra Chahal bowled with nice flight, drift and dip and real art, whereas Rehan here is like, he's a quicker leg spinner. He's bowling flatter. He's bowling quicker into the surface. Is the way that Yuzvendra Chahal bowls right? Not necessarily. Is it right to bowl on this surface like that? You'd argue and say that evidence would suggest it is. Does Rehan have the skill set to be able to bowl like Yuzvendra Chahal? I don't know. I haven't seen it bowl the leg spin, that flighted leg spin, like up and over, the dip that kind of flights up above the eye line and drifts in. I've seen Rehan bowl a lot of white ball cricket, and it's a lot quicker, isn't it?
It is. And maybe that is something for him just to think about as Tom Scriven prepares to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Forces Keogh onto the front foot defence shot. I just think he could do with just slowing it down slightly. That's all I'm saying, because in white ball cricket, it's perfect, isn't it? Because the consistency that he's landing the googly is actually spot on. The problem is, in first-class cricket, you've got so much time. You're not playing those aggressive shots. You're not really bringing your stumps into play as much, whereas he could be bringing in the outside edges and those little tickles into the game. Here is Scriven again. Almost a carbon copy of the last shot. Just instead of the covers, it goes out towards mid-off for no run. But again, he is still young, and it takes time. And that's something for us up here in a commentary position, and of course for the fans to appreciate. You don't learn spin bowling overnight, and you certainly don't perfect it overnight. The majority of leg spin bowlers, regardless of format, will not peak until around about 28 to 30 years of age. Scriven bounding in here with some intent, forces Keogh into a defensive shot once more, 3 in a row now.
And it might all click next over.
It could do.
That as you said, it can take time to develop, and not just, as you say, not just in age, but generally through the course of an innings. You can develop into your spell, and it might click. It might be the right pace to bowl on this pitch. It might be one that really bites and grips into the surface. We just haven't seen it yet from Rehan.
We'll have to wait and see, though, won't we? And I do have a point to make about that, as Tom Scriven strides in here to Rob Keogh. Another defensive shot there from the Northamptonshire stalwart. We saw it last week, actually, didn't we? With the differing approaches from Alex Thompson and Jack Morley.
Yep.
And you'd have to argue that the more flighted, more drift-like bowling of Alex Thompson did actually work better, for the most part, on that surface, even though Morley got a couple to absolutely rip off the surface. They were a lot fewer and more far between in comparison to the consistency of Alex Thompson. So, yeah, I think it's an interesting debate to have. Scriven here into Rob Keogh. Again, opts for the defensive stroke.
Just, I think the keeper up to the stumps as well can really help a seamer just settle in on a line and length. they know that their kind of window for error here is going to be so small because obviously they've got the man up to the stumps. They can't afford to drift down the leg side because the keeper's not going to get there. And looks like Scriven here has just really settled into that wicket to wicket. Top of off, trying to be almost, I think, try and be boring here. Try and bore a wicket out of Northamptonshire, which yet they haven't succumbed to. They haven't got bored just yet. There gets that single through the leg side, holds his back as he makes his way to the non-striker's end. Seems to be moving a little bit freer, doesn't he?
He does. And again, it's one of those, when you have those back injuries, the stiffness, sometimes when you move it a bit more, it does help. Of course, heading into day 3, that might be a bit different. He'll probably wake up very sore in the morning. I think we've all been there, to be honest, regardless of the level of cricket that you've played. But in terms of this innings so far, I mean, this is absolutely fantastic from this pairing. 89 runs on a surface which yesterday looked very, very difficult to score runs freely on. So you have to give them tremendous, tremendous credits as Rian Ahmed gets ready to bowl here to Rob Keogh. Drops that one a lot shorter. Work down towards fine leg for no run. And this will be a little bit of an interesting battle because we saw yesterday Keogh going for the sweep shots, but you can just see this morning hasn't quite got the same ability as of yet. Here's Ahmed again. And that is bashed down the ground by Rowe to fine shots, takes the step, expands the arms and crunches it down the ground for 4 valuable runs. This is a fine effort, isn't it, from Rob Keogh?
Yeah, it's really quite brave, isn't it, to be out there with the discomfort, or certainly the discomfort that he's showing from this distance.
Really is.
From Ryan in response. A deficit now is where, well, it's just 18 between the two sides. Keogh up to 37 himself. James Sales on 60.
Brilliant stuff, this. Here is Ahmed again, very flat. Just trying to zip in these deliveries so far. And I do wonder at what point he might just slow it down ever so slightly, to be honest. Here he is again, Ahmed to Keogh. Forces the defensive shots on that occasion. But you saw Chahal yesterday, and it was the flight. It was the drift, wasn't it? And that was getting an additional degree of turn out of the surface. Rob Keogh also did it as well. Here is Ahmed again, absolutely darting that one in, and that will bring us to an end to the 48th over. So Northamptonshire now 185 for 3. Keogh on 37, Sales on 60, and the partnership is now 93. This is wonderful stuff. And I did promise, didn't I, Dan, about the county roundup?
You did.
I will now go around the grounds as we have a little brief stoppage in play. So we'll start up in Manchester, which saw 21 wickets fall on day 1. It was absolutely crazy up in Manchester yesterday. Just the 1 wicket has fallen this morning. So Lancashire are currently 49 for 2. They lead by 43 runs. It was the night watchman, Will Williams, who was trapped LBW by Craig Overton. In the game between Hampshire and Worcestershire at the Utility Bowl, Hampshire are currently 435 for 7. At Canterbury, after a stellar start, Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 433. So Kent have actually got into that one a little bit as the game's progressed. Here is Tom Scriven to James Sales. Driven firmly up to Lewis Hillott's mid-off for no run. In the other big game, as far as the title race is concerned, at the Oval, Durham were bowled out for 262 runs on day 1. And in response, Surrey are 92 for 1. Dom Sibley has just departed for 26 off the bowling of Baz Delada. And in the final Division 1 match between Warwickshire and Essex, I'll touch upon that after this delivery from Tom Scriven to James Sales. That one clipped through mid-wicket. They'll come through for the quick single. Keogh is struggling a bit. Well, it's a good throw there from the substitute fielder, Ben Mike. They're having a little bit of a chat about a potential obstruction of the field. We'll have a look at what the outcome of this is. What do you make of that, Dan?
I think Rob's come through. I think he's okay.
He didn't deviate, did he?
No, I think they've just had that conversation there, haven't they, between Rob and James, and with the benefit of hindsight and with the way that Rob's moving right now, possibly Rob taking those quick singles isn't the right way to go about it this morning.
No, it isn't. That's a nice shot, though, isn't it? Down towards fine leg. Has it been stopped? Yes, it has. That is a great piece of fielding there by Sam Wood. Somehow manages to drag it back in. Saves a couple of runs. Partnership now moves on to 96. And yes, in that game at Edgbaston, Warwickshire bowled Essex out for 232 this morning and are now 1 for 2. Sam Cook with both wickets, the wickets of Will Rhodes and Rob Yates. So that's a rather embarrassing of the day for the Bears. Here is Tom Scriven. Drilled crisply up to Lewis Hill. Does just about stop it there, the Leicestershire captain. And that will be no run. And then in terms of the Division 2 matches, we'll start in the game, I suppose, which means the most in terms of that promotion battle. And that is taking place in Bristol. Gloucestershire were bowled out for 109, and in response, Sussex are 189 for 6. In the game between Yorkshire and Glamorgan at Cardiff, I'll touch upon that after this ball from Tom Scriven. Bowling here to Rob Keogh, defended back to the bowler for no run. Yorkshire were bowled out for 361, and in response, Glamorgan are 56 for 4. Goodness me, that's not a great start for the Welsh outfits. Matt Fisher and Ben Code getting the job done as far as the White Rose are concerned, with 2 wickets apiece. And in the final match of this round between Derbyshire and Middlesex, Derbyshire were bowled out for 173, and Middlesex are currently 168 for 2 in response. Here is Scriven then for the final time in the over, defended by Rob Keogh, and that will bring us to an end to over number 49. So Northamptonshire now 188 for 3, Keogh 39, Sales on 61, and the deficit now just 15 runs.
Just chipping away, aren't they? Looks like Rob's going to get another, what's it, change of gloves, I think, maybe another drink. James Sales getting a drink in this morning as well. The floodlights are still on. It's still fairly overcast, isn't it? Although the sun is trying to make its way through above us here at Northampton. She said 188 for 3, trail by 15 with 7 wickets remaining. Safe save, Lewis McManus, Justin Broad next. Northants, once they get on level par with Leicestershire, just keep going, keep going. Could they get themselves into a position where they think about just batting once in this game?
Potentially, I think it would be a bold move, wouldn't it? But I think it's one which, at this stage, it's not a million miles away, is it? Even if that lead was 90 to 100 runs. And again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, because last week we saw Derbyshire on a similar wicket lose 6 wickets for 15 runs. That is still very, very possible, given the additional degree of turn and purchase in this surface. But if Northants gets a healthy lead, then they do stand a very good chance of winning this game. Here is Ahmed to Sales. There is a quick single on here. That's really good running, wasn't it, from Sales and Keogh? It's another thing which has really characterised this partnership so far. It's those assertive calls between them. Yeah. The partnership ticks on to 97.
Rob reacted well there, didn't he? I think it must be difficult. And I think probably the way to go about it here is, as Rayan comes into bowl and Keogh defends into the offside, is James and Rob are just going to have to bat and run the way that they would do normally. I don't think it's right, and I don't think they should try and compensate to a point the fact that Rob is struggling with a bad back here. If there's a single there to be taken, that's a short ball, dragged down from Rayan, pulled away by Keogh, over mid-wicket for 4, and to celebrate the 4 into mid-wicket, Keogh gets down on his haunches because his back hurts. And it brings up the 100 partnership as well between Sales and Keogh.
What a partnership.
What a partnership indeed.
Really has been fantastic to watch. And it's not just these 4s. We've seen some wonderful boundaries being scored by both of these cricketers, but it is the strike rotation. It's the mix of attack and defence. Here is Ahmed again to Keogh. That's lovely cricket as well, isn't it? Big, powerful pull shot for 4, followed by a delicate defence.
Well, that was a bit more flighted by Rayan, that one. And it did just offer to grip a little bit in the surface. Interesting to see how Rayan just continues the spell. Again, there we go. A bit more flight on it. Bit of drift. A little bit of turn away from Rob Keogh, which invited a push into the offside. And if we are right, and if it is everything correct in what we've seen before, then a bit of flight, a bit of guile is the way to go here in Northampton if you are a leg spin bowler. As it is, it's the end of an over. It's wicketless for Rayan. He has now bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 56. And the score, Northamptonshire, 193 for 3. Rob Keogh on 63, James Sales on 62. And as I said, in that over, that pull shot over mid-wicket, the drag down from Rayan brought 100 partnership between the Northants, number 4 and number 5. They're going to get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We've had seam operating from our end of the ground all morning. We're going to have a bit of finger spin. Spin at both ends for the first time for Leicestershire. Liam Travaskis will have a go from Rob Keogh's favoured end. Again, he didn't get a great deal of turn out of the surface yesterday, did he, bowling from the David Capel end? But this is the end that Rob got a couple of, or that wicket in particular for Lewis Hill that turned square, didn't it, on day one?
Oh, that was such a good delivery, wasn't it, from Rob Keogh? And the thing with Liam today, I think, again, with his keys to success, it will be a different approach, because yesterday, for a lot of deliveries, he was darting and spearing that ball back into the pads. I do just wonder, especially from this end, where we have seen that additional degree of purchase for the spin bowlers, especially the finger spinners. I do think a bit more flight, a bit more grit, a bit more drift, and yeah, just a bit slower pace bowling will do him the world of good. Let's see what Travaskis has in store then.
There is a bit of extra flight on it from Travaskis, drifting into James Sales. It would turn away from the right-handed James Sales, if obviously the orthodox or the stock delivery for Travaskis. That one flatter into the surface, turns into the leg side. James Sales will come back for 2, will he, I think? I don't think Rob's going to come back for a third there. Settle on 2. Sales moves to 64, 195 for 3. Dan Knight's also recognised. He just said, why are all the back grips yellow for Northants? Well, I had this same thought last week, Dan. Could confirm last week, at least, the top 5 for Northants had yellow back grips. I think it's coincidental because Safe Save at number 6 had a white one, at least last week. It's changed.
You watch this week, every single person from 1 to 11 has a yellow back grip. No, it is strange, isn't it? We'll need to get to the bottom of that.
It's one of those questions that you and I kind of thinking about it, you go, oh, it's quite whimsical, isn't it? I wonder if there's a story behind it. And then you get an opportunity and you ask one of the lads, you get one question to ask them, and you go, why are all your back grips yellow? And they look at you like you're stupid. And you think, oh, well, I thought it was quite funny, but something that they hadn't even noticed. That one turned into the leg side. Single. Sales takes 1. So Rob Keogh will have just 1 delivery left of Travaskis' first over of the day to contend with. None for 10 or 4.5. Slight change in the field for Rob Keogh. There's a first slip in place, and Sol Budinger now has gone as a catcher at a very short. Defended to Sol Budinger. End of the over. 3 runs from it. 51 now have been bowled. It's 196 for 3. North trail by just 7.
And they are doing their job, aren't they, Dan? We spoke about it. The first hour has been navigated by these two. So that is a massive tick as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. And the other job, of course, was reaching parity, which if they can do that with just 3 wickets down, that is a top-tier effort from the home side. So there's still work to be done, of course, and they can't rest on their laurels and get complacent. But so far, so good as far as the hosts are concerned. As Rian Ahmed gets ready to bowl here from the David Capel end, has a slip in place for James Sales. Again, gives that some real fizz. Chips up in the air up towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20 for Rayhan in this spell this morning. That's chipped down to mid-on. Mid-on deep enough. So had no danger of carrying. Good bit of fielding though. Covered a lot of ground. Didn't need to cut that one off to save the boundary. It's short, isn't it, on the leg side there this week. But I think that spell for Rayhan that's just ticking along at 4s, and Northampton not really taking a great deal of risk against him either. Not being able to build that pressure up. We saw it last week, didn't we, with the 2 Derbyshire spinners. Quick single taken to Travaskis. Goes keeper's end as Rob Keogh makes his way down there. And there's another single added to the score. But if they can't build that pressure up, then it does just feel like it just ticks away and ticks away. And all of a sudden, as you said, you've got a 100-run partnership on your hands, and your lead is now, or is basically now 0. It's a quicker one. Kept a little bit low. Big googly, actually. That one did bite into the surface, didn't it? And Keogh did well to keep that one out.
Did very well. Kept very low in comparison to other deliveries that we've seen in this over. But again, with the googly, maybe just a bit more flight. Just allow it to work with the surface as opposed to firing it in. That one is an attempted punch off the back foot by James Sales, fielded comfortably, and that will bring us to an end to over number 52. Northamptonshire, 198 for 3. Keogh on 44, Sales on 66. And just take a look at the number of runs in this partnership, 106 for the 4th wicket on a surface which has been very, very difficult at times to come to grips with. These two have done a marvellous job, of course, for the Northamptonshire fans in attendance and tuning in to the live stream. You'll be hoping that it continues, and it'll be more of the same heading into the rest of this session. But so far, it really has been so good for the Tudor Rose. Here is Travaskis then to Rob Keogh. Drives that very firmly through the covers. But again, can only gingerly come through for a single. Lovely looking shot that, wasn't it, from Rob?
Played that really nicely, hasn't he, throughout the course of the innings so far. A few of those off the seamer that cannoned into Rian Ahmed at short cover yesterday evening, and there was one, I think, that crashed into Rishi Patel. Just strokes it through there really nicely. Sales trying to work that one into the gap in the leg side, but can't beat Louis Kimber.
Well, there is a pronounced gap, isn't there? No fielders really protecting in the deep in that mid-wicket region. So the shot is there to be played against Travaskis here.
I think what's been interesting between these two this morning against the spin, and we haven't had, what have we had, 7 overs of it this morning, but we haven't seen a sweep shot yet.
No, we haven't.
We haven't seen a sweep. We haven't seen a reverse sweep. I don't think Rob has got one in the locker at the moment. I don't see him, if he's struggling with a bit of back pain, that he's going to get down on one knee and try and bring the sweep out. James Sales happy to play with a full face of the bat at the moment. Reverse sweep would be a great option with that short boundary on the offside, particularly playing with the spin with Travaskis. Again, they're being offered opportunities to score, and they don't need to be too reckless at the moment. That one fired in a bit quicker, a bit flatter from Travaskis.
Well, I was just about to touch upon that point of the spin with Travaskis. He hasn't really turned it too much, has he? So far, it has been the arm ball. He's trying to bring those stumps into play early on in the morning session. So maybe it actually would be a bit more of a risky shot unless he drops it in on that wide kind of line. Well, that one isn't wide again. trying to target the off stump of the right-handed Sales. That'll be the end of the 53rd over. Northamptonshire inching ever closer to bringing up 200 runs. The home side are now 199 for 3. Keogh on 45, James Sales on 66.
Yeah, you are right. It's Travaskis doesn't appear really to have tried to turn many in his work so far in this innings. He has only bowled 6 overs, so there is a chance. Obviously, we didn't see a great deal of him yesterday evening, did we? Leicestershire electing or thinking that seam was the way to go with the bowlers they had available to them. Travaskis, yeah, at the moment, it's just really tried to just fire them in or slide them into the pads, target the LBW, the bowl. Rayan Ahmed continues. Keogh resolute in defence. Just place that back to the bowler. 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 58 for Rayan Ahmed. The runs aren't necessarily a problem. Just a case of can Rayan just pick up 3, 4, 5 wickets here and wrestle Leicestershire back into the contest, because of the way that this is going at the moment, it feels like Northants can bat and bat and bat and bat some more.
Well, again, that one is dropped in slightly shorter, just works out towards backward square leg, and that will be the 200 up for Northamptonshire. It comes up in the 54th over, and in large parts, it has been down to this partnership. 108 runs for the 4th wickets between Rob Keogh and James Sales. And this is the thing about leg spin. Right now, it might look quite easy to just milk the singles and get the odd boundary, as Rayan comes into bowl here to James Sales. An attempted clip out to mid-wickets, rolls along the ground to the fielder. We saw it with Chahal last week. All it took was one breakthrough and everything suddenly clicked. So again, the concentration levels have got to be top tier here from James Sales. And he just dismisses that one with complete and utter disdain. It's making batting look very easy on this surface. Admittedly, that was a bit of a loose one from Rayan Ahmed. We could just see picked up the length of that one very quickly, got into position and whacked it through mid-wickets for 4 valuable runs. Excellent, excellent knock this from James Sales, 70 so far. Here is Ahmed again then to the 21-year-old. Great battle between these two. And again, in terms of the approach, Sales probably, you'd have to argue, Dan, has been the blueprint, hasn't he, on this surface?
Yeah, I think having, as I said, spoke to him this morning, and I asked him how it was going out there, and he just said there's a little bit of turn. It's a bit stoppy. And he said, just don't panic if you don't score off a couple. And so far, he's done exactly what he said he was going to do when I spoke to him about 8:30 this morning. He's played it perfectly. As you taken his way up to 70 now. We'll be eyeing up what would be a second first-class 100. Still a long way to go, though. Liam Travaskis to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Kind of like the idea here, Aaron. It's a bit naughty of me here, but Liam Travaskis has still got his cap on. I like the idea that he's going to bowl with his cap on. I like the idea that none of his Leicestershire teammates are going to tell him that his cap's on. Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame. We've seen that, haven't we? On a Sunday afternoon, we've seen the bowler get to the end of the mark and go, and someone's gone, you've still got your cap on. They've gone, oh, I have, yeah. I thought we were going to get one of those moments.
Well, it takes me back to a T20 moment as Travaskis comes to bowl here to Rob Keogh, defended off the back foot. I think it was 2 or 3 seasons ago now. And Stephen Croft in a game for Lancashire as a T20 match was bowling in a cap. And it was absolutely hysterical, wearing it backwards as well. Almost like a skateboarder.
Brilliant.
Here is Travaskis to Rob Keogh. Tickled down the leg side. They think about coming back for the second. It'll just be one. Sam Wood is an alert fielder, so he cuts that off very quickly. But it is something we don't see enough, do we? Bowlers bowling in their cap. I mean, that would have been a look. It would have been a great photo, wouldn't it, for the photographers?
Have it on backwards as well for that bit of extra pace. aerodynamicism as you run through the air.
Here is Travaskis again. Tempted punch off the back foot from Sales, goes out towards Rian Ahmed for no run. Have you ever bowled in a cap?
Try and avoid bowling full stop, Aaron, if I'm completely
Fair
honest with you. It wouldn't affect me a great deal whether I had a cap or without a cap either. It'd still be rubbish. Short ball from Travaskis as well there. Rayan, his fellow spinner, has just backed him up and saved him a couple of runs. I think James Sales would have been eyeing that up as to where he would like to have hit it. As it is, he couldn't get it past Rayan Ahmed. He's at backward point. The real squeeze on here for Leicestershire, isn't there? That's a full toss, which will drop into the leg side for just the one, I think. Gets away with a couple of looser deliveries there, Travaskis, towards the end of his over. But yeah, there's a squeeze on. The field is in front of the bat for Leicestershire are in, aren't they? Got a short mid-wicket, a short cover, got a short extra cover. Mid-on and mid-off are tight as well. Trying to build some pressure up, see if they can force a wicket this way round from Northamptonshire, because as yet their plans this morning for getting on for an hour and a half now haven't worked.
No, they haven't. And something very important to take notice of is the fact that Northamptonshire are now in the lead. They lead by 3 runs. So not only has parity been achieved, the home side are now stretching out a bit of an advantage as Rian Ahmed gets ready to bowl again. I think that's something actually for the live stream chat as well. As anybody ever bowled in a cap in a club cricket game? I can't say I have in a game, but after watching Crofty do it in the T20 Blast, I did do it in the nets. And it did add a couple of extra mile an hour, shall we say. As here is James Sales, rocks onto the back foot, carves that out towards Sam Wood at deep point for one. I just wasn't brave enough to pull off the look for Rowington, unfortunately, but
shame.
Yeah, did it
what could have been.
Yeah, could have been playing for England. Who knows? But yeah, in terms of the cap, maybe it's just that psychological edge, isn't it? Like putting the go faster stripes on a car. Makes absolutely no difference at all, does it? But in your mind, you think you're the next Lewis Hamilton. Here is Rian Ahmed again, fires that one in flatter, worked down towards the long leg region by Rob Keogh, and he will come back for 2. So Keogh now just 1 run away from a 22nd career first-class half-century, which would be very, very useful in this scenario. Let's see what Keogh can do then. Ahmed to bowl. Keogh, with the bat in hand, plays that out towards short cover for no run. Some furious work being done on the ball there from Liam Travaskis. Here is Ahmed again then to Rob Keogh. Big appeal, and he is given LBW. Rian Ahmed gets the huge wickets of Rob Keogh for 49. It's been a tough morning for the visitors, but finally they have the breakthrough here on day 2. The 4th wicket stand is broken. It was worth 117 runs. But Leicestershire will be massively relieved to see the back of Rob Keogh. As you can hear through our FX mic, Keogh is richly applauded off by those in attendance here at Wantage Road. And honestly, Dan, we can't say enough good things about that. Given the nature of the pitch, given the position that Northants were in the latter stages of day 1, that is a tremendous effort from Rob Keogh.
Yeah, not much doubt about that LBW decision either. Rob's just gone back there, hasn't he? Tried to flick it through the leg side. Unfortunately, he just missed it and would have crashed into, I reckon, middle stump. But yeah, brilliant by Rob Keogh. And you said see the back of him, which is, I don't know whether that was a good or poor choice of words, but I suspect the Northants physio will be seeing the back of Rob Keogh in the not too distant future. It's a brave innings, isn't it?
It really is.
That batted from 10:30 this morning in quite a lot of discomfort with the body language and the movements that he was showing off and restricted to, but he's just made his way up the steps for a really well-made 49, part of what it likely could be a crucial partnership 100-run partnership between him and James Sales. And hopefully the physio, hopefully Nick Allen can get him on the bed and get that loosened up and fixed and working and ready to go, because he's going to have well, if fit, there's a lot of bowling to be done here for Rob Keogh if Northampton's going to be successful against Leicestershire. But the new man for the home side is Safe Zabe, in at number 6. Joins James Sales on 72 not out. The man that scored 90. Really impressive 90 last week against Derbyshire. The left-hander, that'll be something else for Leicestershire to think about. A left-hand, right-hand combination. But how much of a difference could that have for Rayan Ahmed? The confidence. Is that the key that's kind of unlocked it for him? We saw it last week, didn't we? It was a much better delivery than Yuzvendra Chahal's first wicket last week, but that was a drag down that was caught at square leg by James Sales wearing shin pads and a helmet. Could that be the catalyst? Could that be the moment that fire Leicestershire up and 1 brings 3, and all of a sudden, actually that lead of 6 starts to look a bit precarious? The moment you'd still say Northampton are well in front. Bang, bang here, and 209 for 5, 209 for 6. Very different story. First slip and a short leg in place for Safe Zabe, who rocks onto the back foot. First ball, cuts it through the offside and picks up 4 straight away. And if there is a man that plays spin well in Northamptonshire, he has the name of Safe Zabe. He will be relishing the chance to bat against Rayan Ahmed.
He certainly will. And how about that for a start? First ball, a little bit of pressure there. They've got the infielders. You've got the short leg and slip, as you mentioned, just rocks onto the back foot and smacks it through the covers as that one is fielded well. And that will be the end of over number 56. A positive one as far as the visitors are concerned. Of course, they saw the back of Rob Keogh in that over from Rayan Ahmed, who gets his first wicket on the board. And as of the 56th over, Northamptonshire now 213 for 4. The big headline, I suppose, being the end of that partnership as well. 117 runs for the 4th wicket. Really is reminiscent of the one that we saw Safe Zabe and Justin Broad score against Derbyshire last week. I've just noticed in the comments, a lot of people saying Jeff Boycott used to wear a cap. I'm just trying to think of any other ones in the modern game. As I said, I distinctly remember Stephen Croft. Crofty did it in the T20 Blast. Here is Liam Travaskis then to James Sales. Again, good running. This is something which we can expect to see from this pair, isn't it?
Yeah, and James will have a bit more confidence in Safe as well. Able-bodied at the moment and can really kind of put some of these Leicestershire fielders under pressure. Got, I think, would we be right in saying Deandra Dottin would bowl a lot in a cap?
Yep.
I think that would be the first person that would spring to mind when I think about it. I can't think of a men's cricketer, and Jeff got slightly before my time. Can't say I had the privilege of watching Sir Geoffrey bowl in a cap or without a cap, to be fair, for that matter. So, but yeah, Deandra Dottin would be the person that I would think of if posed with that question.
What a cricketer, by the way, Deandra Dottin. She was excellent, wasn't she, for the Thunder? Whether it's in the Kia Super League or in recent seasons in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy or Charlotte Edwards Cup. Here is Travaskis then to Safe Zabe, who immediately goes for the sweep shots. Well, there were screams of catch it's. You can't catch those ones. Goes out towards the boundary for 4 runs. And this is an exciting start, isn't it, from Safe Zabe? Really showing some aggressive and attacking intent. Already has 2 boundaries from his first 3 deliveries. How about that for strike rate as well?
I think, as I say, the innings that he put this week against Morley and Thompson, he's going to have been licking his lips for the chance to come out here and bat against Travaskis and Rayan. It's full of confidence. And as we've seen in those first 4 balls that he's faced, the first one went for 4, straight through the offside. The second one was the exact same shot, just got a little bit straighter and hit it towards the fielder. Third ball was a slog sweep. And that one there, just a little drop into the leg side to pick up 1 and get down the other end. He was confident, Safe Zabe. 9 or 4 for the number 6. Sales continues to be watchful. 73 of 127 now. And if Sales can provide an opportunity for Safe to kind of bat around him, then again, this could be another really dangerous and crucial partnership for Northamptonshire.
It could be. And not only will it be crucial, but very entertaining, because Safe has all of the shots in his locker. So we spoke about the importance of a platform. Safe now has it. Let's see what Travaskis can do here to round out. It's over, driven firmly by James Sales, and that is stopped by the infielder for the ball. So that will be the end of over number 57. Northamptonshire 219 for 4. Safe Zabe on 9 and James Sales on 73. The lead now stands at 16 runs. So a really positive morning session this for Northamptonshire. There's around about 30 minutes or so remaining. But if they can maintain the loss of just 1 wicket, I think they'll be absolutely over the moon. It really has been an emphatic start to proceedings here on day 2. And in terms of any other score, shall we have a quick look at those in a minute, Dan, as Rian Ahmed comes to bowl here to save. That one played defensively. Do you want me to get those up in
I'll
have
a look through. I was just looking to see where Northants were at the start of the day's play. 134 for 3. I was just going to work out what the session's been for them, because it feels like runs have come pretty freely for the home side at the moment.
Runs are coming freely, and there's a real fluency, isn't there, to Sales batting. I'm a bit gutted for Rob. Would have been nice to have seen him get another first-class half-century, but it wasn't to be. Here is Ahmed to Safe Zabe, keeping Sol Budinger at short leg on his toes.
Yeah, I'll give you a run through at the end of the over, shall I? Go Division 1 first, and then drop down into Division 2.
Absolutely. Here is Ahmed then. Again, fires that one in. Zabe shifts his momentum onto the back foot. Rolls it along the carpet to Rishi Patel at backward points. And of course, heading into Leicestershire's innings, you imagine that Rishi will play a much larger role than he did in the first knock. Really is a tremendously talented cricketer. Here is Ahmed again, firing it very flat. Almost deja vu, back foot shots. Trickles along the grass to Rishi Patel. Here is Ahmed again then. Forces Zabe onto the defensive. And that will see us to the end of the 58th over. A maiden from Rian Ahmed. And Northamptonshire still 219 for 4.
Yeah, so down at Southampton, Hampshire all out for 462. What did Nick Gubbins finally get? Did he get the double 100? That is the question. 201 not out for Nick Gubbins. Good one for the average, that, isn't it? And then Worcestershire in response. 1 for no loss off 1 over. Kent, 34 for 2 off 6 overs, trailed by 399 to Nottinghamshire. Lancashire lead subset by 72 with 8 second innings wickets remaining, so they're 78 for 2 at the moment. Down at the Oval, Durham 123 for 4. They trail by 138 with 7 wickets in hand. Travaskis into bowl. Sale's got a bit more company around the bat now. And then over at Warwickshire, Birmingham, Edgbaston, 22 for 4. Warwickshire trail Essex by 132. The man that isn't baseball enough for England, Sam Cook, has got 3 for 8 from 5 overs. So it's all action in Division 1 of the County Championship. Surrey, they're in a position that you kind of think, well, if things click for Durham, 138-run deficit, still plenty of runs to get before they get to parity. Lancashire building a nice lead there, to think that both those teams got bowled out on day 1, a lead of 72 with 8 wickets in hand. It's building nicely. Kent are a long way behind the 8 ball at Canterbury, and then Warwickshire obviously just starting their attempt to get close to Hampshire's first innings score, but Hampshire damaged their double 100 for Nick Gubbins, 100 for Liam Dawson, And Worcestershire have got a lot of work to do. And I think that's after Tom Taylor picked up 2 wickets in his opening spell as well. So Division 2, where would you like to start? Should we start down at Bristol?
Yes, go on.
Well, Sussex lead 115 with 4 wickets remaining, 224 for 6. Jack Carson and John Simpson, the 2 men not out, 27 and 28 respectively. So contributions all the way through for Sussex.
There's the reverse from Saif Zaib. Racing down to the boundary. Will it be cut off by the chasing fielder? Well, it will. That is an outstanding effort from Sam Wood. Really good stuff there from the youngster in just his second first-class game. One thing that we cannot fault Leicestershire for at all is the effort in the field, actually. They really have been hustling for every single one of these plays, and Sam Wood there just preventing the boundary, cuts it down to 3 runs. So it'll be James Sales back on strike for this final delivery. And that one again is zipped in by Travaskis, defended back to the bowler, and Northamptonshire will move on of 225 for 4 at the end of over number 59.
Yeah, Glamorgan trail Yorkshire by 280. I don't think they've lost another wicket since we last spoke. They're 81 for 4 at this current stage. Colin Ingram's off 37 and Chris Cook on 16. And then Derbyshire Middlesex. Middlesex now lead by 12, 185 for 3 with 7 first innings wickets in hand. Mark Stoneman's got 100. Max Holden 68 himself. Luce Deploy just gone for 11. So it's all eyes on second place, really. Those 3 teams at the top just keep putting pressure on, don't they? Sussex, you would say, if they're successful down against Gloucestershire, that they will be done and dusted. Yorkshire, what have they got? A 15-point lead over Middlesex as it stands. So that's going to be an almighty effort for Middlesex to turn that around.
That one just padded away outside the line of off stump by Saif Zaib for no run. I'm just working out the maths with that Sussex score. So they're currently on 203 with the bonus points. Of course, that should go up to 204 if they get to 250. Here is Ahmed again, punched off the back foot by Saif Zaib. There's a little bit of a miscommunication in the middle, but they do scarper through for the single. I'm just thinking even if Middlesex win, that'll be an additional 16 points. I think a win would see Sussex through, wouldn't it?
I think so.
It would see them promoted. Just seen in the comments, Warwickshire are now 5 down. Can we make an embargo in both the chat and here in the commentary booth not to mention the Bears, please? Because that has been another very, very difficult week for the Bear and Ragged staff. Here is Rian Ahmed to James Sales. That one fenced out. They think about coming through for a single, but wisely decide against it. So it will just be a dot ball. Of course, the other big game is that Yorkshire Glamorgan one, isn't it? Here is Ahmed. Clipped through mid-wickets. There won't be a shy at the stumps there as James Sales sprints through for a quick single. But yeah, if Yorkshire win that again, they take a massive step forward, don't they? To returning to the First Division. They haven't had too long of a wait, in fairness. It was 2022 when the White Rose got relegated. Saif Zaib again just clips this one out towards deep square leg. That'll be a single to round out the over. And at the ends of over number 60, Northamptonshire now 228 for 4. Saif Zaib on 15, James Sales on 76. As for Sussex, it's been quite a few years, hasn't it, since they've been in Division 1.
Yeah, when would they have been? Year would they have been relegated? That might take a little bit of looking into. 26 for 5 at Edgbaston, 27 for 5. Now the comeback's on. Sorry, I'll stop talking about it. You're quite high up here at the moment, aren't you? And I think it would be unfair if we kind of cause you to go and stand and stare longingly over the balcony edge.
Well, that'll be me at the lunch break, just questioning. Should I have ever started watching county cricket? A safe save. There's a huge shout here for LBW. The ball will trickle down towards fine leg, and that'll just be a single. Yeah, it's just been a difficult week for the Bears, unfortunately. But in terms of Sussex, would it have been, I'm just trying to think, 15 or 16 maybe? Potentially. Here is Travaskis then. Bowling to James Sales. Again, tries to turn that through mid-wicket. There'll be no run there.
It's a notable difference here as well that Sales and Safe have been really busy between the wickets, haven't they? They've really put Leicestershire under a bit of pressure. They've really pushed the single. They've tried to milk the spinners rather than go for the big shots, which I suspect is probably Rob Keogh's injury there was just holding James Sales back a little bit. And again, another one out there into the offside. Sales now moves to 77. 230 for 4, the score. Northampton lead by 27. Save in the blink of an eye is now 16 off 17. With 2 balls of Travaskis' 10th over left in this. The short side is now Save's leg side. There are 2 men out there. He brings the sweep out down to one of those 2 men protecting the boundary. And it is just 1. Another single added. So 3 runs off the first 5 balls of the over so far. And again, with that left hand, right hand, it does just take a little bit longer to set the field for it, although Sales hasn't played the sweep yet. So Leicestershire electing not to cover that off. And another quick single taken. 4 off the over. 4 quick singles, 232 for 4. 61 overs in this innings have been complete, and Northampton lead by 29.
And that's the crucial thing, isn't it? That lead now 29 already. We're only in the first session here on day 2. So you think about it. Think about how the surface has been acting at times. That already is a decent little lead. It's by no means significant or substantial or match winning, but that's probably worth a partnership on this surface. So yeah, it really has been a wonderful job done so far by the home side as Rian Ahmed gets ready to bowl here from the David Capel end into James Sales. Again, plays that back foot shot proficiently out towards Sam Wood at deep point. Was well directed, so they can come back for a second run. Sales now on 80. Really has been a high quality knock this from the Northamptonshire youngster. Here is Ahmed then to Sales. Again, attempts to bisect the 2 fielders there in the mid-wicket region. Can't quite get the direction on, and that'll be a dot ball. But again, it's good intent shown by the 21-year-old. So that one is pulled away very powerfully. Will the fielder get around? Yes, he will in the end, actually. That was rather easily done. Another single to add to the tally as far as the home side are concerned. Puts the lead now towards 32. Zabe on 17, Sales on 81. Already the partnership is 26 runs between these 2 for the 5th wicket, which isn't bad whatsoever. Ahmed again to Sales. Attempted shot off the back foot, doesn't quite get the timing or the direction on that one. There'll be no run. How can Ahmed respond then to Safe here? That one is drilled straight towards Rishi Patel at backward point for another dot ball. So 1 more ball remaining in this 62nd over. Let's see what Rian has in the locker. Well, that one is punched through the covers. Good diving stop there by the fielder in at short cover, and that will be a single. So again, a decent little over that for Northamptonshire. The partnership just ticking along now, stands at 27. And at the end of the 62nd over, the home side are now 236 for 4. And it's not just the game itself, of course, and the match situation. It would be nice to get an additional batting bonus point, wouldn't it? Something which we haven't actually seen Northants have many of this season. So they're just 14 runs away now from that first batting bonus points. If they can get a second one, that'd be absolutely lovely. But we shall see, as I think we're going to have a change of bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And we do indeed, it'll be Louis Kimber. So we'll see some more finger spin here. In terms of Kimber's season, he's taken 4 wickets at a rather expensive average of 90.50. So he is very much an option bowler as opposed to a strike bowler, which Leicestershire have in the forms of a Scott Curry or Ian Ahmed, Tom Scriven, for example. But from time to time, he can give you some handy overs. So let's see what Louis has in the tank.
Yeah, well, he's got 15 minutes to go, hasn't he, before the lunch break? Bless you, Aaron.
Thank you.
So well worth having a look, because Travaskis, although economical, just going at 2.9 runs per over, didn't really pose too many questions or threats, did he, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Kimber's going to be a bit taller, bit of extra bounce maybe, but clearly, as you said, slightly more part-time than Travaskis, and maybe allow Northampton to score a little bit freer than what they were able to against Travaskis. They have accumulated 103 runs in this morning session. Northamptonshire for the loss of just 1 wicket, and there's, as I say, still 15 minutes to go in the session. That first hour that was won by Northants is just shaping up nicely to be that crucial first session on day 2 as well. The tick in the right box for the home side. But can Louis Kimber just prize a wicket out? Can he take one to lunch with him? Sales opens the face of that one, runs it down into the offside, and will put the man under pressure. Come back for easy 2. Rishi Patel had quite a lot of ground to cover out there on that boundary. Just one man patrolling the offside boundary for Louis Kimber. 239 for 4. Floodlights still on here at Wantage Road. Still pretty gloomy, isn't it? To blame, meant to burn off, I think, as the day goes through. And there's an appeal from Kimber. A secondary appeal from Ben Cox as well, who stands with the double teapots in disbelief that was given not at. James Sales lives to fight another day. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. Be interesting to see if there was any more turn there from Kimber. We didn't see much, did we, from Travaskis in that spell this morning. There's going to be another, at least one added to the score. I think Sales is going to settle on just that one as well. 240 for 4 now.
Yeah, it has been a decent little start, this, hasn't it, from Kimber? Just the 4 runs coming from it. And in terms of his style, he has just slowed it down, hasn't he, in comparison to Travaskis and Ahmed. So let's see if he can extract that additional degree of turn here. Again, really loopy and flighted as Northants batters scamper through for another quick single. Good rotation there, ensuring that both of them are seeing plenty of this ball. And that will take Northamptonshire up to 241 for 4 at the end of the 63rd over. So Zabe on 20, Sales on 84, just 16 runs away from what would be his 2nd century of the 2024 season. Would be thoroughly deserving of it as well, you have to say. And Safe Zabe here playing the perfect foil and supporting role, isn't he?
Yeah, he's taking pressure off James Sales, isn't he? He's able to run with him as well, which I think James will be very grateful for. Not clearly not Rob's fault, but it certainly would have had an impact, I think, on James's ability to turn those 2s into 3s or dots into 1s. But Safe has gone out there and been happy to run with Jimmy Sales. 241 for 4. We're going to get finger spin from both ends because Travaskis has had a change of ends, a change of dimensions. He's going to bowl from the David Capel end, and Safe Save brings out the sweep shot, which brings about a big appeal for LBW. And 1 run added to the tally. 1 run added to Safe Save as well. I think that came off the bat onto the boot and then took the pace off down to Tom Scriven at fine leg, who did the fielding. Good appeal, though. Mr. Lungley, yeah, you've made a good point there. Leicestershire are 17 overs away from a second new ball. Could be important in some pretty overcast conditions here, lights on, but I think the weather forecast suggests that it is just meant to brighten up, and it would be sod's law for Leicestershire that they'd get the new ball under bright blue skies again. Sales nicely played through the offside, just for single, maybe more actually. It's gone through the legs of Sam Wood as well to stop it just before it gets to the boundary, but again, a little bit sloppy out in the deep. We've seen a bit of that, haven't we, between these two sides over the course of the 4 sessions that we've had so far. It's just been potentially a bit of end of season vibes, last day of term kind of sneaking in for a couple of the players. That's up. Oh, it's gone down. That has flown to Louis Kimber at short cover. It was catching height, though. James Sales has middled it, and Louis Kimber has put it down. It was chanceless up to 86 for James Sales. And Kimber's put it down. He's had the chance to put it down. And I think, unfortunately for Louis Kimber, hopefully he's okay, but I think he's going off for a bit of treatment there. I'm not quite sure whether it's a finger. The jumper did go up to the nose. Hopefully it didn't just burst through the hands of Louis Kimber, but he's going off for a bit of treatment. That was really, really timed hard by Sales, wasn't it?
It was struck very firmly, and it will go down as a drop chance, but I think we're both in agreement. We hope that Louis is okay, because he did go off, I think, clutching his nose. Hopefully that's no serious injury there to the Leicestershire batter. Travaskis then to continue his spell from the David Capel end into bowl here to James Sales, who again opts to go onto the back foot. And that's something else which he's done very well in this inning so far. He's actually mixing up the different shots, isn't it?
Yeah.
He hasn't just played on the front foot or played predominantly on the back foot. He's really mixed it up. And as a bowler, it gives you something to think about. It really does. And safe save here. Well, there are men on this onside fence in case he goes for a big, powerful sweep shot. Let's see what Zaid goes for. Does go for the paddle. Gets it rather fine, but it will be cut off by Tom Scriven. Coming across from long leg. Just be a single. So 1 ball remaining in this 64th over. An over which, to be honest, Dan, has been rather eventful, hasn't it? Given everything which has occurred in the last 3-4 deliveries. Travaskis then readies himself, prepares to bowl here to James Sales. And that one again is a bit flatter in trajectory, played out towards short cover for no runs. So at the end of over number 64, Northamptonshire now 246 for 4. Safe Zabe is on 22, James Sales on 87, and Northamptonshire lead by 43.
Yeah, it's just building, isn't it?
It is.
Building as it has done throughout the course of the morning. Northants have just chipped away and ticked runs off in their attempt to bring themselves to level par. And they've got to level par and they've not looked back, have they? They've lost 1 wicket this morning, that of Rob Keogh for 49. Since then, Safe Save has come back out. He's come to the middle, in fact, and picked up where Rob Keogh left off, and actually has become harder work, I think, for Leicestershire with the arrival of Safe Save with that left-hand, right-hand partnership. It's just the 1 over for Kimber, obviously going off to get the treatment. It's going to be Ian Holland back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Luke Proctor took a liking to Ian Holland yesterday evening, didn't he? 4 overs, no maidens, none for 29. For the Leicestershire opening bowler. Keeper up to the stumps. Different look for Safe Save before lunch as well. It's been all spin so far, which obviously enjoys facing.
That one again, another dot ball from Ian Hollands. And yeah, in terms of that evening session yesterday, I think both of us were probably just as taken aback as Leicestershire were by Luke Proctor's aggressive approach. It was absolutely incredible, wasn't it? He was flashing the blade at almost everything, a quick fire 38. Here is Holland again then to save. He clips that off the pad. It'll go out towards deep square leg, and that'll be another single. So Northamptonshire 3 runs away now from securing that first batting bonus point of the encounter. Of course, would be a nice little bonus, wouldn't it? After a season which has seen them, well, almost be very few and far between as far as the East Midlands County are concerned. Just taking a look at the field here for James. They've got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg in place, but that's it in terms of de facto outfielders. And yes, they have got a deep third as well, actually, out there towards the coffee van. Another dot ball there then for Ian Holland. Better start to his spell in comparison to yesterday.
Yeah, much better. It struggled to have been worse, wouldn't it? Because Proctor really did just take him apart. Just gave him absolutely no margin of error, did he? Yes, I think there was one that went through the cordon, wasn't there? And then some of the prettiest cover drives you could wish to see. Always just looks a little bit nicer from a left-hander as well. Don't know why.
It does. There is a real flair and elegance, isn't there? I think of Kumar Sangakkara. His cover drive was a thing of beauty. Well and truly, here is Ian Holland then to round out his first over of day 2. This one flashed off the blade of James Sales down towards the deep third region, and that will be another single. Moves James Sales on to 88. Save is on 23. And Northamptonshire now 248 for 4. I have just seen in the comments as well about Ian Holland and the fact that he was on loan at Northamptonshire in 2019. Yes, he was. That was for a short spell in what was then the Royal London One Day Cup, or what's now known as the Metrobank One Day Cup.
I thought you looked at the other comment from Mr. Lungley.
Which one?
The most recent one.
I've just seen it. 6 down. Fantastic. I thought you were also looking at the comment about Mohamed Abbas. I have just seen he's taken a couple of wickets, and that's what you get from Mohamed Abbas. Absolute wizard in these conditions is the Hampshire seam bowler. Here is Travaskis then to continue his spell from the David Capel end. Worked out towards backward square leg for 1 run. James Sales now moves on to 89. And he just would be one of those bowlers you'd love to have him in your team, Mohamed Abbas.
Yep.
Such a tricky customer.
Yeah, really skillful. Someone that he dare say probably would have played more internationally had he had been an English seam. So he would have been fighting for a position with Jimmy Anderson, wouldn't he, at the time? So could have been tough, but fantastic cricketer. Brilliant in the county championship. And there's so many of them, isn't there? Sam Cook, James Porter, Ben Sanderson, Mohamed Abbas.
Travaskis again forcing save to go on the defensive. Imagine Abbas and Anderson in the same attack. Goodness me, that would be an absolute nightmare, wouldn't it, to face a new Duke's ball against those two, nipping about all over the place. Here is Travaskis again then to save. Shifts back onto the back foot. And that will be no run yet again. Just waiting for the sun to really make an appearance this morning. As we've both alluded to, the forecast said it is meant to be sunny. It's by no means cold out there, but it's rather overcast at the moment. Zabe again, resolute and compact in his defence. You can just see some brighter spells. There's some little breaks in the cloud, but feels like we've been a little bit let down by the forecast so far. We've still had the floodlights on for the entirety of this morning session. Here is Travaskis then to save Zabe. Yet another defensive shot. Ben Cox watches that ball intently, seeing if it'll spiral back onto the stumps. But Travaskis then with one final delivery then in the 60 6th over. Change of angle here, which suggests he might bowl a bit straighter. If that is the case, then Save Sabe will definitely have the sweep shots as an option. Let's see what Travaskis can concoct. In fact, he bowls outside the off stump of the left-hander. That is driven firmly, but for no run. So that will be the end of the 66th over. Northamptonshire 249 for 4. Suppose the headline is James Sales at the moment on 89. Not far away at all from his 2nd century of the county championship campaign. And in terms of Northamptonshire, just 1 run away now from that first batting bonus point. Will be much appreciated by those in attendance here at the county grounds. The loyal supporters of Northants who've been watching their side have some struggles this season in the red ball formats. They've still stuck by their team. And yeah, these past couple of weeks have been much better, haven't they, for the home county?
They certainly have. The addition of Chahal has been huge. Last week's performance against Derbyshire, particularly with the ball, was fantastic. A few standouts with the bat, and that confidence from last week is just carried over, hasn't it, to bowl Leicestershire out for 203 on a day that Leicestershire had won the toss and elected to have a bat first as well. And then to put themselves in this position, 249 for 4, lead by 46, Northamptonshire. And this will be the last over before lunch as Holland makes his way into bowl. James Sales, as you say, 89, the partnership worth 40, 1 run away from a bonus point. If that lead gets up and above 3 figures, 100, 150, to open up against a miserly Jack White, Ben Sanderson, and knowing on a pitch that has offered turn that Luke Proctor has got Yuzvendra Chahal up his sleeve, it's quite an intimidating place to find yourself, isn't it?
It is. It is. And in fairness, it's all been down to Northamptonshire's approach. I've been very impressed. Here is Holland then to James Sales, rocks on to the back foot, defends that out to mid-wicket for no run. They've just been intelligent, haven't they? When the bad balls have been on offer, they've punished them. They've made sure that none of the Leicestershire bowlers, bar Scott Curry, have really got into a rhythm. I mean, Travaskis has been quite good, actually. Just looking at the economy rate, it is below 3 runs and over. He's not been expensive by any stretch. Here is Holland again to Sales. Defensively played back to the bowler for no run. But he also, at the same time, hasn't been inducing those outside edges. He hasn't been bringing the pads into play as such as of yet. So they've been watchful against Travaskis and Curry, but they've been quite punishing on the other bowlers as well. So definitely a bit of a tactical reset needed by the Foxes as we head into the afternoon session. So 2 more deliveries remaining on the morning session here on day 2, a session which we have to say, Dan, has been absolutely dominated by the Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire.
Not much doubt about it. Desperate to get through here, 4 down. As you said, 2 Ian Holland deliveries left to negotiate. There's 2 catches in on the leg side. Sales gets it square of those 2 out to Rayan Ahmed, brings up to 250 for Northamptonshire and collect 1 batting bonus point. A ripple of applause from those that are in the ground this afternoon. So Safe Sabe, the man on strike, to navigate the final ball before lunch. As I've said, the lead of 4 with 6 wickets remaining in hand in that first innings. That's a leading edge, almost Yorker from Holland. But it's going to be a dot ball to finish the session. Well batted by Northamptonshire. They lost just 1 wicket, that of Rob Keogh for 49, who soldiered away bravely with some back pain. And they'll go off for lunch. The happier of the 2 sides, 250 for 4, 6 wickets in hand, and lead by 47.
Outstanding from Northamptonshire. 116 runs scored in that morning session for the loss of just 1 wicket. Couldn't ask for a better morning as far as the home side are concerned. Puts them in a fantastic position to go on and get a significant lead. The lead already stands at 47. Yeah, great stuff. And for Northamptonshire, more of the same. Heading into the afternoon session, James Sales hopefully can go on and reach three figures and get that second century of the season. As for Leicestershire, I suppose the big target will be wickets, and more wickets. But that is it for myself and Dan for the time being. We're going to head off and join the players and have some lunch. And we shall see you shortly in around about 30 to 40 minutes time for the resumption of play on the afternoon session here on day 2.
Returning to the middle, umpires Paul Pollard and Anthony Harris. Your match referee is Simon Hicks. Your score is 10-10.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Northampton. Day 2 of the Division 2 County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. Stream here in Northampton is powered by Daffabet, and the home sides are 250 for 4 as the players make their way back out to the middle. James Sales is on 90, Safe Zabe on 23. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles, as I have been for the last game. And the remainder of this one, just more of the same for Northants, please.
Absolutely. I think it is more of the same, isn't it, for Northants? The only question that I would have would actually be about intent now, because the foundation has been set. They've already got that lead of 47 runs. You've got a dynamic and hard-hitting middle order. Can you go out there and start giving it a bit of a bash and a tonk? And we spoke about conditions as well, didn't we? Very overcast, a bit gloomy before lunch. And look at it now. Hardly any clouds in the sky. The floodlights are now off. The sun is beating down on the outfield. It's really turned into quite a pleasant afternoon.
Yeah, it looks good out there, doesn't it? It's like Ryan Ahmed's going to start the afternoon from the David Capel end. James Sales is going to be on strike. He's 10 runs away from what would be his second career first-class 100 if he were to get there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the intent is an interesting thing. It's not exactly like Northants were slow during that morning session. I think you added up 136 runs they scored. 116 runs, apologies, through that morning session. But it didn't really feel like Northants did a great deal to accumulate that number of runs. So are they going to up the ante a little bit? I think goal number 1 is going to be James Sales to get to 100, and that's going to help. A freebie, a gift from Ryan Ahmed, a full toss on the pads, and that's just worked gently through the leg side for 4. 254 for 4. Sales now on 94. But Safe Zabe, I think, has kind of highlighted that there would be a sign of intent change. He's walked out there. He's 23 off 35. For a lot of that, he was better than a runner ball as well. 6 away now for Sales. Takes the single into the offside, make that 5 away. As Ryan looks to settle into his afternoon's work, which I don't really think, I think it would be fair to say from the 18.5 overs that we've seen from Ryan Ahmed so far, he's gone for 82. Pick up the wicket of Rob Keogh, LBW before lunch. But I wouldn't necessarily settled into this at all. I don't think settled would be the right word.
He hasn't so far. He's struggling to get to the right pace of the pitch, hasn't he? So we have seen him start to flight a little bit more in comparison to the early phases here on day 2. Again, darts that one in. Played off the back foot by Safe Zabe, but he's bowled a lot of very flat deliveries, hasn't he? He's looking to zip it off the surface as opposed to giving it that flight and putting that drift on it. Here he is to Safe Zabe. Played confidently out towards that wide-ish mid-off fielder for 1 run. Yeah, in comparison to Chahal, and of course, there's difference in terms of professional experience. Chahal's been going on for years, even though this is, what, his 39th first-class match now?
Yep.
You can just tell Chahal very early on, after that almost learning experience last week, found the right pace to bowl on this pitch and got his rewards as a result. So work to be done in this afternoon session, but I do back Rian. He is a smart bowler. He's a thinking cricketer. And it's just a case of getting back into that rhythm and that fluency as we head into the rest of this afternoon session. So, yeah, first over done. And at the end of 68, Northamptonshire now 256 for 4. Save on 24, and James Sales is on 95.
Yeah, 6 runs coming off Ryan's first over of the afternoon, and it looks like it's going to be Liam Travaskis. Travaskis, in fact, to go again from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We saw a couple of overs of seam from Ian Holland. I'm just looking out the window to see whether I can see Louis Kimber out in the middle. I don't know whether you've spotted him.
Well, Ben Mike, the substitute fielder,
Still
is on.
there, yeah.
He is wearing the number 8 for Leicestershire.
Swept by Save. Down towards Rayan Ahmed, just for the single. Just keeps ticking the score over. So hopefully Louis Kimber's okay. James Sales hit that very, very hard to Louis Kimber at short cover. And unfortunately to go off we didn't see, but went off holding the nose, his face. So hopefully he's all right. And it's just a bit of time off to get himself sorted. But he hit it very, very hard at him, and he was very close, wasn't he? Sales on strike on 95. Travaskis into bowl, and Sales off the inside edge picks up another single into the leg side. Takes that to 96, 4 runs away. Lead now 55. It will be interesting because these Leicestershire pitches the Leicestershire spinners have made this pitch look different, haven't they? They've made it look pretty docile in comparison to what Yuzvendra Chahal managed. That's a reverse sweep from Save. He's got it behind Sam Wood. He's going to give chase and will cut it off before it reaches the boundary. Will they settle on 2? They won't. James Sales will come back for 3. He wants to strike. 3 more added to the score. It will be interesting to see what Chahal and hopefully, all being well, Rob Keogh can extract out of this pitch, because 55, 57 now, 58 even, cruising up towards a 100-run lead if it gets that far, 150 maybe. It's a lovely shot through the covers by James Sales for another single, goes to 97. 150 feels like a massive deficit if it turns and if it spins as much as what it has done so far for Yuzvendra Chahal and Rob Keogh. The heavy roller will go back onto it, won't it? There's no doubt about that. Leicestershire will opt to that between the innings whenever that time might come. But there's a difference, a big difference from the 2 spin sets from Leicestershire and Northants.
There certainly is, and I suppose the other key thing to take into consideration is also the new ball seam attack, because 150, that is a massive lead regardless of the surface. And you've got Jack White and Ben Sanderson. Here's Travaskis to Save, tickled fine. It'll just be the single down towards the field of Rian Ahmed. That is a massive mountain to climb, isn't it? And given how Northamptonshire have bowled on surfaces like these in recent times, well, I've got to be honest, it would probably be improbable. Not impossible. Anything can happen in the game, but it would be an almighty task for the Foxes to try and overcome that deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. The lead now up to 60. That leg by there, just ensuring that Save keeps hold of the strike. So James Sales, the man on 97, will be at the non-strikers end for the start of this over. Leicestershire still searching for wickets. They've still got men around the bat. A first slip and a short leg. Save goes for the reverse sweep, gets in front of a diving Rishi Patel, and it runs up towards the Jackson Grundy stand. And that's going to be 4 more for Northampton, 4 more for Save. Takes that score up to 267 and Save up to 32 himself. And as I say, you mentioned about a change of intent from Northants, and Save is picking up really where he left off at the start of this innings, or start of his innings. 32 or 42 for the Northants left-hander. That one quicker. Speared in. Maybe kept a touch low from Rayan. Well dug out from Safe Zabe. 267 for 4. On Zabe, just trying to go through that vacant area in the covers. Turn, just taking it off the inside half of the bat, running up to mid-on. It'd be nice to see Rayan really settle into a spell here, wouldn't it?
It would be. It would be, but so far, again, it's about finding the correct pace on these deliveries. He's getting plenty of rip and tear from the surface. This will trickle away for 4. Safe Zabe for the second time in this over, taking the attack to the Leicestershire youngster. We speak about his sweep shots. We speak about the drives through the cover. Also a very, very proficient player off the back foot with those punch shots and the carves out towards point. It was a lovely looking shot that from Safe Zabe. Moves him on to 36. Surprised with the tactics though, here from Rayan. They are the tactics which suit him well in white ball cricket, but maybe just needs to slow it down slightly. Here he is again to Safe Zabe, forces him onto the back foot, worked out through that cover region for just 1 run.
Other thing you've got to think of here is that Safe Zabe's a fantastic white ball cricketer as well.
He is.
It's kind of white ball skill bowling against a white ball batter. It's something that he's going to be used to. It's going to be something he's going to relish. Does the white ball bowling in the championship against those that maybe are red ball specialists, is it slightly more productive? Maybe. I don't know. It would be hard to know. Be interesting though to see and understand what the game plan is from Rayan in this spell. He clearly thinks that pace on and driving the ball into the surface is the way to go. $272 for 4, 70 overs. Safe Zabe kept the strike. There were 9 runs came off the over there for Rayan. It's going to be Travaskis to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That's going to be cut through the offside, across the square, and I think the ball's going to win. And it is. It's going to be another 4. So in quick time, Safe Zabe moves into the 40s. 41 not out of 48 deliveries. 5 4s in the innings, and the score already 276 for 4. The lead of 73.
It's already a big one, isn't it, Dan? If we're just looking at the bigger picture, we said if overall Northamptonshire could get a lead of between 50 and 70, they would have been happy. On paper, it's already getting closer towards 80 runs. Here is Travaskis into Safe Zabe again, punches that off the back foot out towards the point boundary, and that is another fine shot from Safe Zabe, warmly applauded here at the county ground. And we did speak about intent. Would they come out here and be even more attacking in the afternoon session? Well, Safe Zabe is certainly putting the exclamation on his batting so far. A flurry of boundaries to kickstart the overs immediately after lunch. How can Liam Travaskis respond here? He's under a little bit of pressure here. Reverse sweep from Safe Zabe. They have got Sam Wood out there, who will cut that and prevents it from running away for 4 runs. Good fielding by the Leicestershire youngster. Moves Safe Zabe onto 47, and it's just been bang, 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 hasn't it?
It's ominous. Northampton have added 32 runs in 10 minutes since lunch. We resumed at 13 minutes past, didn't we? 23 minutes past 1 now. And the score has gone from 250 to 282 without really anything particularly reckless. Safe goes for another sweep shot and appeal from Scott Curry at first slip. But it's ominous And there has been, you questioned it, we questioned it. We said, is there going to be a change of intent? And I mean, everything here suggests that that is exactly what we've got. What can Leicester do? Can they do anything here to kind of slow them down? Wickets is the easy option, the easy answer. Can they do anything with field placements? That one, a reverse sweep again, fine. But I think Sam Wood is going to cut that down just to a single. 2-8-3 for 4. End of the over. Safe save keeps the strike again. He's now on 48 and Sales waits a bit longer. 97 now. The Northants is number 4. What can Leicester do to slow it down?
Well, there is one answer, and that's take a wicket. The issue is, how do you take that wicket? Because we spoke about the big partnership between Rob Keogh and Sales for that 4th wicket. This partnership now stands at 74. That's 2 back-to-back big stands. And if we're being honest, aside from that chance, and it was a tough chance to Louis Kimber to dismiss James Sales, other than that, Northants have offered them absolutely nothing. There's hardly been any LBW appeals. There haven't been any balls which have ballooned up in the air and been potential chances. Here's Rian Ahmed, 2 safe save. Again, drills that out towards the wide-ish mid-off fielder. That'll be another single, moves him on to 49. Is it a case of playing the mind games? We are seeing that now with James Sales. They've got the close infielders in, haven't they? You've got the slip in place in the form of Scott Curry. But they have moved Sol Budinger out of short leg. Here is Ahmed then to James Sales.
4 through the covers for James Sales. I say you pointed at me, I was waiting for you to react, but James Sales brings up his 2nd first-class 100, 2nd of the season, 2nd of his career, joining the one-up that he got against Middlesex at the county ground in April, which feels like an age ago. James Sales, brilliant. 101 not out of 165 balls, punished through the offside. And apart from, as you say, that one chance, he has looked $1 million out here in Hampton in this fixture. Goes again through the offside, slightly more fortuitous. This one I think is going to win. It is. It's going to be back-to-back 4s for Sales. He's got the milestone now. Does he join safe save in this increased tempo? Are Northants looking at this as a 3-day fixture? Could they get themselves in a position where they give Leicestershire an opportunity to bat again tonight, whether that's a case of being bowled out or making a declaration before the end of the day's play?
I think they can. I think that would have been the discussion in the changing rooms as well, to be honest. Here is James Sales again, tucks that off the hips, and that'll be another couple of runs. This partnership now 85. That's 11 runs since I last made the observation as well. The scoreboard ticking ever closer to 300 for 4. Goodness me, this really has been an outstanding day as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. I think Sales will be a little bit more measured with his aggression. Again, almost just a carbon copy in terms of placements. And they do scamper back for another quick 2. Good running and good communication there between Sales and safe save. I mean, for Sales, it's just a case of sticking out there. Safe, as we know, he can accelerate and get 50 runs in 20, 30 balls. He's that kind of cricketer, isn't he? Here is Ahmed again into Sales. Clips that out towards backward square leg, and that will be a single to wrap up the 72nd. Northamptonshire now 297 for 4 after 72. Sales on 110, safe save on 49. Yeah, I think it'll just be a case of, for James, just keep ticking along. If it's there to be hit, punish it. If not, don't worry. There's still plenty of time today. And of course, in this game. And as for safe, he now has the creative license to go out there and, well, try and smack the leather off of this ball. So really impressive stuff. 88-run partnership for the 5th wickets. And Northamptonshire definitely in the driver's seat here at the county ground.
Yeah, Sales, after that over, is now just 3 runs behind that career best that he got against Middlesex earlier on this season. Started that over on 97. already on 110. It's flying along after lunch here for Northamptonshire. Quicker ball from Travaskis, which Sales is quite happy to watch go by. Safe save, one away from what would be his 10th first class 50. He has got 100 this summer as well in the championship. And down the leg side, an appeal from LBW. I don't know whether I heard a couple of noises through the effects mic there, and runs signaled by the umpire. Another one, 111 then for James Sales, 2 away to equal that score that he got against Middlesex. 298 for 4. Zabe 1 away from 50. Northants 2 away from another bonus point and another milestone. Travaskis and Hill come together for conversation. The reverse sweep is on. There's a lot of real estate for Safe Zabe through backward point and beyond. 2 men sweeping on the leg side. Short leg and a first slip in place. And it's the orthodox sweep down towards Ryan Ahmed, who does well. 2 of them combine in the end, the Leicestershire fielders. And it is a single for Safe Zabe, which brings up his 50, the 10th of his career in first-class cricket. Fantastic innings, a real turn the screw moment for Northants against Leicestershire. The lead is now 96 over the Foxes. And Sales and Zabe are just going to look to take this game further and further away from the visitors. It's another 1, if not 2, I think, through the offside. It is 2. Sales responds to Safe Zabe's call. Takes him to 113, which again is equal to his career best and also brings up the 300 for Northamptonshire. It's a milestone a minute here.
It is. I was about to say, everything's happening, isn't it? We're not even, 20, 25 minutes into the session. It really has been a frenetic proceedings here in the afternoon session on day 2, but full credit to James Sales and to Safe Zabe. Here is Travaskis again to Sales, square drive, easy as you like. 4 more runs, and that is a career best now for James Sales in the first class format. Take a bow, young man, 21 years of age, got a very bright future in this game, and this really has been a tremendous knock in what have been pretty difficult batting circumstances, and he's made it look effortless out there so far.
Yeah, I think, well, you just said easy as you like, which is worrying, isn't it? After lunch, it's been challenging. Up to that point, it's been really challenging. Since lunch, the runs have just flown for Northants. But it's a worry for Leicestershire, because this game, they are just seeing Northamptonshire at the moment just disappear off into the distance. And I don't necessarily know that there's a plan out there at the minute as to how to combat this. Scriven bowled really nicely with Cox up to the stumps earlier today. Didn't look like taking a wicket, but didn't go for many runs. Curry, fantastic cricketer, a brilliant option. I think as I'm speaking about this, there's 5 Leicestershire players in conversation as to what might happen next. But the spin isn't working for them. It's not to say it's poor quality. It's not to say it's not turning, but Safe and Sales are just knocking it around with ease wherever they want to put it.
Well, they are. It's just been methodical as well, hasn't it? Really has been a very smart and intelligently played partnership, this, but it's skyrocketed after lunch. Really is fantastic intent shown here. That's a drag down, and that is dispatched with complete and utter disdain from Safe Zabe. Picked up the length of that one nice and early, rocks back into position and gives it the punishment that it deserves. He is absolutely motoring along here. And that is also the 100 partnership between Safe Zabe and James Sales. A 5th wicket stand to remember here for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, who are firmly in the driver's seat. How can Ryan Ahmed respond then? Well, he goes a lot fuller on that one. Zabe flails the bats. Eventually makes its way out towards Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper, for no run. Ahmed again then bounding in with a bit of purpose to save. Goes for the reverse sweep, tickles it very fine, and that will not be stopped. Another boundary in this afternoon session. Feels like we've said that an awful lot so far, doesn't it, Dan?
Certainly does. Can I just remind you that the score at lunch was 250 for 4?
Incredible.
60 or 59 runs added in exactly 20 minutes.
63 now.
63 now in 20 minutes.
Goodness me. Well, when I spoke about the change of approach, I wasn't quite expecting this. I thought it would have been maybe a boundary and over. That would have been, you know, a decent little go of it. But 63 runs already. Feels like we're commentating a T20. Ahmed again. Where's this one going? All the way for 6. Save is on fire at the county grounds. Northamptonshire really finding some devastating rhythm and fluency here. And these two are the destroyers in chief. Save and James Sales. Goodness me, there will be a bit of a discussion here between the captain Lewis Hill and his young bowler. Ahmed's already gone for 120 runs in this innings. Save taking a real liking to the leg spin.
This is brutal. Absolutely brutal from Northamptonshire after lunch, isn't it? They've just, since lunch, Liam Travaskis, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 25. Rayan Ahmed, there's still work in this over to go. 3.5 overs, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 43. 7 overs have been bowled post-lunch, and Leicestershire have conceded 68 runs, 69 runs. That's wild.
It is.
That is genuinely wild.
Well, it's gone from a position where Northants had a decent lead. 116 already is substantial, regardless of the surface. And these two look like they're not going to stop as well. That is the other absolutely ominous thing if you are of a Leicestershire persuasion. What do you do as a captain in this situation? Looks like we will have a change of bowling here. Sol Budinger, wearing the number 1, will come on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But this is absolutely amazing from Northants. The way in which they've shifted through the gears. Not that they were going slowly, and I think it's important to mention that as well. They were going well, weren't they, on 100s? Well, it was at 134 yesterday, then 250 at lunch. So they were ticking along at a decent click, but already 69 runs in the opening half an hour. Here is Budinger then with some right arm finger spin. His first ball is worked out towards deep square leg for 1 run.
Yeah, he was someone that you didn't mention as an option, Sol Budinger, as a bowling option. But I guess obviously with the loss of Louis Kimber and with Travaskis and Rayan Ahmed not working, Lewis Hill just looking at other options as to what he's got. Interesting not to go back to Scott Curry. Obviously, there is a second new ball in 6 overs time, which would be probably, I would guess, the main reason why he's not gone that way. Ian Holland has been expensive. He's not been able to rely on him. Sam Wood, I would hope to see, would take that second new ball with Curry. That one short and wide. Complete pace off from Sol Budinger. Save throws his head back. So he feels like he's missed out on that one. Just a single. 3-2-1 for 4.
Well, the reason I didn't mention Budinger as an option is because he hasn't actually bowled so far this season. Here he is then to James Sales. That's a really good delivery. There's a shout from Ben Cox, who disturbed the bails, thinking of going up for the stumping appeal, but the square leg umpire is unmoved. And in terms of his overall first-class career, this is just his 6th over. Before this, he'd only ever bowled 30 balls in first-class cricket. Got off to a decent start here, though. Fires that one in with some venom towards James Sales. Ripped back to the bowler for no run. And yes, it is probably because of the lack of Louis Kimber out there at the moment. Here is Budinger again from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And he has been Dispatched out towards deep mid-wicket. The ball is slowing up slightly. Two Leicestershire fielders converging on it. And they've done well there, in fairness. Really good work out in the deep between Matt Salisbury, one of the substitute fielders, and Sam Wood, the young seam bowler. So that'll bring us to an end to the 75th over, at the end of which Northamptonshire are 324 for 4. James Sales on a career best 121. Safe playing the perfect supporting role on 65. And the partnership now stands at 115. This is exceptional from this pair. And now coming on to bowl from the David Capel end will be Liam Travaskis. So change of ends there. I imagine we'll see more of Sol Budinger after that. Only went for 5 runs. Real good piece of intent and counter-attacking nature showed there by James Sales at the end. Keeps the strike as a result of that 3.
Yeah, would it be an over just to switch ends?
Potentially.
Rayan bowled 1, didn't he, from the Lynn Wilson centre end last night, but there would be a chance to have a look at him from a different end. James Sales goes down again. In at cover again. I think it's Budinger this time that leapt as high as he possibly could and just couldn't quite bring that one down. Sales gets a second life, but again, it's such a sign of intent change, isn't it? That one's really well watched by the man in at extra cover. Sales on 121 now, so confirmed it is a new career best in first-class cricket for James Sales. That one guided nicely. Run off the face of the bat down to short third. They'll take on the fielder for a second. Come back through. Tom Scriven, it is doing the work. 326 for 4. The lead now 123. It's happened so quickly, this. It really has. That's gone down the ground, and it's the diving man at mid-off, and it's going to be 4. Another 4 for James Sales, the 16th of the innings so far. 127 now for Sales. Last 5 overs, again, I mentioned this stat with the 2 bowlers, but 24. Hang on, no, let me do the maths here. 30 off 18 balls for James Sales and 18 off 12 for Safe Save.
That's insane. That genuine, that's T20 levels, not first-class cricket. Here is Travaskis then to James Sales, trying desperately to break this partnership. Little bit of reprieve for both Leicestershire and for us too here in the commentary box. That one doesn't sail to the fence. It goes back to the bowler for no run. It has just been a barrage, a salvo of boundaries in this afternoon session. Sales attempts the more delicate finesse shot out there towards points, and that will be cut off for no run. So at the end of the 76th over, Northamptonshire now 330 for 4. The lead standing at 127. Remarkable.
We're just shy of that first half an hour as well after the lunch break.
29 minutes it's been. 29 minutes, and we've already seen 80 runs. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. We've seen, as you say, 80 runs. We've seen 100 for James Sales, a career best for James Sales, another batting point for Northants, a 50 for Safe Save, and a 100-run partnership between Sales and Save as well in 29 minutes. I've not even had a chance to let my sausage casserole and potatoes go down. This is exhausting.
It is, but isn't it brilliant? It really is. I mean, for us two here in the commentary position, I imagine for people watching along as well, just gives you that extra energy, doesn't it? The vim and vigour makes it even more enjoyable, of course, depending on which perspective you have. Here is Sol Budinger. Nice loopy float break there towards Safe Save. So it wasn't just to change the ends. It was a case of Budinger now coming on for a little bit of a spell. Maybe that slower bowling is why he's come on. Save again advances down the wicket. It's half stopped there by the fielder. They will Scarpa through for a single in the end.
Yeah, it's a move here by Leicestershire and Hill, isn't it, to take all the pace out of it for Sales and Zabe with this old ball. They've got inside 4 overs, 3.4 overs to go until they get that second new ball available, and that is pretty much the last roll of the dice for Lewis Hill and Leicestershire. Budinger just showing the skill set there, the quicker one. It's the last roll of the dice. If Curry and Wood can string something together and maybe pick up 3-4 wickets with the new ball, these suddenly go, okay, well, maybe that lead, that first innings lead is 150, 160, something like that. And you think, oh, it's still kind of in the game. We're going to have to bat well, but Northants have batted well out there. So if they can do it, we can do it. And if that doesn't work, I think then our conversation in commentary starts talking about the time where Northants look to pull out, I think.
It does, and that'll be crucial as well, won't it, with regards to a declaration potentially as Zabe again goes down for the sweep shots, executes it to perfection, and that will be yet another boundary to add to the total for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Save Zabe has accelerated here magnificently, 70 from 66 deliveries. Almost like he's still playing in the Vitality T20 Blast. It is... oh, it's brilliant. It's awe-inspiring from Northampton. Safe Zabe and James Sales, already a career best 128. Here is Budinger then to Safe Zabe. Attempts to punch that through the covers on the back foot, and that will be a dot ball to end the over. 6 runs coming from Budinger's second. And at the end of the 77th over, Northamptonshire find themselves on a very promising score of 336 for 4.
Yeah, Safe Zabe, 70 not out. 70 not out. It feels like he's been at the crease for 5 minutes, doesn't it? He really has not been there very long at all. An hour and 15 minutes, the innings of Safe Zabe. 70 of 67 deliveries. James Sales, 128 of 186. So that's starting to catch up as well. Travaskis continues from the David Capel end. Really nicely played down the ground, but in order to combat the free-flowing runs of Northants, Leicestershire have put the man down on the boundary at long off.
Well, they are trying different things, aren't they, in terms of the field placements and trying to play those mind games, but so far nothing is working here, is it? It's really taken Leicestershire aback. Here is Travaskis then to continue his spell. Well left that from Safe Zabe. Slight bit of turn there, not as much as we saw from Chahal or Rob Keogh on the first day, but that's a bit more promising from Liam Travaskis. Let's see what he has in store for Safe Zabe on this delivery. Zabe again opts to play this off the back foot, just tucks it away onto the leg side. That'll be another single, fielded there by Ian Holland, wearing the number 22 for Leicestershire. And now how does James Sales play Travaskis? He's now into his 17th over, currently wicketless. Just bowled the one maiden over as well in this spell so far, moving his chess pieces. Just puts that long off fielder a little bit wider in case Sales does go aerially down the ground. Well, he doesn't. In fact, he scoops it quite fine. There's a chase on for the fielder here. He will get round to it. And that is Rishi Patel doing the fielding. Reduces it to just 2 runs. Northamptonshire now 340 for 4. Absolutely astonishing start to this second session. Definitely some thoughts to be had for Lewis Hill and the Foxes. Here is Travaskis again to Sales. Opts for the drive down the ground. Finds Ian Holland once more across the carpet, and that'll be another dot ball. I don't think the word scintillating even begins to cover this. Really doesn't. That one is darted in by Liam Travaskis, and that'll be a dot ball to finish off the over. So at the end of the 78th, Northamptonshire got 340 for 4. And just look at the partnership, 131 runs. The run rate has climbed up to 4.36.
Yeah, it's 131 runs off 134 balls, this partnership. There's 2 overs to go until this second new ball for Leicestershire. And will that raise the spirits of those 11 Leicestershire cricketers out in the middle? At the moment, I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? Curry looked menacing. He looked dangerous. He looked threatening, and I think he would hold the key. But it's gone. Budinger gets the breakthrough. The part-time finger spin picks up safe save for a well-made 71 off 69. The change of bowling did work eventually. Was it one too many sweep shots for safe save? It's been his downfall, but he has looked brilliant for his 71. He makes a long and slow walk off. He knows that he's left some runs out there. 29 runs away from what would have been a 4th first-class 100 for safe save. But a 10th first-class 50 for him. And he's gone for 71. 340 for 5. And Lewis McManus, the next man.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a stunning effort, wasn't it, from safe save? A little bit of a shame that it's over, because that was very entertaining, wasn't it, for all of us involved here at Northamptonshire. But, yep, the partnership does end on 131. An outstanding 5th wicket stand, to say the very least. And also fair play to Sol Budinger. A maiden first-class wicket for the Leicestershire man. So even though the rest of the bowling attackers had some tap, he has shown if you just slow it down a bit, you can get your rewards. And I wonder if that conversation will be passed on to the likes of Liam Travaskis and to Rian Ahmed, because so far Budinger, you have to say, has probably been the most dangerous of the spin options.
Yeah. I don't want to say it, but yes, I think you have to. It's a shame, isn't it, when you've got the quality of Rian Ahmed in your side and you've got the part-time finger spin of Sol Budinger that's looked more threatening. But he has bowled of a pace that we've seen to be successful on this pitch over the course of the last fixture and this one so far. He has taken the pace off. He has given it the flight.
Well, let's see what he's got in store then for the new man, Lewis McManus, the Northants wicket-keeper. Budinger then zips that one in. Goes for a more accelerated arm ball. Very straight, targeting the stumps of the right-hander. In terms of McManus's season, actually, he's had a pretty good one for Northamptonshire, as I'll touch upon after this delivery. Again, plenty of flight and loop on that delivery from Sol Budinger. So he scored 452 runs at 50.22 this season. So in terms of averages, he has got the best one in this starting 11 for the Tudor Rose. Again, that one very flighted, full toss from Sol Budinger. Ian Holland with the tumbling dive just about stops that one, much to the enjoyment of his teammates out there. Wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing of stops, but doesn't matter. He still got the job done. Here is Budinger again then. Into McManus, that one shorter, pulled out towards mid-wicket. There will be a chase on for the fielder here. Matt Salisbury is the substitute, does come round and cuts it off. And that will just be a couple of runs. The first runs off the bat then for Lewis McManus. And yeah, he scored 1 century and 150 so far in this championship campaign. So he'll be hoping to finish things off quite strongly here. Here is Budinger then to McManus. Pushes forward, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So at the end of the 79th, Northamptonshire move on to a score of 342 for 5, leading by 139.
Yeah, I dare say Lewis is going to be as confident as safe save walking out to the middle. I think it might take him a little bit longer to get going, but we've seen in the block this summer how destructive Lewis McManus can be. But you say he's had a couple of scores this year. Got 100 down at Glamorgan, a 50 as well. It just isn't quite as free-flowing, is he? And he might take a little while to get going. But does that put any more pressure on James Sales or not? I don't know. 79 overs, as you say, have been bowled. So there's 1 over away, 6 balls away from a second new ball, assuming Lewis Hill and Leicestershire elect to take it, which I would suspect they would, but they might think that there is enough turn and enough danger on offer from their spinners to keep them going. Maybe Budinger gets 1 more with the wicket that he picked up in the last one, but surely you'd want the ball back in Scott Curry and Sam Wood's hands as quick as possible.
I would tend to be in that school of thought, to be honest, because even though Budinger did just get the wicket of Sage Save, they've taken a lot of tap so far. And if you can just get that ball nipping about with the likes of Scott Curry and Sam Wood, I do think that would be a decent avenue for the Foxes to explore, as that ball is squeezed out towards Tom Scriven at backward point for a dot. So yeah, just three balls potentially then until the new cherry is taken. We'll have to wait and see what Lewis Hill and Leicestershire decide to go for. Sales rocks on to the back foot, plays that rather confidently out towards Matt Salisbury at deep point for 1 run. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. Score now 343 for 5. 140 run lead. I think at one point we were discussing 50 to 70. They really have exceeded all expectations and then some in this afternoon session, as Travaskis puts in a second slip here for Lewis McManus. The wicket taker, Sol Budinger, to join Scott Curry in that cordon there. Let's see then, Travaskis to McManus. Strays down the leg side, and that's worked away out towards backward square leg for a single. It's crazy to think as well, isn't it, that you'd say there's probably a bit of a lull in play at the moment after that barnstorming start.
We did say the way that Leicestershire can slow this down is by taking wickets, and they've taken 1. And since then, they've conceded 3 runs off the bat. So that has worked. Make that 4 now as James Sales just drops that one into the offside. But all eyes on the umpires, all eyes on the Leicestershire skipper, and all eyes on who takes their cap off and bowls next. And the person that's taken their cap off, whether that was in jest or not, was Sol Budinger, but it looks like it's going to be Ian Holland from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and the umpire signals to the scorers that the second new ball has been taken. So is this the moment for Leicestershire to kind of fight their way back into the game? But as I say, even at this stage, or as you said, in fact, 140 runs behind. Northampton have got 5 wickets left. Broad is next. Sanderson to come. Jack White, who enjoys batting.
He does.
With Yuzvendra Chahal at number 11.
It is. It's getting to the point now where this is going to be a proper mountain to climb for the visitors. But let's see. They'll certainly need to be more disciplined with the new ball than they were on the evening session of day 1. So a couple of slips joining Ben Cox there, who has the gloves. Very traditional field, this, in fact, to James Sales for the most part. Here is Ian Holland then with the second new ball in hand. So let's see what he can manufacture with the shiny new Dukes. He's bowling here to James Sales, and Sales immediately rocks onto the back foot, punches that confidently through the covers. They think about coming back for a third, wisely opt against it, and that will just be 2 runs. In terms of the length there from Holland, not quite there, was it, in terms of what the Foxes would have been hoping for? Needs to push it up a little bit fuller than that. But 2 more runs off the bat of James Sales puts Northamptonshire ever closer to 350 and a third batting bonus point. Here is Holland again then. So Sales, and he bowls him. Beautiful the lateral movement there from Ian Holland straight through the gates of the Northamptonshire all-rounder. And James Sales, career best 133, 135 comes to an end. It's been a fine effort from the all-rounder. Really has played a massive role in this innings for the home side, and you can hear the applause of all of those in attendance here at the county grounds. But Ian Holland does indeed get the big breakthrough with the new ball. Dan, what did you make of that? Good bit of bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. 2 quick wickets for Leicestershire. The new ball has worked. Second time of asking for Ian Holland. And James Sales has got to go to a rapturous round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground today. She said 135 from 196 balls, 16 fours, and a new career best to go to his statistics. Northants are 144 runs in front, 347 for 6, as Justin Broad makes his way out to the middle to join Lewis McManus. So for the first time in a long time, Leicestershire have got 2 new batters at the crease to bowl at and a new ball in hand. But Northants are still 144 runs in front.
And that's the key. Not 44 runs in front, 144 runs in front. And in terms of the grander scheme of things, Northamptonshire well on top in this game right now. And yes, it's been a pretty decent comeback in fairness by the likes of Sol Budinger and Ian Holland. I mentioned about that length. He dropped the first one slightly too short and too wide for James Sales. It was an easy one to caress through the covers. That second one, better areas from the Foxes all-rounder. Saying that, though, full credit to James Sales. Career best 135. He's put on an absolute masterclass here on home soil. And I'll tell you now, that will not be the last century of his first-class career. Here is Holland again. The channel of uncertainty. You could hear behind the stumps as well. Oh, my Lord, it was pretty close there to the blade of Justin Broad, who played well against Derbyshire. Really did act as an excellent foil to safe save in terms of his overall season. 261 runs at 18.64, just the 150 so far. And again, I'm intrigued to see how he plies his trade here. Drills that one firmly down towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, he's been... I don't think those numbers are a real true reflection of what we've had from Justin Broad, because he's been a real utility cricketer for Northants this year. He's opened the batting. He's batted at 8 as he is today. He's batted lower than that. He's batted higher than that. He's bowled with the new ball. He's been second change bowler. He's fielded at slip. He's fielded on the boundary. He's been a real kind of fill in the gap kind of player for Northants for a lot of this season. And at the start of the year, he went down to Hove. He opened the batting down there against Ollie Robinson and Jaden Seals, which pretty difficult. Got an early one here against Middlesex with that Kookaburra, which then obviously got to sit there in the dressing room watching both teams go and score 600. So I think this is probably a much more suitable position for him at number 8, that lower middle order. Feel much more comfortable, but he has got a new ball up against him. He has got the benefit of the fact that these Leicestershire fielders have been out in the field now for 80 overs, chasing a bit of leather. Although Ian Holland seems to have his tail up, doesn't he?
He certainly does. And here he is, the ball then to Lewis McManus. There's a shout for about a quarter of a second. Nothing given in the end, and that will bring us to an end to a fruitful over for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Holland gets his first wickets on the board. It's the massive one of James Sales for 135. And Northamptonshire now 348 for 6. The key thing there, though, is the lead, 145. Massive at this stage of the contest as Sam Wood gets ready towards the top of his mark at the David Capel end. He's bowled well, Sam Wood, I must say. We spoke about the one over where he struggled and got a little bit of tap. But aside from that, I think he's been very disciplined. I think him and Scott Curry were definitely the pick of the Foxes bowlers. At the end of day one, it's just a case now of getting that maiden first-class wicket on the board. His first 10 overs went for just 34 runs, bowled a couple of maidens in there. Let's see what the Leicestershire youngster has got in store here for Justin Broad. It's Sam Wood then from the David Capel end. And that's a decent start. As Broad taking a little bit of evasive action, getting the bat and the gloves out of the way.
Yeah, he bowled with good pace, didn't he? It felt like it took a little while for him to get going. Those opening couple of overs, although they were inexpensive, the follows up, the 3, 4, 5, 6, they felt like they came through with a bit more zip and a bit more life about them than those opening 12 balls, which is good to see. But as you say, still on the hunt for his first-class wicket.
Well, he won't get it with that delivery. That one short and angled into the body of Justin Broad. That'll just be a dot ball. And yeah, I think that is a fair comment, actually, and a reflection of Justin Broad this season. He has been a utility player, hasn't he? It's been a case of putting him where his team have needed him to bat. And I do think he looks a lot more comfortable in this middle order role. I think it's one that suits him. Good against spin. Confidence against seam as well. Seems to have a new lease on his batting. Here is Sam Wood then to Justin Broad. Leaves that one well alone. Stylish little leave there from the South African born but German representing all-rounder.
Yeah, this scenario as well. I doubt for Northampton he's found himself in this situation very often. 150 or so run lead, 145 run lead, 348 for 6. Actually walked out the bat with a bit of a license here. It's not a case of dig in and try and survive. It's to get out there and play your shots, isn't it? Maybe see the shine off for the first half a dozen or so, and then actually get out there and try and impose yourself on Leicestershire and continue to take this game away, which I would imagine must be quite a refreshing feeling walking out at number 8.
It is, again, it does great confidence, doesn't it? It's a bit different coming out of 348 for 6 in comparison to 148 for 6. And as you said, having to try and salvage an innings. He has got freedom here. Justin Broad and good areas there from Sam Wood. Broad fences at that one.
Has he nicked that, not carried?
Potentially, just looking at the reactions, I think that's not a bad shout, to be honest, Dan. But yeah, thankfully for Justin, no damage done there. Does keep his wickets for the time being, but a little bit of control is now being maintained by Leicestershire. It was a good decision to change the ball and have this shiny Dukes in hand. Here is Sam Wood then to finish off his first over with this second new ball. It's worked down towards long leg. That will just be a single. So Northamptonshire now 349 for 6 at the end of the 82nd over. Just one run away from a third batting bonus points in this innings, and they are richly deserving of it. They've played it incredibly well. I thought Rob Keogh did a good job. Gus Miller yesterday as well. So too did Luke Proctor. There's been a couple of those periods, haven't there, where Northants have completely bossed it. You can even make the argument on day one with Luke Proctor coming out here, and we were taken aback by it. I think Leicestershire were a bit surprised by it. And then in the early stages of this second session, on day 2, Saif Saib and James Sales potentially might have taken the game out of Leicestershire's hands. We'll have to wait and see, though. Here is Ian Holland to Justin Broad. Leaves that one well alone outside of his off stump. That will be no run.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be really interesting just to see how Northants play this now. Because it was looking towards kind of a 450, wasn't it? Kind of score, a lead of 250. I don't know whether Northants would pull out before that. I'd be surprised.
I would be too, and let's not forget this is just the second day. Right, the forecast is set fine for the remainder of the week, so rain shouldn't play spoil sport. There's plenty of time left in this fixture, so 46 overs remaining today. That's still a lot of time. It's just a case of, well, when do you maybe pull the trigger and think about putting Leicestershire back into bat? Here is Ian Holland, and that is clipped remarkably well by Justin Broad. That will race along the deck out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that is a lovely way to bring up Northamptonshire's 350. A third batting bonus point is secured. And in addition to that, the lead now stands at exactly 150. Everything going in Northamptonshire's direction so far.
Yep, absolutely. And well deserved as well. They've been asked questions from Leicestershire and they've had answers to every single one of them so far. I think a lot of people would have expected Ryan Ahmed to have caused a lot of trouble, a lot of concern. Wasn't able to do so. So far, it's been a watchful start from McManus and Broad, having just lost two relatively quick wickets in James Sales and Save.
We'll go through the county roundup at the end of this over as well. I think, Dan, it's been 40 minutes now, hasn't it? Here is Ian Holland, that one very full, drilled back down towards a diving Tom Scriven.
Yeah,
no run.
Getting on towards that crucial first hour after lunch being completed, isn't it? 10 past 2 now. We started 13 minutes past 1. So another 103 runs have been added to the score in that opening hour of the afternoon session. No cloud cover now. The lights are off, as you say, blue sky as far as you can see above Northampton. And that is gone. Big nick from Justin Broad, and Holland has 2 with the new ball. 353 for 7, and Justin Broad has got to go for 6. A good, smart catch by the man at first slip. Low to his left, swoops down, scoops it up off the floor. Leicestershire have got their 7th. 353 for 7, the lead of 150. The next man for Northants is Ben Sanderson.
Certainly is, who's very close, actually, to a milestone of his own. Just 3 runs away from 1,000 first-class career runs, so we'll wait and see as to whether or not Sando can reach that figure. But yeah, in terms of this decision to take the new ball, it certainly is paying off for Leicestershire. You can argue it's a little bit too little too late, given the fact that most of the damage has been done. But for Ian Holland, this will be a great confidence boost, won't it, after a difficult opening spell on day 1. Let's see, though, because if Leicestershire can skittle out Northants here for, let's say, what, 380?
Yep.
It's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, is it? Because you'd look at that lead, it's 177. It's going to be a monumental effort to try and overturn that. But you never know how this pitch is reacting. But when you consider the new ball pairing of Jack White, Ben Sanderson himself, Sanderson's just 1 wicket away from 400 in the first class 4. So I imagine someone will have told him that. Put a bit of extra pep in his step heading into that second innings. And then, of course, you got the spin of Yuzvendra Chahal. We'll have to wait and see if Rob Keogh is fit to bowl. But even if not, they've got so many bowling options. Sabe can have a bowl. Luke Proctor with his team. You've got James Sales, who again might have some additional confidence. Really has been a great game, this, for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And here is Sam Wood then to continue from the David Capel end. He's bowling to Luke McManus. That one defended back to the bowler, and that will be no run. So in terms of those games occurring up and down the country, we'll start down in Southampton, where Worcestershire have been reduced to 70 for 5 in response to Hampshire's 462 all out. So the trailing margin there is still 392 runs. At the Spitfire ground in Canterbury, Kent are 113 for 5 in response to Nottinghamshire's 433 as McManus pushes that through the covers, and that will be his first boundary of the innings. A lovely way to bring it up as well. Stretches the lead to 154. As for the game taking place in Manchester, Lancashire, having been bowled out for 140 and dismissing Somerset for 146 in their first innings, are currently 144 for 4. So we'll keep you updated with that one. And of course, all of the ramifications that has on the Division 1 title race. In the game between Durham and Surrey at the Oval, Durham are 262 all out, and in response, Surrey are currently 199 for 5. Here is Wood to McManus. Good areas there from the 20-year-old. Little bit of movement there off the surface. That'll light up the eyes of the Foxes youngster. As for the game taking place at Edgbaston, well, it looks like Essex are going to wrap up an innings victory there, to be honest. The Bears are bowled out for 78, but currently 110 for 8 in their second innings. Sam Cook and Jamie Porter taking 3 wickets and 4 wickets, respectively. We'll get on to the Division 2 scores in just a moment's time. Here is Sam Wood to McManus. Attempted clip through the mid-wicket region results in a dot ball. So starting with that game down in Bristol, Sussex, having bowled out Gloucestershire for 109 on day 1, have just been bowled out themselves for 311 runs. So their lead currently stands at 202 runs. Moving across to South Wales, Glamorgan are 171 for 7 in response to Yorkshire's 361 all out. Here is Wood to McManus. Firm and compact in his defence back to the bowler. And in the final game taking place in this round of championship fixtures, Middlesex at 264 for 6 at the county ground in Derby. So their lead is currently 91 runs. That is a big, big match for the North London outfits. They pretty much have to win and hope that Glamorgan can hang on for a draw against Yorkshire on home soil. So we'll keep you updated, folks, but those are the scores on the doors. Here is Sam Wood then to finish off the over. A big booming drive from Lewis McManus. Rifles it to the boundary and finishes off the over with elan, style and panache. So at the end of the 84th, Northamptonshire 361 for 7, leading Leicestershire by 158 runs.
Yeah, Lewis McManus quickly moving himself to 11 off 12 balls. So if we were wondering whether there was going to be any change of intent, Lewis is clearly not interested in doing that. He's looking to score off the deliveries when being afforded the option to do so. He has got Ben Sanderson with him now, though. So whether that changes Lewis McManus's game plan slightly, Sanderson, as you just said, is a couple of runs away from 1,000 first-class runs. He's no mug with the bat at all. He's got Ian Holland to face up against. He's got his tail up, mind you, with 2 slips down there. I just think, like, Northampton are going to want as many as they can possibly get here, of course. And 158 is by no means putting Leicestershire out of this game at all. Leicestershire could come in. There's a big appeal for LBW. He's given. Sanderson goes straight away. First baller for Sanderson. And he's on his way back to the sheds. Ian Holland is on a roll. I said he's got his tail up. I think he's just advanced there. He's evolved to being on a roll. He's got 3 wickets with this second new ball. Ian Holland, 2.1 overs, no maidens, 3 for 7. That of James Sales, Justin Broad, and now Ben Sanderson. And Northants, who were cruising for that first hour before lunch, adding over 100 runs in an hour, a 361 for 8, 158-run lead with 2 wickets remaining. Those 2 wickets to join Lewis McManus will be Jack White and Yuzvendra Chahal. Jack White, of course, got that 50 against Kent here in the Championship last summer. So again, no slouch. But Ian Holland is, well, he's looking like a different Ian Holland to what we saw last night with the first new ball.
He is. And I like the word of the use evolve, as if he's a Pokemon. And he's advanced to the next stage of his bowling journey there. But in terms of the spell, it's been so much better, hasn't it? In terms of his lines, his lengths, he's been a lot more controlled, a lot more accurate, a lot more disciplined, and he's got the rewards as a result. It has been a fine little spell with the new ball, this from Ian Holland. So it's disappointing for Northants. I think that's how you'd probably describe it. But then again, you've got to look at the wider picture. 158 runs, even if these last 2 wickets fall rather cheaply, 158, would you have taken that on paper? Absolutely. This is a difficult batting surface, and there is clearly a little bit of nip and nibble for the seamers. We saw Ben Sanderson and Jack White themselves extract that on the surface on day one. So it'll be difficult for Leicestershire. However, they will have a little bit of confidence here. And actually, it's not Jack White who's come to the middle.
No,
it's
he's been bumped
Yuzvendra Chahal.
down. It's been bumped down. Yuzvendra Chahal has pushed Jack White out of the way and said, I'm batting 10. He's got out to the middle. He did a really good defensive job last week, didn't he, for save. There's an appeal, LBW. The slip cordon's been reinforced. There's now 3 in the cordon. There's 2 catches in on the leg side, and Leicestershire are just starting to smell a bit of blood in the water for Northants, trying to wrap this innings up. And I think at this stage, if it was, say, a 165-run lead in that first innings, which Northants will hope for more and Leicestershire will hope for less, but for a neutral kind of game of cricket, that's a very, very interesting place to have it, because Leicestershire will walk off and think we've done really well to restrict Northants down to that lead, having had the treatment that they received for that kind of hour after lunch from Safe Save and James Sales. And equally, Northants will walk back onto the field with the ball in hand, and they'll think, oh, we're quite happy to be back out here again with the ball in hand with, as you said, Jack White, Ben Sanderson, Yuzvendra Chahal. I think it will be around about that number that both teams will walk off and go, yeah, you know what, that's actually not as bad as what it could have been. That's a beauty from Holland, who's really just finding his rhythm on day 2 here at the county ground in Northampton. He's got the ball on a string at the moment. In comparison, those first 4 overs he bowled yesterday, I think went for 27. The ones that he's bowled with this second new ball now into his completing his 3rd over. He's got 3 for 39. 3 for 7 of those have come with the second new ball. Chahal covers that one up nicely.
He does, and perhaps that was why he's come in ahead of Jack White, just to play a more defensive role, allow the foil for Lewis McManus, and McManus has looked good, hasn't he? Those 11 runs, played a couple of lovely shots through the offside, so I don't mind it, to be honest. But if you're asking for my opinion on which dressing room I'd rather be in, absolutely Northamptonshire's. They are well on top in this game. Here is Holland again. Really good, disciplined channel bowling. Moves Chahal across to off stump, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So at the end of the 85th over, Northamptonshire 361 for 8, and the lead now stands at 158. So I still think the home side will be absolutely elated, especially in that first hour after lunch. I don't think I'm over that just yet, to be honest. My body's still trying to heal after that barrage of boundaries. It was extraordinary from Safe Save and James Sales, and I think we'll be looking back in hindsight and going, you know what, that's probably where the game changed. Because up until that point, yes, it was a healthy lead, wasn't it? It was standing at around about 47 runs at lunch. You look at it now, they've added 111 in this session, and there is potentially some more here. Here is Sam Wood then to Lewis McManus. McManus attempts to slam that through the cover region, and that will trickle out towards Rian Ahmed for a dot ball.
Yeah, now we're going to go through everybody's favourite period of red ball cricket, aren't we? Where the established batter absorbs or faces the majority of the strike, and they try and protect their man at the non-striker's end. And David Ripley, who we had the pleasure of the company last week, kind of posed the question, said, well, if you turn these singles down, that's a thick outside edge from McManus, which has gone down. It's a good diving stop by Curry. It's going to be no run. but you turn them down, and do you end up ever making those runs back later down the line with the boundary that you might pick up, or the 1 or the 2 that you might get in the overs that may then follow from a point that you naturally would have been bowled out on? I think I'm in the same school as David Ripley on that stuff, which is get your runs and get on with it. Get your runs, get out, and get back out there again. If it takes you an over to get 8 runs, or it takes you 8 overs to get 8 runs, what does it matter, really? In this particular scenario, anyway, taking time out of the game obviously is a different skill and could be important. Throw back to some of those famous kind of draws that have happened in the longer format cricket, but at the moment we've had 3 dot balls and Lewis McManus and Chahal have turned down 3 singles.
Well, you say they've turned down 3 singles.
Oh, sorry, Chahal wants it.
It's all McManus, because Chahal every single time has...
Yeah, he's run 3.
Yeah, he's advanced pretty much halfway down the track. He wants to bat, and he showed this actually against Derbyshire last week.
He was not out against Derbyshire in both innings. Didn't get out. Ran very, very well. So there could be some of these things McManus turns down that actually Chahal's got eyes on them being 2s, because McManus runs well too. That's really well fielded from Sam Wood on the follow through there. Took a bit of a tumble, bump ball from McManus. But again, it's at this point of the over now, it starts to put pressure back on McManus. 1, to try and keep the strike for the next over, or 2, to try and make arrears for the 3 singles that you've then turned down in those opening 3 balls. But then again, there's a reason. There's several reasons, to be fair, but that is ultimately one of the reasons as to why I'm sat here and I'm not doing something else. So what do I know is the short answer.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we, Dan?
But it's kind of one of those unquantifiable talking points as well, isn't it? McManus advances straight up, 1 bounce down towards the man at deep square leg. And McManus does get the single in a rather eventful manner. We'll just give Yuzvendra Chahal 1 delivery from Sam Wood to negotiate at the end of the 86th over. Yeah, it's one of those things, it's unquantifiable. You can't put a number on it because you just don't know as to what impact it might have. You don't know how long an innings might have lasted for you. It's impossible. But I think just for personal preference, whether that's because I'm kind of being indoctrinated into the Basball University of Cricket, but just get on with it.
Well, let's see what Sam Wood can do here then. So Yuzvendra Chahal is on strike. How about that for a shot? Confidently played by Yuzvendra Chahal. Great way for him to get off the mark. You can hear the rounds of applause here. That's an emphatic shot from Chahal. No wonder he wanted to come down and get at the striker's end. Lovely shot. And that will move Northamptonshire up to 366 for 8. Just in terms of a similar vein, though, the one that I always have conversations about is the role of the night watchman, because that comes up all the time. And I think Jared Kimber did a wonderful breakdown of this. Statistically speaking, a night watchman makes no sense in cricket. If we're talking pure quantitative figures and we're looking at the value of runs and how many deliveries they face.
Jason Gillespie scored a double 100 once.
Against Bangladesh, he did.
Once.
Yep. But that's the thing. As a team, do you implement a night watchman because of the logic behind it? You don't want your more established players getting out in the closing stages of the day as Ian Holland comes into bowl to McManus. That one is clipped away smartly out towards Liam Travaskis. Diving stop out at deep backward square leg, and that'll be 2 runs. Good running there from McManus and Chahal. But do you go with that logic, or do you just go, well, at some point, they're probably going to get out early in the morning anyway? Do we just go for the more established and better batting option? I've got to be honest, I always love night watchmen. I think it is one of the wonderful little things in cricket.
You disappoint me.
Really? Do you not like the night watchman?
No, not really.
Really?
No, pointless.
See, I don't think it is. But I'll get onto that in a second. Here is Ian Holland to McManus. Again, good areas there.
I think personally, I'd rather see my batter front up, chest out, walk out there at a difficult time, and lead by example. And I'll throw you, once you've made your point, I'll throw you back to another sport that you enjoy and just counteract your point maybe.
Oh, okay. I'm interested by the riposte to that, but in terms of why I like it, it's almost the fact that they could score a 50. I've always enjoyed that. There is that possibility. Here is Holland's scoop shot attempted by McManus. Goes behind towards Ben Cox, and it's entertaining as well. That's the other thing. If we're just looking at it from that perspective, some of the shots that your number 11 can play as a night watch is very fun. But go on.
Well, I think like you made the point, you said kind of statistically it's pretty illogical of a decision. And you go back to the NFL that we've spoken about off air, but we spoke a little bit on air actually. I don't want to talk about too much about other sports, but Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Detroit Lions, as Ian Holland makes his way into bowl. And if there's a chance to talk about an American sport, probably makes sense. Well, there's an American all-rounder running into bowl, doesn't it? But the statistics and the history would suggest that what you do on a 4th down in the NFL is just punt it away and give the ball back to somebody else. And he said, but actually, I trust my players to go out there and make a difference in those scenarios. And I'm not just going to do what we've done forever because that's how it's been done. And it's potentially one of those scenarios, actually. It's kind of like nothing really suggests you gain anything from doing it. But because it's always been done, we'll continue to do so. And it's very traditional to send the night watchman out. And dare I say, if I was ever in a position to do that and there was an over and a half left to go and somebody said, do you fancy going in or do you fancy sending like Dave in to go and do it? Oh, go on then, Dave, you go and have a go for the 9 balls and I'll have a go tomorrow morning. But yeah, but I can see the sentiment as well. You see a man get a 50 or a cricketer get a 50 for the first time. It's quite nice, isn't it?
Or Gillespie.
Or Gillespie gets a double 100. What a wild piece of cricket history that is.
It is, but then again, it comes back to our overarching theme of both games that we've covered, Dan, and that's individuality. This is the great thing about cricket. You can have differing opinions. You can have differing approaches, and it's still the same game. It's still enjoyable. It's still entertaining.
Not on the internet, you can't, Aaron.
Well, it depends who you speak to, doesn't it? Some people are more respective than others. Here is Holland, bangs that one in short, swiveled away, and that will bisect the 2 fielders on the leg side. A fine shot there from Lewis McManus to round out the 87th over. Northamptonshire now 372 for 8. The lead stands at 169 runs. Love the NFL. Love the NFL reference there. And he's a fine coach, isn't he, for the Lions? Goodness me, they used to be in quite a spot bother until he came about. But then again, I'm someone, when I'm playing video games, if it is Madden, for example, if it's 4th and 10, I'm punting. I'm not going for a play action or slants across the middle. I'm giving it to my punter. Let's try and let the defence eat. But that's enough of NFL for the time being. We can have those conversations after the day's play because Sam Wood is getting ready to get us back underway. He'll be bowling to Yuzvendra Chahal. The Indian overseas leg spinner is on strike, and that's a really good delivery from Sam Wood. Just about enough in the surface there. There's still some nice carry and bounce off of this wicket, and a good take there from Ben Cox as well.
Yeah, for the first time, Leicestershire have got the Northampton number 10 on strike at the start of the over. I know he's not been out there for very long, but they hadn't managed to do so up to this point. So yes, McManus picked up 4 and extended the lead off that final ball, but can Sam Wood get his first-class wicket against Yuzvendra Chahal and just move this game on just a little bit further? We know when Jack White gets out to the middle, he's not going to hang about. He's not going to back time. He just wants to hit balls in funny areas because that's what he enjoys doing. But Chahal, on the other hand, I feel like has the ability to be quite stubborn here. He'll want to bat. He'll want to score runs. He'll want to support McManus. And plus as well, he'll want as many runs on the board as he can possibly get for him to then go and have a bowl at, which I'm sure won't be too far away in the piece. 2 slips in place. That's a short ball, which has not bounced at all. It's rolled along the floor, got to Cox on the half volley and allows Chahal to come through. It's just a bite. And there was a cry of no from somewhere out amongst the Leicestershire ranks. That's McManus back on strike with 3 balls left of Wood's 14th over.
Well, just as we do have this brief stoppage in the play, we do have our first results of the round, and it has taken place at Edgbaston.
No.
Yep, Essex have beaten Warwickshire 40 runs.
Ooh.
Sam Wood comes into bowl here too. McManus clips it away down the leg side, opts against the single. Chahal again, though. He was haring down. He wants as much strike as possible at this stage, but yeah. Warwickshire falling to another defeat. Jamie Porter, 6 for 36. Outstanding bowler with an excellent display there. So, yep, first victory of the round goes to Essex. They're not quite a title race. They did have that points deduction for the issue with Feroz Kushi's bat as well. I believe that totaled as 12 points in the end taken off. And here is Sam Wood then to McManus. That one again works off the foot there, just out towards the long leg position. And they do indeed come through for the single. So one delivery for Chahal to survive here. Let's see if Sam Wood can get his first class wicket as well. To be honest, he would deserve it. It's a bit similar to our conversation we had about Harry Moore last week. In that first innings, he really was persistent and tenacious, didn't quite have the rewards, and then second innings really turned it on. Here is Wood then. Finishes off with a dot ball, play and a miss from Chahal. So that will be the end of the 88th over. Northamptonshire 374 for 8. And the lead now stands at 171.
Just growing and growing and growing, isn't it? Chahal stubborn at the moment. Sam Wood turned really in disgust, didn't he, when he beat the outside edge of Chahal. Like it's going to be Ian Holland to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Scott Curry is getting loose. A couple of Yorkers from Scott Curry against the tail. Feels like it could be a good matchup, doesn't it, from the Lynn Wilson centre end?
Potentially, yeah. And it's something we saw yesterday, didn't we, in the closing stages of day one. Did utilise that Yorker as an option. Here is Ian Holland then to McManus. That one again worked out on the leg side. Chahal sprinting down the wickets. He's turned away. He's just a wonderful personality, isn't he? He's Yuzvendra Chahal as well. He must be a delight to have in a dressing room. Just a great, great character. Someone who just provides that extra energy boost and enthusiasm and love for the game. It's been a pleasure to commentate on his crickets in these past couple of matches. Here is Ian Holland to McManus. McManus advancing down the wicket. The ball finds its way towards long leg, and that will be no run. Again, the single turned down. Even though Chahal wanted to be at the striker's end and try his hand. Did play that lovely shot, didn't he? Through point as well. Really good shot, that. From Yuzvendra. But there is just a lull in the action now. But it must be said, plenty of time left. Not only here on day 2, but in this game. Here is Holland again, keeping McManus on his toes. Ball finds its way to Tom Scriven. And that will be no run. Also like what Chahal's doing there with his shadow batting as well, going for pull shots and uppercuts. He wants to be there. I respect it. I really respect it, because in terms of his defensive shots as well, you'd back him. He's a solid defender of the ball. Here is McManus, goes for the expansive option and slashes it down the ground for 4 runs. Excellent shots, a stroke of real authority and gravitas from McManus. 4 more valuable runs to the scoreboard for Northants.
Yeah, and he's playing the hand nicely, isn't he, McManus? That's my personal preference, to take the runs when they're there, but he's electing not to, and actually he is putting a bit of punishment to Leicestershire here. Holland just being picked up down the ground, off a length, really, over the skipper at mid-off for a 1-bounce 4. He's on 23 now of 30, and the score's 378 for 8. Lead by 175 now. Solid defence from McManus. 1 ball left in the over if he can find that single. Although, as you've just said, I don't think there needs to be a massive panic on keeping Chahal off strike here. I think he's doing a very, very good job.
There doesn't. The interesting thing here, though, is the fact that the fielders aren't coming up into the circle. They are on the offside, but in terms of that onside, there's still plenty of gaps here for McManus to just manoeuvre it out for the single. Let's see what he can do. Well, he's going to get more than a single. He's going to run very fine, and that'll be another boundary for Lewis McManus. An excellent way to round out a fruitful over for the home side, Northamptonshire, moving on to a score of 382 for 8. McManus on 27, Chahal on 4, and the most important thing is that lead now stands at 179 runs. Top stuff, this, from the 9th wicket pairing. There is also some international cricket on today, Dan, if you want me to take you through that. I believe South Africa are in action against Afghanistan. They're currently 66 for 7 in that game. Funnily enough, Leicestershire all-rounder Vion Mulder is actually batting in the middle at the moment. He's on 16 not outs. And here is Sam Wood again, this time to Chahal, resolute in defence. And in terms of the first test between Sri Lanka and New Zealand, it is on day 1 in Gaul. Sri Lanka finished on a score of 302 for 7. Kamindu Mendis scoring 114 and Kusal Mendis scoring a quick-fire 50 from 68 deliveries. So, yeah, should be a good test, that. Think back to the last series, and Sri Lanka, well, they beat New Zealand quite easily in that test series. Here is Chahal again. Solid.
I mean, we've seen a pitch here there's been a few that have zipped through, but no great pace about this pitch. And batters, respectfully, that have batted higher up the order, and then therefore you'd assume better than Chahal, have been able to play defensive shots with no real danger. They've looked very comfortable. And Chahal is extending to do this. I mean, he's faced 4 balls now. There was that cracking shot through the offside. And up to this point, I mean, he looks like he's got all the time in the world to go out there and play these cricket shots. He doesn't look like he's not jumping around against these Leicestershire seamers. It doesn't look like he's about to get castled, does he? He's covering up nicely, playing some nice shots as well. That was a nice off drive that went up to I think Tom Scriven it is, at mid-off. It just looks comfortable at the moment. That's a short ball, which, as I say, Chahal's early on. So that's gone through to the keeper, Cox. We spoke last week, didn't we? Chahal has been part of Indian training camps and Indian squads and IPL squads and camps and all this other stuff. Like, he's going to have batted a lot in nets, in games, against high-quality bowlers, against high-quality, like, coaches with the dog sticks of various different brands. Short ball again, which Chahal gets in behind and covers up, defends into the leg side. He's going to be a much better batter at first-class level than I think the numbers suggest, with all of that training in behind him.
He is. And again, it's experience, isn't it? And this is the thing with tail enders. There are certain players who, yes, they're not going to go out and score many runs, but you trust their defence. I think of someone like Oliver Hannon-Dalby for Warwickshire. He doesn't have many shots in the locker, but if there's one shot that he plays with proficiency, it's the forward defence. It allows players at the other end to score runs. Here is Sam Wood then to round out his over, and Yuzvendra Chahal is more than up for the task. He defends that, and that will be the end of over number 19. Northamptonshire 382 for 8. So, no, I think it's a very, very valid point, Dan. And Chahal is a fine cricketer. Of course, he's a lot more known for his bowling. We're not expecting him to go out there and score a quick 550 by any stretch of the imagination. But in terms of this role, it's one that he's more than capable of doing, and he's showing that for Northamptonshire. He showed it in the past as well in the Ranji Trophy for Haryana. he was a bowler who was quite difficult to get out. He wasn't going out there and scoring 10, 20, 30 runs at a time, but just facing deliveries, being a bit of a nuisance for the opposition bowlers. And yes, it's a bit of a lull in the scoring as Ian Holland comes into bowl here too. McManus resolutely defended back to the bowler. It has just deflated Leicestershire a little bit. You can see in the body language, they were properly up for it, weren't they? After those 3 quick-fire wickets. These two have now survived for, what, nearly 6 overs? It's been pretty low scoring, but in terms of the momentum, it has just halted it ever so slightly. So, yeah, I must say, fair play to Chahal and McManus. Well, he's wrapped on the pads there. Huge appeal. And McManus's stint at the crease will come to an end. Ian Holland picks up his 4th wicket, traps the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper, LBW. And this really has been a fine spell from the man nicknamed Dutchy. So 9th wicket falls, Hamptonshire 382 for 9. And we will now see Jack White enter the middle. Gut feel, Dan, what did you make of that shout?
Close, wasn't it? To off stump. Lewis McManus, I think, was disappointed there. I think he felt that he got himself outside the line of off stump, trying to work it through the leg side. The umpire thought otherwise. And LBW to Ian Holland in the book will be written down for Lewis McManus. And here comes Jack White. The Northants number 11 will join Yuzvendra Chahal. So I dare say we'll either be in for some fireworks or we'll be taking a break in the not too distant future as the teams change innings. Jack White does not tend to hang about. He can be annoying, I think would be the best way to describe Jack White with a cricket bat. He hits the ball in odd areas. He likes batting as well. He's got a high score of 59. Strike rate 54. 26 fours and 4 sixes in the 226 runs that he scored in his career. And he will be the man on strike. It's always interesting to look out the window and see whose kit Jack White has managed to get hold of as well. Because as bowlers, I don't believe they're not, bat providers aren't queuing up to give you sponsorships. So there's an element of who has been kind enough to allow or lend Jack White a cricket bat and pads and gloves and whatever else he might need to be able to walk out to the middle, which is quite a wild thing to say, isn't it, for professional sport. But Holland into bowl, searching for Pfeiffer, and Jack White hanging outside the leg stump, covers that one up nicely, defends into the offside. 3-8-2 for 9 into the 91st over. The lead for Northants, the most important number really on all of those, is 179 runs. And if they get bowled out now with a lead of 179, they will be very, very happy with their work. And Jack White has been put down. And I think that might be a great image to show you just how hard this has been for Leicestershire in the field. That was an absolute regulation catch down to Tom Scriven at mid-off. And it's been grasped with Jack White on 0. The chance to wrap up the innings, the chance to end what's been a really, really tough day for Leicestershire has gone down. Jack White lives to see another day as Holland just pushes that one outside the off stump. Lead of 179. And the thing is as well, it's been a tough day for Leicestershire, but it's only 10-3 in the afternoon. There is so much cricket left to play in the day. There's 38 overs remaining. As you said, you made that point earlier. It was kind of that, it was that hour after lunch that you just went, wow, this is incredible first-class cricket. Jack White with a big swing through to the keeper. Jack White unmoved, umpire unmoved, and Ian Holland's search for the 5-wicket haul continues. End of the over, 382 for 9. As I've just said, the lead is now 179 runs.
Well, it was quite a strong appeal for that, wasn't it? just in hindsight, Ben Cox was adamant. Ultimately, the decision is not given, and that will mean that Jack White and Yuzvendra Chahal will survive for at least another over. Here is Sam Wood then, as he searches for his maiden first-class wickets for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Let's see if he can do it. It's Sam Wood then into Yuzvendra Chahal. And Chahal goes for the big expansive shots and is going to fall short of the on-rushing Ben Mike. The substitute fielder can't quite get around. It was an intriguing shot from Chahal in the circumstances, but it's another run. Extends the lead now to 180. And if I was a darts commentator, I'd be saying that's in a rather different manner. I won't do an impression.
Oh, that's a shame.
I'll have no voice left. Here is Sam Wood then to Jack White. Again, the search for that elusive maiden first-class wickets is over. Sam Woods has his first scalp in the first-class format. A wonderful moment for the Leicestershire youngster, a product of Newtown Linford Cricket Club. Finally has his first victim in the formats, and that will see the end of the Northamptonshire innings. The home side dismissed for 383 runs. The lead exactly 180. A fantastic effort from the Tudor Rose. Of course, it was heralded mostly by that career best 135 from James Sales. Rob Keogh safe save, and also Luke Proctor on day one also contributing some fine performances towards that. And there we go, Dan. That will be the end of Northamptonshire's first batting efforts. What have you made of the afternoon session?
I think Leicestershire have fought back well. I think there was a long period of time there, wasn't there, that was one-way traffic, and that second new ball has made a huge difference to the state of the game. There's a lot of cricket left to play. There's 37 overs left in the day's play. Northants have got a very healthy lead of 180 on a pitch that proved challenging on day one against the leg spin of Yuzvendra Chahal. We're still not sure about Rob Keogh. He looked very uncomfortable with the bat. But Jack White, Ben Sanderson, with a new ball that we've just seen work wonders for Leicestershire, is going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge, but we've seen it. The pitch is a little bit slow. There's no great overheads going on. It's not the most impossible place to bat, but Northants, I think, will be very happy with that lead of 180.
They certainly will be. Crazy to think at one time we were discussing 50 to 70, and Northamptonshire have absolutely blown our expectations out of the water. So that will be that. Again, just a reminder, Northamptonshire 383 all out. And when we return after this short break, we will see Leicestershire begin their second innings.
Your match referee is Simon Hicks. Your Northampton field.
Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. Good evening. No, it's still good afternoon. We are about to start the evening session. It sounds quite silly to say at 3:05 on a Wednesday. Right, the third innings is about to get underway. The players make their way out to the middle. Rishi Patel and Ian Holland will be opening the batting. Northants have a lead of 180, having been bowled out in their first innings for 383. James Sales, the talk of the town, with a career best 100. Leicestershire here have got to bat well, and they've got to bat well for a long time this evening. There's 37 overs remaining in the day's play. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet, and it looks like Jack White will be opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it is Sol Budinger with Rishi Patel and not Ian Holland. 37 overs to go, Aaron. This is going to be tough. This is a long evening session for both counties.
It certainly is, and for Leicestershire, I mean, the task is pretty simple. Survive with as many wickets as possible. That will be a lot easier said than done, though, against some very, very high-class operators in Jack White and Ben Sanderson, and that's just with the same. Let's not forget Yuzvendra Chahal with the ball either. So it will be Jack White to kickstart the evening session here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. First ball. Down the leg side, strays down.
Did swing though, didn't it, from the hands? Just didn't get the line right. Rishi Patel on a pair. We'll be looking to make amends of that in the second innings. Just lasted 17 balls, didn't he, before he was caught by Safe Save, a backward point. Just fell victim of that pitch that was just holding up a little bit and was early on the shot. Held up, and Safe Save took a good catch, diving forwards to start proceedings on day one. Jack White back on the money. First one, the loosener down the leg side. Second one, back where he wants to live. Top of off, somewhere where Jack White has spent so much of his first class career. How do you see it going, Aaron? What's your gut telling you?
Well, I'm not quite sure after the first hour, after lunch.
Well, this first hour is key, isn't it?
It is. It's crucial.
It's crucial.
That is the word of the day, isn't it, Dan? In terms of these last 37 overs of the day, I don't think scoring will be too high on Leicestershire's agenda. I think it'll be a case of surviving. Here is White then to Patel. That one pushed out into the covers for no run. In terms of scoring rate, you're probably looking around about 3 and over. So what is that? Just off maths, about 111. I think that'd be a decent score for the Foxes. In terms of wickets, though, you really don't want to be more than 2-3 wickets down, especially when you've got a deficit of 180. That is a massive, massive hill to climb. And it's just 23 runs less than they managed in their first innings. Here is Jack White again to Rishi Patel.
Yeah, it's a bit bittersweet, really, for Leicestershire, isn't it? They're obviously back out there with the bat in hand. They've done really well to tidy that Northants innings up for just 383, because at a point it was looking like considerably more than that. But they'd have witnessed firsthand the damage that Ian Holland did to Northants with that second new ball. They're going to go out there on a pitch that seems okay to bat on. It seems pretty good. There's a bit of turn in it. Yes, okay, it's a little bit low. But actually, they've got Jack White and Ben Sanderson with the new ball in hand. It's going to be such a tough ask to start with, if, of course, these two can extract the same movement and the same skill that Ian Holland could from his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Jack White makes his way into bowl. Gone. He's gone straight through Budinger. Budinger goes for a first ball duck. It's the top of the bails. And Jack White makes the early breakthrough for Northants. It's 1 for 1. And Leicestershire have got it all to do at the county ground in Northampton. And that is a dream start for the home side. Looking to win consecutive first-class matches for the first time in 5 years.
It is, and that is a wonderful start, isn't it? Picture perfect as far as Jack White and Northamptonshire are concerned. We'll take a look at the replay here. Bouncing with such purpose, clips the top of off. A textbook dismissal for Jack White. And we spoke about this yesterday. He is an asset to have with the new ball. It's a shame that he's been raw at various times throughout the season. If he would have been fit for the entirety of the campaign, things could have been different for Northamptonshire this season. But it's wonderful to have him back. He's got off to a brilliant start. And now coming in at number 3 will be the destroyer-in-chief with the ball. It is Ian Holland, the former Hampshire all-rounder.
Yeah, Northants with their tail up. Jack White, what an absolute brute of a delivery that was. Coaches around the country are going to be purring at the sight of that delivery. That is the absolute, when a coach goes, well, just hit the top of off. I'm like, well, yeah, but how do you do that? And you just do it like that, don't you? Perfect by Jack White. Just enough movement back into Sol Budinger. The perfect delivery to get first up. And while that he wasn't able to keep out. And Leicestershire are 1 for 1. Ian Holland takes guard. Jack White gets to the end of his mark. There's 3 slips in place for Northants, as I say, as they are hunting out what would be the first time they record consecutive wins in the championship for 5 years. Back in 2019, in that promotion push, that impressive season 5 years ago, started with a win against Leicestershire on the 10th of September 2019, when Northants won by 7 wickets, and then 16th of September against Durham, winning by 169 runs. But that's quite a wild stat, isn't it? Your one last week was incredibly impressive, that it was 340 odd days since the last first-class victory. But then to bounce it a little bit further down the road and think, well, it's 5 years since consecutive first-class victories is wild.
It is. And we've spoken about this for a number of these players' careers. They may not have experienced back-to-back championship victories. Here is Ben Sanderson then from the David Capel end. Starts off, as you can already hear, with an absolute jaffer. That one warmly welcomed by the slip cordon. And after that 1 wicket in the first innings, Sanderson just 1 scalp away from 400 first-class wickets. A modern great of this cricket club, and one of the modern greats on the county circuit as a whole. Here he is then.
Yeah.
Sanderson to Rishi Patel.
Absolute stalwart of county cricket. Ben Sanderson. Good news as well, Rishi Patel is off the pair. Got himself the single off the over from Jack White. Good crowd in that have made their way in today, getting their last chance this fixture to watch some county cricket, or any cricket, in fact, any professional cricket here at the county ground in 2024. Northants next week go away to Yorkshire to round out the season. Rishi Patel advances and turns that one into the leg side. Safe save, gives chase. And we'll stop that a long way inside the boundary, and Rishi Patel picks up a couple of runs. Yeah, there's a nice crowd in. Sunshine, it's warm outside, to be fair, for the middle of September. The Briggs and Forrester stand down there with the white sheets. A few people with just T-shirts on, which is rare, isn't it, for September?
It is. Lovely, though, isn't it? It feels like a quintessential day of county cricket. Really nice weather and really nice play if you're a Northamptonshire fan as well. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Rishi Patel. You can already see the approach here from Rishi, trying to close down that angle, trying to negate and nullify that natural seam and swing that Ben Sanderson produces. Perhaps that is just something for Luke Proctor to think about at some point, if it does continue and Patel does find his rhythm and some fluency, then you could bring up McManus to the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's offering a bit too much, isn't it, at the moment? That one before just swung away and nipped back in. Sanderson back on the money, just dragged that length back a little bit short. Good news is Rob Keogh is out on the field. He's currently stood at third slip as part of that cordon with Gus Miller and James Sales at first and second, respectively. Has found himself elsewhere at times, sometimes mid-off and mid-on. So maybe that's a protective measure just to make sure that he's not diving around too much in the outfield. But great to see him out there. I'm sure Nick has been working pretty hard on the physio table with Rob during the course of the day because he looked pretty stiff, didn't he, early on? Sanderson again sees Rishi Patel advance, and it's defended back down the ground for a dot ball. 3 for 1 off 2. Early breakthrough, that of Sol Budinger. First ball cleaned up by Jack White. And that's it. Couldn't have asked for a better start for Northants. 9 wickets. Still lead by 177 ahead of Leicestershire.
It's incredible, isn't it? Let's face it, they dominated day one, and if we're looking at the tail of the tape in this game, it has been very much the same on day two as well. Great start from Jack White. Ben Sanderson also producing some control. And I always think about this, of course, if it's the team that you're supporting. At this stage, Leicestershire are essentially minus 177 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Which again is a great position for Northamptonshire to be in, as again Jack White probing the defence of Ian Holland. That will be pushed out towards the cover region for no run.
Yeah, that sounds quite unpleasant when you say it like that, doesn't it?
It does.
Minus 177 for 1. You know, that would be easier than kind of caveating things with saying 177 runs behind with 9 second innings wickets remaining and 3 for 1 on the board. It would just kind of speed it all up a little bit, wouldn't it? Maybe you're onto something.
Well, have you not heard?
I have, but maybe you're onto something. Maybe you need to put that forward. Change the terminology in cricket. Jack White into bowl with 3 slips. That's turned into the leg side. Chahal is down there, hustling around. Keeps that down to just a single, and Ian Holland gets off the mark. I wonder how long it'll be before Yuzvendra Chahal gets the ball in his hand.
Well, let's touch upon that. If you were to go for an over, let's say, I don't know, Luke Proctor, he's seen enough of the seam bowlers. Which over do you reckon the Northants skipper will hand that ball to his overseas leg spinning superstar?
11.
11. Good shout. I was going to go for 12. So very close there. Jack White into bowl here to Rishi Patel. He works that out towards deep square leg. There's a bit of a chase on here for George Bartlett. And they do opt and settle for the 2 runs there. A good start this from Rishi Patel. Definitely made a better start to proceedings than in that first innings. Was dismissed very early on, caught by safe save off of the bowling of Jack White. He was the first wicket to fall as far as the visitors were concerned. And here he is on strike. Jack White bounding in from the Lynn Wilson centre end and left well alone by the Foxes opener. That'll be another dot.
Yeah, he's left the ball well so far, Rishi Patel. Thought he looked pretty organised, didn't he, in that short stay yesterday morning, but I'll say just succumbed to a pitch that was maybe just holding up a little bit more than he expected. But it's tough. It's tough asking. And it's going to be well, you mentioned the scoreboard and the scorecard. It's going to be something that Leicestershire are just going to have to put out of their minds. Not think about it and just bat for as long as they possibly can. If they get into a position where they get level par with Northants, then great. If they get into a position where they make Northants bat again, then there's different kind of conversations to have, isn't there, from that point? But at the moment, they've got a lot of work to do to get back to even Stevens, and it is going to be tough because Sanderson and White aren't going to give you many chances to score. They will certainly be backed up by the Indian overseas leg spinner of Yuzvendra Chahal, who picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. Yet to be seen about Rob Keogh as to whether he will be encouraging that he's out there, because that will mean that he is available to bowl. It's not a case of waiting. Oh, and Jack White probing away. And that kept just a little bit low. End of the over, 3 done. 7 for 1. Rishi Patel on 6. Ian Holland on 1. and Leicestershire trail by 173.
Yep, sizable deficit, isn't it, for the visitors to make up already. 1 wicket down, that of Sol Budinger. And actually, we didn't speak about this, but you could argue he was the standout, wasn't he? In that first innings, was resolute and firm in his defence, aggressive and expansive in attack, scored 50 from 94 deliveries, was a bit of a thorn in the side, actually, of the Northants bowlers for a large chunk of day one. So the home side will be very, very happy to see the back of him. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Rishi Patel. That one defended in front of the eye line of the right-hander. Makes its way out towards backwards point, and that will be a dot ball.
And now that we're settling into this second innings nicely, did you want to have a trip around the counties?
Completely, we'll
into
do
the
that.
evening session? They probably won't all be in the evening session just yet, will they? But they'll be nearing it.
They will. We'll do it at the end of this Ben Sanderson over, just because there is that potential milestone for the Northamptonshire stamer. Here he is to Rishi Patel. Again, firm and compact in his defence. Trickles out towards George Bartlett at backward point again for no run.
Yeah, Sanderson stuck on 997 first-class runs for another week, but is chipped away one closer to that 400 first-class wickets. 67 List A wickets and 102 T20 wickets in the career to go with those 399 first-class wickets. And he's asking plenty of questions to Rishi Patel, who at the moment has been resolute, 6 of 16 for the Leicestershire opener.
He's been steely, hasn't he? I think that's how you describe this innings so far from Rishi. Currently 16 deliveries. Gone to the defensive shots a lot more than the attacking, aggressive cut shots and drives. Here is Ben Sanderson then, searching for wicket number 400, and that one is scooped up towards Yuzvendra Chahal at mid-on for no run. Again, you'd imagine that Chahal will have a huge role to play in this innings, and if he gets going and finds fire like he did in that first innings, I think Northamptonshire will be rather confident of their chances of victory in this encounter. But we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Plenty of time left in this game, and all depends on how Leicestershire bats. Can they achieve parity? Here is Sanderson again. That one guided off the bat face of Patel. He runs the first one hard. There's a bit of a chase on here for the fielder. It's James Sales, who loses his sun hat, and some good running will result in a 3 for Rishi Patel. Good communication there between the two Leicestershire batters. Good energy in the field as well from James Sales, who now does have his sun hat back on. Rob Keogh has also just motioned his bowling action. So let's wait and see. I'm not sure we'll see too much of him, given the fact that he was in so much pain earlier. But if he's called upon, he does have that warrior-like mentality. It is the final home game of the season as well. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Ian Holland. That's defended in front of the right-hander, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So at the end of the fourth over, Leicestershire now 10 for 1. Rishi Patel has 9 of them. Ian Holland with the other. And the deficit still stands at a rather ominous 170 runs.
Yeah, a long way to go for Leicestershire. Sanderson and Jack White on the money. Suspect there'll be 4 or 5 over spells, won't they, from the two of them before there's a conversation with regards to Yuzvendra Chahal. So where are we around the grounds? What's going on?
Well, in Southampton, Worcestershire are 167 for 5 in response to Hampshire's 462 all outs. In the game between Nottinghamshire and Kent at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury, the home side Kent are 182 for 7. So, yep, they've just lost another wicket. Here is Jack White then to Rishi Patel.
3 slips in place for Northants. Inside edge there onto the pad of Rishi Patel.
Yeah, good bowling again, wasn't it, from Jack White? In the crunch game up at Old Trafford, massive ramifications for both of these teams. Lancashire desperate to survive in Division 1. Somerset chasing their first ever county championship title. Lancashire 207 for 6. So their lead is now 201. That will be a fascinating affair as Jack White bounds in here to Rishi Patel. That one's very full, driven full-blooded up towards Luke Proctor at mid-off for no run. In the game between Surrey and Durham at the Oval, Surrey do have a lead, but it's a slender one. So they are 265 for 6. The lead is currently 3 runs. So if a few quick wickets fall, that game, again, could be tantalisingly poised. As for the final game in the First Division, I did touch upon this before, but Essex wrapped up an innings and 40-run victory over Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Here is Jack White. Well, there are some shouts of caught behind there from the Northants wicketkeeper and Slip Gordon. Nothing given, the umpire is unmoved, so no damage done as far as Leicestershire are concerned. In the match between Derbyshire and Middlesex at the county ground in Derby, it's currently tea, and Middlesex are 326 for 8. Josh Carey's bringing up a fine 50 from 81 deliveries, so good to see him in the runs. I'll take you through the other two after this delivery from Jack White. Here he is then to Rishi Patel. That one played confidently by Patel, but out into the covers for no run. In the big game down in Bristol, Gloucestershire were bowled out for 109. In response, Sussex racked up 311, and Gloucestershire in their second innings of 48 for 1. Jadav Unadkat getting the wickets of Joe Phillips for 21. That's the first breakthrough in that game. And in the final match between Yorkshire and Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, Glamorgan are 218 for 8. Here is White to Rishi Patel, defended out to backward point for no runs. So we'll keep you updated as best as we can. But in terms of those matches, Dan, which one do you think is best poised heading into day 3?
You'll be pretty happy if you're a Sussex supporter, won't you? Lining up towards securing victory down at Bristol, cementing promotion back to Division 1 in 2025. Hard to look past that. Yorkshire and Middlesex look like they're both on their way to pick up victories as well. But what can Durham do at the Oval? I know Somerset have got plenty of work to do at Lancashire themselves, but can Durham spoil any fireworks? What have they got? What have they got when they bat second? Can they just roll through this Surrey tail? It's going to be interesting, isn't it? I'm sure there'll be plenty of people glued to those live streams over the course of day 3 and day 4, if of course those games get there. Leicestershire 10 for 1 off 5. Rishi Patel on 9. Ian Holland on 1. Sanderson will continue from the David Capel end. There are 3 slips in place. Jack White makes his way down towards fine leg. There is a mid-wicket, a mid-on. The skipper, Luke Proctor, is at mid-off. George Bartlett at backward point, and Justin Broad is heading off to go and get a helmet and a box. Put the box in first, Justin. That's the most important part. And we'll keep our eyes peeled as to where Justin Broad positions himself on the outfield or on the square. Is he going in at short leg? Interesting, isn't it? James Sale scores 100. Don't worry about short leg anymore. You're all good. You go and camp out a second slip for a while. We'll get Justin Broad in there instead. That's the currency. That's how you get promoted out of short leg school. That graduate with 100 in first class cricket, straight back into the VIP lounge of a slip cordon. Sanderson with a short leg in place then. Justin Broad with the lid on and hides it outside off stump, just swings away gently from Ian Holland. 31.5 overs remain in the day. Still got at least 2 hours of cricket to go here in Northampton. Three slips wait for Sanderson, and that's defended nicely into the leg side by Ian Holland. Zvendra Chahal picks the ball up, starts shining away. It'd be interesting. I don't know whether it's led by Luke Proctor or whether Yuzvendra kind of gets the ball and goes, "I'll have it now," or whether it's a case of, it's too shiny at the moment. It's a bit got too much lacquer on it. I don't know who would make that kind of final decision. I would hope it's Luke Proctor and the captain, but I feel like Yuzvendra Chahal could kind of dominate that conversation a little bit. Turned into the leg side. Holland will add at least another 1 to his tally. It's going to be 2 as Jack White comes around and does the fielding from fine leg. Good throw back into Lewis McManus. 12 for 1 off 5.5 overs. Holland now on 3.
Well, I'm just looking at that game down at the Oval. So Surrey now lead by 10 runs. It is a very, very young Durham attack. So they've got 16-year-old James Minto. He's on first-class debut. Got 19-year-old Dan Hogg. He's making just his 3rd appearance. Here is Ben Sanderson. That is just about defended by Ian Holland for a dot ball. They don't have Matt Potts because he's in the England squad for the ODIs. And then they've got Chamar Holder from the West Indies, who, in fairness, has played quite a bit of first-class cricket. This is his 29th match, but I think it's just his 3rd or 4th match in England. So it is relatively inexperienced, but for the time being, if they can, I don't know, maybe just bundle Surrey out for 300, they might have a chance here. Here is Sanderson again to Holland. Well, that could have been the moment. That could have been wicket number 400 for Sanderson, just for agonisingly short of Justin Broad under the lid. And that will keep Ben Sanderson interested.
Incredibly well picked up by Broad, wasn't it? Just scooped it up out of those wicket ends. Stayed low, which is what you'd like to see your short leg to do. Is interesting, isn't it? Because James Sales is the one that's had all the warm-ups for that position at short leg over the course of last week and this week. Ones that we've seen when they've been doing their slip catches. Sales has been in there under the lid, taking those catches off the face of the bat. And completely understand it. Sales has batted for a long time, scored a lot of runs, and is probably a little bit mentally, physically, there'll be a lot of those things going on. But Justin Broad then goes under the lid without having had those warm-ups at the start of the day. It's just interesting, isn't it?
It is, but it's the versatility of the modern cricketer, and I imagine both will have experience. I think James Sales has done a magnificent job in that position in recent games. That catch against Derbyshire was unbelievable. We thought he had the catch to dismiss Scott Curry, and in fact it was given as LBW. The fact is he was out either way because it was snaffled in its silly mid-off by Sales, but he really is a tremendous fielder. Is the 21-year-old, and here is Jack White from the Lynn Wilson centre end, bowling to Rishi Patel. That'll be another dot ball, that corridor of uncertainty, providing dividends for Jack White, causing all sorts of bother and issues and trouble for this Leicestershire top order. And it has been a bit of a struggle so far, just 12 runs from the opening 37 deliveries of this second innings. And that is all down to the control and discipline of these Northampton seam bowlers. It's something which we didn't see from the visitors yesterday. Here is Jack White again then. Striding in with a real sense of purpose. That one left well alone by Rishi Patel, and that will be another dot ball.
Yeah. Guess what I've seen?
Is it someone warming up?
It is.
Can I guess who it was?
Of course you can.
Is it Yuzvendra Chahal?
It is. Just seeing him out the corner of my eye, down at fine leg, just starting to limber up there, like doing a bit of yoga, a bit of Pilates. But I did see him just run through his action a couple of times, starting to get loose. It isn't going to be far away, is it, before we see the leg spin wizard introduced into the attack. 6.5 overs into this innings. Jack White with the breakthrough so far. Asking questions of Rishi Patel, who so far has answers. We haven't seen the ball go past the outside edge of Rishi Patel very often in this innings. He has faced the majority of it. It's 27 balls now. Maybe 2 occasions that there's been a bit of a full shot from Rishi Patel. Jack White will keep probing away, though, into his 4th over. Maybe 5 each from White and Sanderson. And a flailing dive from the man at backward point, who can't quite get across there. Ended up looking quite comical in the end, didn't he, as he was crawling across the ground. I think he might have just misjudged slightly how Rishi Patel had timed that one, maybe slightly worse than he had thought. But James Sales was at hand to get down there, sweep that one up, make sure it was just a single. 13 for 1 off 6.4 overs. Rishi Patel now on 10. Ian Holland, the man on strike, on 3. Still the 3 slips in place. It is interesting. There's not been a great deal of lateral movement on offer, has there, through the air or off the pitch for the seamers? Can Jack White extract any more out of it now? He beats Ian Holland. All ends up hanging it outside off stump. About 5th stump there for Jack White, inviting Ian Holland to play the shot. Holland just prods at as it goes past. Encouragement as you can hear through the effects mic from the Northampton fielders, backing their bowler. As he gets to the end of his mark to complete his 4th over. 3.5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 for Jack White this evening. Leicestershire trail by 167. Ian Holland successfully sees out the end of Jack White's 4th. 13 for 1 after 7. As I say, Leicestershire trail by 167 runs with 9 wickets remaining. All eyes out the window. Sanderson takes the sun hat off, and he will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Be amazed if it isn't. Chahal from that Lynn Wilson centre end, almost bowled exclusively from there, hasn't he? Through these 2 home games in this stint that he's had at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club.
Well, it will be Sanderson. And again, we wait, don't we, with bated breath to see when Yuzvendra Chahal comes on to have a bowl. He has been getting loose and limber, but it will be Ben Sanderson then, the man hunting for his 400th first-class wicket. It's Sanderson to Patel. Starts off with a bouncer. No harm done. Again, we really can't overstress this either. 400 first-class wickets is a mammoth achievement, isn't it, in the modern game, given just how much white ball cricket is played in comparison to red ball crickets. Gone are the days where players would take 1,000 first-class wickets for a county, and you look at some of the records at some clubs, it's like 2,000 or 3,000 first-class wickets. It's absolutely insane. Here is Sanderson to Patel. This one defended up towards Chahal for no run. Here's a bit of trivia, actually, all for our live chat and for yourself, Dan. Which cricketer has the most first-class wickets in the history of the game? It's one for our live chat. We've got some knowledgeable cricket fans out there. They've been keeping us entertained in the comments and asking away with questions. Again, that trivia question, who is the leading first-class wicket taker of all time? As that ball is deflected off the back face of Rishi Patel. He's stopped by a diving Rob Keogh, and that will be a dot ball.
Sorry, I'm just checking to see Rob's reaction to that dive. I'm just seeing if there's any discomfort. He's down on his haunches at the moment. But he seemed to get down there quite well, didn't he? Hopefully okay. As Sanderson makes his way into bowl. Short ball again, down the leg side. Justin Broad began to take evasive action there, just in case Rishi Patel decided to play that pull shot. The short answer is I don't know. And I'm not entirely sure who I would guess either.
I'll give you a clue. It's an older player. So
Well, I gathered that much, and I think that's where I was drawing blanks from. Someone from the late 1800s, early 1900s would be my guess. Sanderson into bowl. Patel shuffles across outside off stump to try and cover off that movement.
I'll give you one hint.
There's probably some gates named after him at Lord's or something.
Well, he played for Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
And there is a current Warwickshire player who may or may not be moving up to the northeast, who sounds a lot like him.
Oh my word. No, not got it. But give the YouTube chat a chance to provide a bit of knowledge. Nicely played by Rishi Patel. Take on Yuzvendra Chahal. Come through for a single, well backed up by Jimmy Sales. 14 for 1. Yeah, have a couple of overs. Facts, folks. See if you can come up with the answer. See if you can impress Aaron on this Wednesday afternoon.
We see that this is what you get with me on commentary. You get these little dimes and bits of cricket gold. Who doesn't love a quiz question on a Wednesday afternoon? So the score now 14 for 1 after 8 overs. Leicestershire still trail by 166, so pretty hefty deficit to try and make up. And so far, this has been an excellent start from Jack White and Ben Sanderson. Sanderson in that over opting for the short ball. Didn't quite pay off in comparison to those channel kind of bowling I've shown before, but let's have a look what Jack White can conjure up and concoct here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's steaming in here to Rishi Patel. That one again off the inside of the bat. Makes its way out towards Yuzvendra Chahal, coming across from long leg. Throwing back to the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus, and that will be 2 runs to add to Rishi Patel's score. Well, I've seen a couple of shouts in the comments. I'll reveal whether those shouts are correct or not in a few moments' time. We'll wait until of the over. For those who haven't answered the trivia question, who has the most first-class wickets in the history of cricket? Here is Jack White then to Rishi Patel. Again, plays that firmly in defence. Very dogged and gritty start this from Rishi Patel so far. 13 from 36 deliveries. And this is what Leicestershire need. It's all a case of survival. Just see it through to stumps on day 2. And then what happens on day 3, you've got to try and be a bit more positive and get back into this game. But the key to success here tonight is a case of just making it through with as little damage as humanly possible. Here is Jack White then to Rishi Patel. That one again. Defended by the steely Leicestershire opener. That'll be no run.
Put us out of our misery, Aaron.
It is Wilfred Rhodes. It is Wilfred Rhodes.
What a knowledgeable bunch we have in the Northampton live stream.
We do. There's quite a few, aren't there, who said Wilfred Rhodes. It's excellent knowledge. He finished with 4,204 first-class wickets across teams. So, of course, he got the majority of those for Yorkshire. Also played for England. Here is Jack White. Coming into bowl here to Rishi Patel. Leaves that one well alone. But yes, he was Edwardian, I think, would be the time frame. So late 1800s to early 1900s. I think he played for about 30 years.
I bet his shoulder was knackered by the time he finished.
Well, he was a slow bowler.
I still
Even
stand
then,
by what I said, yeah. How many overs and how many deliveries would he have had to have bowled to have picked up 4,000 first-class wickets? I bet you know this as well.
I'll work it out. I will work that out.
Oh, you don't know it?
No, I don't know that off the top of my head. I do know the figure.
Disappointing, Aaron.
Sorry, I've let everyone down again, haven't I? But no, we've got some really knowledgeable fans in the chat. So fair play. Well done to everyone who said Wilfred Rhodes. Here is Jack White then to Rishi Patel once more. That one again, well judged leave by Rishi Patel, and that'll be a dot ball. I imagine it would have been a lot of overs.
Some overs, dare I say. Jack White just probing away here, isn't he? Both of them, in fact, 1.7 runs per over the economy for Jack White, 2 per over for Ben Sanderson.
Well, here's the thing, because at that point in the game, it wasn't always 6-ball overs, so you can't work out the exact overs, but it does say the amount of balls, which is absolutely extraordinary. Here is Jack White then to Rishi Patel. Again, leaves that one well alone, and the score will remain 16-1 at the end of over number 9. So over the course of his career, right, he played for 32 years between 1898 and 1930. He appeared in 1,110 first-class matches. And in terms of deliveries bowled, 185,742.
That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Thank you for sharing. I do like those little nuggets of information, and you do seem to have a bit of an encyclopedic knowledge when it comes to these kind of things as well. So I reckon you've probably got a few more up your sleeve if and when the opportunity arises, just to keep people on their toes. But well done to the 3 of you that popped that name through. We won't go into what the other messages that SMB put after they put the name of Wilfred Rhodes down, but we see you. We see you. And Yuzvendra Chahal is back into the game, back into the fore. 16-1, the current score. And he's going to be the Indian leg spinner. Yuzvendra Chahal finished the first Leicestershire innings with figures 23 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 82. He's got Ian Holland on strike. There are 28 overs remaining in the day, so just under 2 hours worth of cricket to go through for Northampton Leicestershire here, and I dare say Yuzvendra Chahal could bowl from the entirety of this evening's session from the David Capel end. He might not have his spin twin available in Rob Keogh, so it'll be interesting to see what Luke Proctor does with his bowlers from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But it will be trial by leg spin for Rishi Patel and Ian Holland for the foreseeable future here at the county ground in Northampton. Ball just runs and squirts off the face of Rishi Patel's bat there down to Jack White at backward point. Dare say his spell might be done there, I'm not sure. And again, on the money straight away is Yuzvendra Chahal. That flight, that dip, the guile, the drift, just dragging Rishi Patel forward. Picks up a single through the offside, just opens the face up nicely, runs it out to George Bartlett down at deep cover. Adds a single to his total. 18-1 off 9.5, 14 for Patel, 4 for Holland. Yuzvendra Chahal to round out his first over. Rounds it out on the money, dragging Holland forward into that front foot defence. End of the over, 10 done then. 18 and still 27 overs remain in the day. Leicestershire trail by 162.
Yep, still very much advantage Northamptonshire, isn't it? At this stage, it's been a good start. The run rate currently at 1.8 per over, so it's been controlled, it's been accurate, it's been disciplined. And you have to say it's been effective so far. In terms of the two sides, as I mentioned, Leicestershire, it's a case of survival. Just get through to stumps, hopefully be 1 or 2 wickets down. It would be ideal, wouldn't it, if these two could see out the rest of these 27 overs. But again, it's a lot easier said than done. It's a case of putting themselves in a position to go on and eat into that deficit tomorrow, because realistically, it's a lose-lose situation at this stage of the day. You're not going to eat into it entirely. It's too big. It's 162 at the moment as Jack White comes into bowl here too. Rishi Patel again leaves that one well alone outside of his off stump. And then at the same time, if you were to try and go at an accelerated rate, like we saw on day one, but then wickets fall, you're massively on the back foot for tomorrow. So it's a passage of play which realistically only plays into hands of one side. And that side at the moment is Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think ultra defensive is the way to go either here for Leicestershire. I think you got such a long evening to go. 37 overs, I think it was, at the start of the evening session. That if you go ultra defensive, you just end up digging yourself into a hole, and every batter in the world is going to enjoy seeing the scoreboard just tick over, even if it's just by ones and twos here and there. But it's been a very, very watchful start from Leicestershire so far. They did, of course, lose Sol Budinger, 5th ball of the evening. Golden duck for him, bowled by Jack White. So it wasn't the ideal start, but these two have just rebuilt, starting to build a bit of a foundation, try and put a few more miles in the legs of these Northants bowlers. Just chipping away with ones. Jack White on the money again. Patel defends again. 14 off 46 now for Rishi Patel. She said 684 first-class runs before this game commenced. So 2 away from 700. Averaging 38 with the bat. Started off very well, didn't he? It felt like every week I looked at the scorecards, he scored runs at the start of the season. Scored a brilliant 100 here in the blast for the Foxes against the Steelbacks. In that ridiculous tie game of cricket that we had earlier this summer. So far, being watchful. A watchful innings for Rishi Patel. But as you say, it is a scenario really that you can't really win from.
No, you can't. And that is all down to the clinical nature of this Northamptonshire display so far. They have been on the front foot, you can argue, since the first 5 overs of day one. They haven't alleviated the pressure at any point. Here is Jack White then to Rishi Patel. Again, stylish in his lead. One more delivery remaining in this 11th over. Has been very watchful. I wouldn't say it's been tentative because he's been confident in his defence. I don't think that's the right word. I don't think you can say he's been hesitant. It's been a case of reading the scenario. His team don't need him to come out here and start bashing it for a quick 5-30-40. They need him to survive. His wicket is absolutely crucial, and Northamptonshire will be well aware of that. Here is Jack White then from the Lynn Wilson centre end to Rishi Patel. And it's going very fine. Will it beat Yuzvendra Chahal? No, it won't. He comes across from long leg, and that will be 2 more runs to add to the scoreboard. At the end of the 11th over, Leicestershire now 20 for 1, and the deficit stands at 160 runs. In terms of some more trivia, Dan, I'll just have one more.
Right? Go for it.
While we're here for a little bit of a lull. We've done leading first-class wicket taker.
Yeah.
What about leading first-class run scorer?
Again, a great question.
It is a great question, and we'll leave it to simmer for 2-3 overs for our fine viewers here on the Northamptonshire live stream. And again, just a repeat of that question, who is the leading first-class run scorer in the history of cricket? As Yuzvendra Chahal gets ready to bowl here from the David Capel end. Ian Holland, the man on strike. Comes off the outside edge of the blade out towards Jack White at backward points, and that will be a dot ball.
It's going to be a similar era, isn't it? Similar era.
Well, it's funny you say that. In terms of club, it's definitely not the same club. But it certainly is the same era.
Yeah.
I just had to look for his debut. So it's in 1905. It's slightly different in time frame.
It's going to be a Sutcliffe or a Hobbs or a Barrington or someone like that. It's going to be one of those guys. Chahal into bowl, asking questions of Ian Holland. Bit of turn in this pitch to contend with, but I think it's more the consistency that's going to be the biggest factor for Yuzvendra Chahal here, rather than the out-and-out turn. And again, drifting down towards the leg side and then turning back into the full face of the bat of Ian Holland.
Well, again, Holland's on the defensive there. I'm just taking a look at the other scores on the doors as well from around the different venues. Kent have lost an 8th wicket, so they're now 210 for 8. Young Farhan Ahmed has taken his 3rd wicket. Holland again pushes forward, prods it out towards short cover for a dot ball. That will signal the end of over number 12. It's a maiden from Yuzvendra Chahal. So the deficit still remains at 160. Really impressed with Farhan Ahmed as well. Just 16 years of age. I was there for his first class debut actually against the Sri Lankan touring side. So impressive. Got such great control. Really gives it a nice rev, bit of flight, bit of dip. Has that guile you speak about there with Yuzvendra Chahal. Really is a fine young prospect. And in terms of this next question, Woolley or Hobbs, but not sure. Well, Matthew, I'll let you know it is one of those players. I'll just wait until the next over to reveal which one.
Sanderson, change of ends. Coming in from, oh my word, that has rolled straight along the floor, isn't it? Through to McManus, who's done so well to get down and stop that one going through. Sanderson with 3 slips in place. That first spell for Ben Sanderson. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 8. Still searching for that wicket. The one to take him up to 400 first-class wickets. What have you got for us?
What with the
answer to the question?
It's Jack Hobbs.
Oh, get it.
It is Jack Hobbs. Good shout. Was one of those 3 done? Absolutely bang on the money. And it is, yes, indeed, Guy Gibson. It is got to be Jack Hobbs. 61,760 runs over the course of his career. Sanderson again produces the defensive shot there from Rishi Patel. Solid partnership this so far, just 19 runs. But the key thing here is just about surviving these remaining overs on day 2. Still 24.3 to go.
Yeah, a long evening session for Leicestershire to navigate and negotiate. So far, Rishi Patel in particular, having faced 52, 53 deliveries, doing a brilliant job for his county. Solid in defence. Holland joining him early, 4 off 22. The wickets that have fallen through the course of days 1 and 2 so far, it would be quite remarkable, wouldn't it, for would be quite remarkable for Leicestershire to get through here 1 down with the number that we have seen fall over the course of the game so far.
It would be. I've just taken a look at the score at the Oval. Shamar has just got the wicket of Jordan Clark. So Surrey now 7 wickets down. Practically 18 for 7 when you look at the lead. So there you go.
Northants sticking with the 3 slips in place, just hoping to find the outside edge of Rishi Patel's cricket bat. As yet, he's got answers to all the questions that Sanderson, White and Chahal have asked him. But it almost feels expectant, doesn't it? When Chahal's got the ball in hand, it feels expectant that something's going to happen sooner rather than later. One's just going to spit out of the surface or grip or maybe keep a little bit low.
I like the field here for Chahal as well. The fact that he has the first slip in. Well, James Sales is actually back under the lid as well. We spoke about that earlier. Hovering around in that silly mid-off position. That one rocks onto the back foot. Does Ian Holland. Plays it out for no run. But he's just got that man out at deep points. I think it'll be George Bartlett, won't it? We saw Bartlett in that position on day 1. Here is Chahal again. Holland using the feet, advancing down the wicket. Plays it down towards mid-off for no run. Quite like that from Holland so far. Just has to be careful not to get stumped, though. Here he is, Chahal again. Defensively prodded out towards Jack White for no run.
Yeah, Sales back under the lid as well, isn't he? Clearly a bit of a specialist role. Maybe there's a role that's split between Broad and Sales, depending as to whether it's a seamer or a spinner.
Chahal again. That one slightly shorter. Pops it outside of the off stump of the right-handed Ian Holland. So that'll be another dot ball collected by Lewis McManus. Here is Chahal again, then that one a little bit flatter. Well, for a moment, James Sales was interested in the appeal. I don't think there was any connection with the blade on that one. Will be another dot ball to add to the total for Yuzvendra Chahal. And he is one of those bowlers. It just feels like there's a moment of magic up his sleeve. Here he is again. Gives that one a lot of flight. It's a bit of a full toss, that drilled up towards a wideish mid-off. I'll scamper through for the single. And that will see us to the end of the 14th over. The partnership now stands at 20 after the early wickets of Sol Budinger. He was clean bowled by Jack White in the very first over. In fact, 5 deliveries into this innings. So 23 overs remain here on day 2. For Leicestershire, can they survive these next 23 without much further damage? That will be the talking point, won't it, for visitors?
Yeah, Northants would just be hoping they get to the stage where the effect of that heavy roller just wears off. It didn't feel as though there was a moment in that first innings for Northants as to when that happened. But I think with the way that Chahal will bowl on this, I think we'll probably get slightly more out of it than what Ray and Ahmed managed to do. Sanderson continues. And Ian Holland defends into the offside. The second that happens, then I think the game potentially moves on quite quickly. Could expect like 20 or so overs of that benefit of the heavy roller. And then after that, maybe just starts becoming a little bit spicy. But even that, the end of that last over, the one that I think went into the knee roll or into the thigh of McManus that popped up to Rob Keogh at first slip, it's just starting to show there's a little bit of life in there again, doesn't it?
It does. And here is Sanderson again. This one played underneath the eye line of Ian Holland. Pushed out towards backward point, just in Broad for no run. There is a part of me, I can feel the anticipation for Ben Sanderson. Just one away from 400 first-class wickets. And to do it here on home soil, the county ground, the home of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, would be so special. Got a decent crowd in today as well. So let's wait and see what Sanderson has in store here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Slight change in the field. Rob Keogh comes in at catching mid-wicket. Let's see what the great man has up his sleeve. It's Sanderson then to Ian Holland. McManus now under the lid as well, the wicketkeeper. Spoke about his proficiency and aptitude earlier today. One of those keepers who relishes the opportunity to stand up to the stumps. Maybe just have a few words in the opposition's ear. Put them off their game a bit. And of course, for the likes of Holland and Patel, we have seen them advancing down the wicket. So it's a more than viable strategy, this. Here is Sanderson again to Ian Holland. Again, great take from McManus. You spoke about earlier, didn't you, Dan, as a keeper yourself. It's difficult when there's so many moving parts against seam. You've got obviously the batter and their footwork and the flash of the blade. It's coming a lot quicker than it would from a bowler. Really is a fantastic talent and a great option for a captain to have if, as a wicketkeeper, you have that skill, that string to your bow. Here is Sanderson again. Holland pushes forward in defence.
Yeah, although as a batter, you'd like to convince yourself that it wouldn't make a difference. It does change dimensions of the ground. It does change what you can and can't do. We saw Rishi Patel in particular. I haven't really noticed Ian Holland do it so far in this innings, but Rishi Patel has shuffled forward towards Ben Sanderson to try and negate some of that movement off the pitch or through the air that Sanderson is such a genius at extracting. Holland yet to really do it, but I think McManus has probably made the decision, one, for Rishi Patel, and two, for the fact that actually at this stage of the day and at this point in time, that this Duke's ball isn't doing a huge amount through the air. It's not like if he stood up, he might miss the tickle down the leg side that swings viciously or anything like that. So I think that's probably why McManus has elected to do that. Obviously, he's got all the kit, all the helmet out there anyway, whilst he's got Chahal bowling. So that makes it a slightly easier option for him. If Chahal wasn't bowling, then McManus wouldn't have a helmet out there on the ground behind him, because obviously that opens yourself up to the odd 5 penalty runs here and there, which you don't see very often. But the last thing you want to do is give away 5 free runs to any opposition just by making a simple mistake like that.
Absolutely. Here is Chahal then to continue. That one pushed forward out towards James Sales. It's still a off for no run. Great variety, isn't it? Having Chahal and his leg spin, and then you got Sanderson at the other end. Such a consistent and reliable operator. Chahal strays slightly down the leg side on that one. Stopped by a tumbling Justin Broad, diving to his right. So Patel now on 16. Holland on 5, the partnership steadily building on 20. But as you can see from the approach, it is very defensive for the time being. This one darted in with a bit more zip by Yuzvendra Chahal.
With that in mind, can Northants find another player to get under the lid somewhere?
Maybe. I think that's a viable strategy, or even put in a leg slip. We saw that against Derbyshire. Here is Chahal again. Well, Patel uses the feet. Meets the pitch of that ball, pushes it out towards Gus Miller. That'll be another dot ball. I think that's a good shout, to be honest, Dan. Either a short leg or a leg slip. Really make your presence felt, because Chahal's bowled quite well here. And again, he makes Patel push that one forward in defence. It's just a case of which fielder do you take out. So I don't think they'll take out Safe. He's operating at a long leg.
Yeah.
I think Chahal likes having a deep point. We've seen George Bartlett there for the majority of this game. Here is Chahal again, gives that one a bit more flight. Played down towards mid-on for no run. That'll be the end of over number 16. Leicestershire remain on 21 for 1.
Yeah, could you move Justin Broad? You kind of give Rishi Patel and Ian Holland an opportunity to play against the spin of Yuzi Chahal. through mid-wicket towards that short boundary. And if they do it, fine. But I don't think I've seen anything from either of them so far today that suggested that they're suddenly going to start working the leg spin through the leg side and start thinking about picking up boundaries and accelerating this scoring rate. I think they've set their stall out pretty early, have Rishi Patel and Ian Holland, and they've done it very well, to be fair. 16 off 61 for Rishi Patel, 5 off 34 for Ian Holland. They've been in bat now for just over an hour each, or just over an hour for Rishi Patel and bang on an hour for Ian Holland. But yeah, just wonder whether you can give them a little bit more company. Just if there is that half chance that pops up from Yuzvendra Chahal. Sanderson continues and into the pads, possibly even the box for Ian Holland, who looks down and just makes sure that everything's still there and where it was when he last checked. Top ball, though. Maybe a little bit of a nip backer for Sanderson. I think Keogh still trying to loosen that back up, isn't he? He's been doing so all evening. Ian Holland just catching his breath. Rishi Patel doing a sensible and friendly thing as well, just taking a wander down there and give Ian Holland slightly longer to regain his thoughts and composure, having just been hit in the particulars from Ben Sanderson. Good batting, good teammate work from Rishi Patel there to take a wander down and give Holland an opportunity to recover. That one well kept out as it kept a little bit low. Keogh again, just testing it out, isn't he? Just seeing what he can do because, well, firstly, for himself, he's going to be desperate to bowl. Luke Proctor is going to be desperate for him to bowl, and Northampton supporters are going to be desperate for him to bowl.
They certainly are. Here is Ben Sanderson again then. Rob Keogh, as we mentioned, is there in a catching mid-wicket position. That ball is placed towards backward point for a dot ball. So nearly 20 overs of the day remaining now. It's gone ever so quickly. Really has, hasn't it? Feels like 5 minutes ago it was gloomy, overcast, grey overhead. And now blue skies, the sun is shining. Glorious day for county crickets on what is the final home game of Northamptonshire's 2024 season. Here is Ben Sanderson then to Ian Holland. Again, rocks onto the back foot, defends it. Out of the covers for a dot ball. And of course, if Sanderson can get a wicket in this innings, the big headline will be that milestone, 400 first-class wickets. Let's wait and see if he can get that. For the time being, though, Leicestershire's defences are holding. It's been a resolute effort from Holland and Patel. Northamptonshire desperately trying to knock down the door and make that second breakthrough.
She bowled that as an off-cutter, Sanderson, because that's really gripped as that's pitched there. That's really gripped and hit the thigh pad of Ian Holland. So I thought I just saw Sanderson just roll his fingers down the side of the ball there upon release. It's the other thing another thing that's interesting is we spoke about Leicestershire's batting and their strike rates. Oh no, has that gone down? Sanderson on 399, I think has just found the outside edge of Ian Holland, which has bounced in and bounced out of the gloves of Lewis McManus. Makes his way down to Sanderson, offers an apology. Would have been a good take, but you have to, yeah, there are always takes against the seam has stood up. Ben Sanderson stays on 399 and Ian Holland stays in the middle on 5. But the strike rates of Leicestershire, we said, didn't we, on day one, they'd like to get on with it. Everybody strikes in the 60s and the 70s or the 80s in first-class cricket. And this is a real change of pace for Leicestershire, and it's admirable that they've got the ability to slow right down when they feel it's necessary to do so.
Well, they do, and in fairness, these two are probably more of your conventional strikers of the cricket ball. Here is Chahal. Rishi Patel pushes that out through the covers. They'll scamper through for a quick single. Yeah, in terms of their strike rates in 2024, Rishi Patel hovers around about 59. Ian Holland's is 42. So in terms of that more gritty, dogged, determined batting, you would say that these two are probably best suited in comparison to that middle order of, let's say, a Louis Kimber who strikes 85, Rian strikes at 78. Here is Chahal again, defended by Ian Holland. Ben Cox strikes at 65.63. Sol Budinger was striking at 77. So these two are the key wickets in terms of that style of play. Chahal again gives that a bit of flight. Works out towards Gus Miller in a short cover for no run. Of course, we do hope to see Louis Kimber because he went off injured, didn't he? We saw a number of substitute fielders being used. Here is Chahal again. So Ian Holland's that one carved away out towards the deep backward point region. George Bartlett will cut that off and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. But yeah, Lewis Hill as well. Hasn't had the greatest of seasons averages-wise, but again, his strike averages to around about 50 in first-class cricket in 2024. So he can also play that more attritional style of play. Here is Chahal again, defended back to the bowler. Another dot ball. And this is what we expect, isn't it, from Leicestershire for the time being. Of course, tomorrow, if they can see out these final 19 overs, not lose too many more batters from the shed. Here is Chahal again. That's a really nice delivery. Absolute beauty. Lovely degree of turn there on the leg break. And that will be a dot ball to finish over number 18. Leicestershire now 24 for 1. Patel on 17, Holland on 7. And the deficit's still rather hefty. Stands at 156 runs.
Yeah, that's one thing that these two are not chipping away at the moment. Northants just got that run rate down from 2s to 1.3. It's attritional. It's attritional cricket. That last delivery, we've seen a couple of them now from Chahal that have just started to act up a little bit more, and it's going to excite the leg spinner. Luke Proctor has, of course, got Safe Zabe as another spin option in the ranks if Rob Keogh, of course, is not fit to bowl. Sanderson on his way, met by the solid defence of Rishi Patel. So it does have another spin option out there. In Safe Zabe would be left arm finger spin. But I suspect, and I would have thought, they'll at least try Rob Keogh for an over and just see how it feels. And if it's no good, then go to plan safe, for example, rather than continuing with Rob Keogh. But I'd have thought you'd see what Rob can do. Rishi Patel defends once again.
Absolutely, and just looking at Rob's body language, you can see him going through the motions with his warm-up. I do think that will be the plan for Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire here. I think Rob will be keen to get out there and replicate the magic of delivery to Lewis Hill, which really sparked the collapse on the stroke of lunch. Here is Sanderson again then to Rishi Patel. That one works away on the leg side. George Bartlett scoops up the ball. That'll be another dot ball for Ben Sanderson. Has bowled with great control. Yes, the match situation has garnered that as far as the Foxes are concerned, but 7.3 overs, 3 maidens, just 8 runs from the bowling of Ben Sanderson. Absolute Jedi master. Here he is then, Sanderson to Patel once more. That one is just guided, deflected off the bat face. There'll be a chase on here for fielders. And it's one which they will not win. Bit of reprieve there for Leicestershire. Been quite a few overs since the last boundary. And that will take Rishi Patel onto 21 from 66 deliveries. Very watchful. Very cautious at times, but it's exactly the side require. Rishi Patel has done an excellent job of it. so far. Here is Sanderson again then. How can he respond against Patel? Attempted clip through mid-wickets. Finds George Bartlett once more for a dot ball. And I think the next over from Chahal, it will be interesting to see if there is a change of field. Same for Rob Keogh. When he comes on to bowl from this end, the Lynn Wilson centre end. Will Luke Proctor go ultra aggressive? Turn it up to the max with those short leg fielders and silly mid-offs. Here is Sanderson again then. Patel assured in his defence. And that will be the end of over number 19. So Leicestershire getting a few runs off that one. They move on to a score of 28 for 1. Holland on 7, Patel on 21. Just 18 overs remain here on day 2.
Just 18 overs. I was going to say still 18 overs remain. There is so much cricket left to be played here on day 2. As Yuzvendra Chahal makes his way to start his next over from the David Capel end. I've just spotted as well. Firstly, you can just see Rob Keogh down by Lewis McManus again, trying to loosen that back up, find a bit of comfort out there. But interestingly, Safe Save has just had a bit of a run through, a bowl through, and I think he's getting loose as well. Chahal then with a first slip and a short mid-off. Well, fielded by Gus Miller in on the offside. James Sales, it is under the lid. Safe Save continues to try and loosen those shoulders up. Hasn't bowled in this match so far. Didn't bowl much against Derbyshire either. And just kept a little bit low, but well kept out by Ian Holland. Big spin from both ends. Would that be the right way to go? Would you go for that?
I think you know my answer, Dan. I'd absolutely go spin from both ends. Here is Chahal then. Again, gives that bit of flight, nice and straight, and defended once more by Ian Holland. The only question I would have is those field placements. That's it for the time being. You know that they're not going to start coming out here and whacking it down the ground every single ball. Can you just make your presence felt? Really tighten the screws in that sense and make the likes of Holland and Patel a little bit more hesitant with those pushes forward. It's a nice shot off the back foot there from Ian Holland. Worked out into the covers. They'll just settle for a single.
I think that's the thing, is potentially as this day goes kind of later and later, you get, say, 10 overs to go, then maybe you go a little bit more aggressive, because if Leicester go at 3 and over for 10 overs, you're still going to have a decent lead going into day 3. But as you said, if you take away or add a bit of drama to that crowd forwards, which we've seen from Ian Holland and Rishi Patel against Yuzvendra so far, although the last couple have kind of flown through the offside, haven't they, from Rishi Patel? Nicely played again to complete the 20th over. 29 for 1. Rishi Patel on 21. Ian Holland on 8. And who is going to bowl the next from the Lynn Wilson centre end, I believe, or it is going to be Safe Save. Takes the cap off and the jumper. We're going to get our first look in this fixture of the left arm finger spinner, Safe Save, who's worked really hard with his bowling over the course of the summer. It's become a genuine option for Luke Proctor and Northants across all 3 formats as well. Clearly not as experienced as Rob Keogh, but Rob Keogh not fit to bowl, and Safe Save is a handy backup. Captain Proctor just electing not to have James Sales under the lid around the bat to start Safe's spell. Maybe just allow the left armer just an opportunity to settle into his work here. There's 2 men out on either side with a bit of protection. The sweepers starts with a full toss, but can't get it past the skipper at mid-off.
He hasn't bowled too much this season, has he, Safe, in comparison to Keogh or Chahal? Here he is again. Firing that one in nice and straight into the right-handed Ian Holland. He's taken 5 wickets at 61 for Northamptonshire in 2024. So let's see what he has in store for Holland again. Opts to play that off the back foot. There's a shy at the stumps. Patel does make his ground rather comfortably, though. And that will be another one to add to the total. The deficit now exactly 150 for Leicestershire to try and make up. But so far, it has been so good, hasn't it, for the visitors? After that very early wicket, Budinger falling on the 5th delivery of the innings as a whole. These two have shown some great grit, fortitude and mettle. That's a lovely looking shot from Rishi Patel. Easy to for the Leicestershire opener. And he has been in fine form this season as well, with this innings surpassing 700 runs for the season. Seems to be playing very assuredly. That would be the adverb I'd use to describe this inning so far. Here is Zabe to Patel once more. Worked out towards Jack White at mid-on for no run. It's just about constantly eating away at those trailing runs. Patel again, his confidence in his front foot defence, and that will be a dot ball to finish off Safe Zabe's first over. He concedes just 3, and at the end of over number 21, Leicestershire are 32 for 1.
That run rate's just climbed, Aaron, to a dizzying 1.5 runs per over for Leicestershire. 21 overs have been bowled in this innings. 16 still remain in the day's play. As it was a good start, I think, from Safe. Just a opportunity to settle himself in. Two of the Northants coaches. Graham White and Greg Smith just walking around the boundary. I think we're in danger territory if I'm starting to get loose, Aaron.
Absolutely. What a fine bowler Graham White was, though, especially in one cricket. Absolute stalwart for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Good use of the feet once more from Ian Holland. He calls through for the quick single. There's a shy at the stumps. Well, it was quite some distance away, in all honesty, but a good single taken. Continues to tick that scoreboard along. Moves the score on to 33 for 1. And I like that, even though it's not an ultra-aggressive shot, it's good use of the feet, isn't it? It's proactive, trying to make the pitch of the ball, because Chahal is turning it quite some distance at the moment. Again, that one prodded back to the bowler by Rishi Patel for no run. They've also brought in Safe Zabe up from a deep fine leg to a more traditional fine leg or long leg, depending on your preference. Here is Chahal again. And that is swept one-handed by Rishi Patel. Goes out to the square leg boundary for 4. That is a fine shot from the Foxes opener. And that was almost dismissive. I know it's been a period of attritional cricket, but that was a really nicely timed shot.
I think any of us that have ever played any level of cricket will know that if you go out to bat or in a net with as good of intentions as you possibly can have to dig in and bat time, the inner demons inside of you they're gonna get you eventually, aren't they? Like, we've all had those sessions. You go, right, I'm going to go in the net. I'm just going to try and survive. And 3 balls later, you've tried to pull out the reverse sweep, and you thought to yourself, now, 5 minutes ago, I said I was going to do something different. But it's not a surprise that Rishi Patel has wanted to bring that sweep shot out there against Chahal.
No, it isn't.
And I don't think it's going to upset Northants that he played it. And I don't think it's going to upset Northants that Holland and Patel have started to use their feet against Yuzvendra Chahal either, because that brings in another dismissal. If Chahal can see him coming and drop it a little bit shorter and that one just bites into the surface, you bring McManus and a stumping into the game.
What do you do? And again, it's quashing that natural instinct. to go out there and be aggressive at times. The fact is, Leicestershire do have another job. Of course, they've got to survive, but it's also about eating into that deficit. As Save Sabe will continue his spell here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And a massive thank you to the almost 500 of you tuning in to the live stream. We do appreciate your company over these first 2 days. Here is Save Sabe then to Ian Holland. Another full toss. Holland attempts to flick that through mid-wicket. It's fielded by Jack White at a wide-ish mid-on. Just another single, takes the score onto 38 for 1. Can Safe produce a little bit of magic here for the home side? Fires that next one in a little bit flatter, drilled out towards the cover fielder for another dot ball. You'll see this with Safe. Gets back to his mark very quickly. Here he is then. Sweep shots, cries of catch it. Just evades Yuzvendra Chahal. Oh, it's a massive opportunity. It was spiraling, it was looping up in the air. And Chahal just couldn't gather it. Another one of those premeditated sweep shots from Rishi Patel, living life a little bit dangerously in these past couple of overs. And that is a massive let-off for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Here is Save Sabe again. Decides after that to go for the defensive shots. Real heart-in-mouth moments as far as Real is concerned. Here is Save Sabe then. And this one, oh, outside edge of the bat, it's rather streaky. Squirms out towards that deep third region. And again, they will scarper through for 2 runs. Not the most convincing couple of shots there from Rishi Patel. For those of a Fox's persuasion, of course, should be thankful that he's still out there in the middle. But Save Sabe is causing him a little bit of bother here. And unsurprisingly, opts to go for the defensive shots to round out over number 23. So Leicestershire now 42 for 1. Rishi Patel is on 31. Ian Holland is on 11. 14 overs of the day remain here at County Grounds, which I must say is looking glorious, resplendent, splendid, all of the above. Basking in this autumnal sunshine. Really is a lovely day to watch some county championship cricket. Really reminds you of your love for this great sport. And here is Yuzvendra Chahal to continue from the David Capel end. Once again, testing the defences of Ian Holland. Still has company with James Sales at silly mid-off. Rob Keogh is in there at a catching slip. Let's see what Chahal can concoct. Well, again, it's another defensive stroke from Ian Holland. Currently 11 from 57. Patel 31 from 82. Must say these two have done a fine job since the early dismissal of Sol Budinger. Here's Chahal once more. Going a lot straighter, mixing up his pace. We speak about variations when it comes to spin bowlers. That isn't just the type of ball, whether that's a top spinner, a leg breaker, googly, someone like a Shane Warne. Some bowlers have a flipper. Here is Chahal then to Holland. Well, that's going to be stumping, surely. Yes, it is. A rush of blood to the head for Ian Holland, and some sharp glove work from Lewis McManus sees the ends of the Leicestershire number 3. It has to be said, that was coming. The pressure was building. Those dot balls were happening again and again and again. We saw those sweep shots, those advanced shots down the wickets. And that natural instinct to be proactive has seen the ends of Holland's. That turned, just looking at the replay here, it is one of those quintessential leg breaks from Yuzvendra Chahal. It was well pitched, turns to the outside edge of the right-hander. And a wicket-keeper of Lewis McManus's calibre and pedigree is not going to miss out on an opportunity like that. So Leicestershire now 42 for 2. But big wickets really is a big wicket, that's. And it could be the catalyst for Chahal to go on and take a few here. Excellent bowling there from the Indian leg spinner.
Yeah, superb. I think you summed that up really nicely, didn't you? Where you just said it felt like it was coming. The two of them, Rishi Patel and Ian Holland, just started to use their feet a little bit. And it felt like 5 minutes ago, I just mentioned the fact that I don't think Northampton would be upset by seeing them use their feet, because if Chahal could get it right, and he did that time, it turned, it bounced, it beat the outside edge of Holland. And as you said, McManus isn't going to miss out on opportunities like that. And Northampton have got a breakthrough, a partnership that, okay, was worth 41 runs, but actually it was worth more than that. It was worth 24 overs, that partnership. And they took time out of that evening session. Yes, the score hasn't really gone anywhere, but they did their job. They tried. Ian Holland, it's hard, isn't it? He batted for the best part of an hour and a half for 11 runs. And I don't mind, I don't care how close to a reincarnation of Geoffrey Boycott you might be. If you go out to bat, you want to score runs, don't you? And to be out there for an hour and a half, you get the disadvantage of looking at both sides of the ground. You see the scoreboard and you're looking at it, you're going, still only got 11. I've been out here for hours. And it does get to you after a while. You start to feel more in. You start to feel maybe a little bit more desperate to get a few more runs out there. And Chahal's always just going to be lurking, isn't he? Ready for half an opportunity. The new man for Leicestershire is, of course, the skipper, Lewis Hill. Makes his way to the middle to join Yuzvendra Chahal. He made 32 in the first innings before he got an absolute beauty of a delivery from Rob Keogh, which, as you say, really, oh my word, that was close. That, I believe, has bounced over the top of off stump for Lewis Hill. There's good leaves and there's great leaves in cricket, and that is an absolute beautiful leave from Lewis Hill. Had Yuzvendra Chahal wheeling away with his hands on his head. And again, a beautiful delivery, and there's a big appeal. There was a cry from the supporters below us as well. But it's a dot ball to end what's been an eventful start to Lewis Hill's second innings here at Northampton. We'll get a replay of that now. Wow, that is unbelievably close. If he's not nicked that, that's close. The way that Northampton have reacted there, particularly behind the bat, make you think there might be a bit of a feather on that. But either way, it was still incredibly close to that off stump of Lewis Hill. But he survives. He survives the end of Chahal's successful over. A wicket maiden as Safe Save continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end up against the brick wall-esque Rishi Patel. Now faced 84 deliveries in this innings so far. 31 runs to his name. And again, Safe on the money, inviting Rishi Patel forward in defence. Bit of pace off, real flight on these from Safe Save, which feels like the way to skin the cat here at the county grounds. I love the effects, Mike. It's great. Who just runs down before Rishi Patel with an edge through the gap between McManus and Rob Keogh, with a fine bit of placement if he meant to do it down to the deep third boundary. But again, another chance. And that wicket of Ian Holland just feels like things are just starting to happen. Still a long way to go in this evening's session for Leicestershire. There's 12.1 overs remaining in the day's play. They've already navigated the best part of 25. And the score is 46 for 2. Played down the ground. Jack White for a dot ball to finish. So the 4 runs coming off the over. That off the outside edge that beat Lewis McManus and Rob Keogh. And Rishi Patel survives. 46 for 2. Leicestershire trail by 134 with 8 wickets remaining. And Yuzvendra will continue from the David Capel end.
And he'll be buoyant, won't he? After that, wickets of Ian Holland. Again, it came from some excellent bowling, though, and yes, the approach has been rather defensive. Right, that is a caveat to that, but still in terms of the good areas that Northampton's been bowling in, it's been superb. They haven't really offered many looseners at all. You compare the Leicestershire spinners to this spell so far from Chahal. He's not really dragged down too many balls at all. He hasn't overpitched. He's not invited those more expansive shots. It's just been the same ball over and over and over again. And he's allowing the surface to take its toll. Here he is from the David Capel end into Lewis Hill. It's a smart shot out towards safe. He'll cut that ball off at square leg for 1. And that's the key with first-class cricket as a leg spinner. It's just consistency. It's not so much about variations and having an absolute rip snorter of a googly or a top spinner. It's just a case of putting on that penny piece and almost making your opponents make the mistake. Because again, Rishi Patel is formidable in his defence, really standing up to the test here.
You wouldn't say no, though, would you?
To what?
To add that rip snorting googly to the Arsenal.
Oh, absolutely
no, you wouldn't
not.
turn it down.
You wouldn't, but there's a time and a place.
Yeah.
And you almost earn the right to use that from consistency. Here is Chahal again, that one pushed out into the covers for no run. It's why some of the best white ball spin bowlers aren't necessarily great first-class cricketers. It's why we don't see a ton of almost first-class specialists in the leg spin arena, because it is about landing that leg break pretty much just 9 times out of 10. And then you can operate the top spinner, then you can operate the slider, then you can operate the flipper or the googly. You use that as your mystery ball, per se. And this is what Chahal does. It's just constant leg break after leg break after leg break. You watch him here, he just saunters in. And he's just allowing that pitch to grip. He's allowing for the extra degree of turn and purchase. Really has been phenomenal to watch. Real master in action. Slight change in the field as they bring up a catching mid-wicket. Here he is again, generating plenty of revs, rotation and energy on that cricket ball, and that will be the end of the 26th over. Leicestershire, 47 for 2. The deficit stands at 133 runs. I'll just have a look to see if there's any wickets falling around the country as well. Of course, we are keeping you updated in what is a round of action up and down the country. So at the county ground in Derby, Derbyshire are currently 20 for 2. So they trail Middlesex by 165 runs. Of course, that is a crucial game as far as Middlesex are concerned. Lancashire, to give them an awful lot of credits, are batting very well at Old Trafford. They're 250 for 6. So they lead by 244. Luke Wells on 41 and George Bell on 23. Safe save then to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. This one clipped down the leg side out towards Chahal for no run. And then in that crunch match at the Oval, well, Surrey now lead by 74. That's quite a significant lead. Here is safe save then to Lewis Hill. That one catches the outside edge of the right-hander's blade. Trickles down towards Gus Miller at backward point for no run. Ryan Patel scored 115. Outstanding effort that from the Surrey batter. Here is safe save again. Fires that one in a bit flatter. Punch towards fielder at short cover for no run. Justin Broad doing the fielding there. Some pigeons fly overhead. Here is safe save again. That one carved away confidently by Lewis Hill, out into the covers for 1 run. And I must say, today's gone very quickly. That's why I mentioned about there just being 18 overs before. It's absolutely flown by. Here is safe save again to Rishi Patel. Drops that one a little bit shorter. Defended compactly by the Foxes opener. He's now 35 from 94 deliveries. Has been a fine effort, this. How can Zabe finish off his over? Makes Rishi Patel come forward on the defence. So that will be the end of the 27th over. Just the 1 run coming from that spell of 6 balls from Safe Zabe. Score now 48 for 2. The deficit remains at 132. So 10 overs to try and negotiate here on day 2. 60 balls. That is the equation for Leicestershire. They'll be hoping that these two can stay out there in the middle. But as we have stressed, that is a very difficult job to do against Yuzvendra Chahal, who is just playing that metaphorical game of chess here. Very offside heavy field. Know exactly what kind of delivery he's going to be going to here and where he's going to be bowling it. And as soon as I say that, he straightens up. And that will be a couple of runs here for Leicestershire. We'll bring up the 50 for the visitors off the bat of Lewis Hill. He moves on to 4. Deficit now moves down to 130. It was a confidently played shot. And that's the key with Chahal here. You're going to have a very offside heavy field. It does bring about the change in placement there for James Sales. Moves to a silly mid on as opposed to a silly mid off. If you're going to do that, you need to be bowling outside the off stump. So that shot is slashed away by Lewis Hill out towards Jack White in the sun hat for no run. So that to me suggests that mostly it'll be leg breaks, and then he might go for probably a googly at some point in the over just to bring Sales into the game. Let's see what Chahal has in store then. Again, trying to bring the right-handed Hill shuffling across his stumps. For the time being, though, the Foxes captain not biting. Chahal once more pushed forward back to the bowler for no run. Well, you imagine at this point, Dan, it'll probably be more of the same, won't it, as far as the approach is concerned?
I can't see Luke Proctor changing anything from a Northampton perspective. And I'd be very, very surprised if... Oh, my word, that's very, very close to Gus Miller at short cover. Lewis Hill, heavy hands, just pushes that one through the offside, and it bounced in front of Gus Miller, the Northampton opener, just on the square there. It's a dot ball to finish. And I was going to say, I'd be surprised if Leicestershire look to change their approach here either. They've got 9 overs to survive, really, the course of the day. And I think survive is the right word to describe it. They've done brilliantly so far, I think, to just, again, survive the 28 overs that they have. And Rishi Patel, 95 deliveries he's faced for 35 runs. And has been good value for it. Lewis Hill, on the other hand, has been slightly more panicked, I think, slightly scratchier starting up against Yuzvendra Chahal, but you can expect that. It's tough going. It is turning. Got an absolute master of his art with the ball in hand in Yuzvendra Chahal. He's being backed up by Safe Save. His left arm finger spin, just trying to fire those into the pads of Rishi Patel. He's already got the edge of Patel. It did go past the outstretched glove of McManus and between himself and Rob Keogh down for 4. So he's asking questions. He's bowling nicely. And it's gone, I think. It's chipped up. Rishi Patel goes. He's just fallen over that and he's chipped it up into the leg side. It's a very, very good catch by Justin Broad, I think it was, diving forward at short mid-wicket. Safe Save has got the breakthrough. It's 50 for 3. And there's still 8.4 overs in the day's play to go through. Rishi Patel has gone for 35, done his absolute best for his county to get through to the close this evening. But he, with about 40 minutes to go left on the clock, and Rishi Patel is on his way back to the pavilion.
Massive wicket. Absolutely massive wicket. It was a good catch, wasn't it, by James Sales? Well bowled by Safe Save. Also good use of the field there as well. Really clever captaincy and good work from the bowler as well. But for Leicestershire, that is gutting. Absolutely gutting. Rishi had worked so hard for those 35 runs, 97 deliveries. He'd survived 4, been out there since the very start of the innings, and yeah, now already you're eating into the middle order. Your top 3 are gone. Yes, you've still got your captain out there. Lewis Hill is a very confident and capable batter. So too is this man striding out to the middle, Rian Ahmed. But again, it'll just be a case of, well, can they survive damage limitation? Because 3 wickets already is far from ideal, isn't it?
It is. I was going to ask a question similar to what AB's just asked there, but maybe slightly softer than that. But is this where a change of approach comes from Leicestershire? Does Rian Ahmed have the mindset to go out and dig in for the next 8.4 overs to get through to tomorrow morning? Or does Rian Ahmed, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but does Rian Ahmed play the way that Rian Ahmed wants to play? Or does he play the way that maybe his county needs him to at the moment?
I think he'll give it a few balls, personally, maybe an over or 2. I think he'll start off a little bit more reserved, a bit more measured. And then it just depends on how he's feeling, because if you are a naturally aggressive and attacking cricketer, and that's how you play your best cricket, sometimes you just have to take that gamble. Let's see what he'll do here, though. Straight away goes for the drive. But I do think for these first couple of overs, he'll be a little bit more measured in terms of the approach. There's no need for him to be gifting a soft wicket here.
Oh, what a beauty from Safe Save. I thought I heard a little flick through the effects mic there as that went into the gloves of McManus. But a bit of grip, a bit of turn, a bit of bounce from Safe Save. Asking questions straight away of Rian Ahmed. That one's fired in and well dug out. And we've had the conversation this game, the last game as well, about choosing your poison, haven't you? Or haven't we even? And what's going to be the best way for you to be successful for your side? And is it going to be digging in like Ian Holland and Rishi Patel did? Or is it going to be being aggressive, taking the fight back to the opposition and maybe scoring a quick 50, a quick 70, a quick 80, a quick night, not tonight, but leading through to tomorrow, a quick 100 like James Sales got, a 70, a runnable 70 like Safe Save managed? Is that the best way for Rian Ahmed to be successful for Leicestershire in this third innings? I think it probably is. It just comes with a big caveat in the fact that there's, well, a minimum of 8 overs to go in the day's play as we cruise towards 5 o'clock. 5 to 5. Schedule closes 5:30, of course, following that 10:30 start. And Yuzvendra Chahal will continue from the David Capel end and start with a leg break outside off stump, which keeps it a touch low.
It did keep quite low, didn't it, actually? Just looking back in retrospect. That'll keep Chahal interested. Ken taking the pace off of it a little bit. Here he is once more. I mean, for Northants, they would love an extra wicket or 2 here, wouldn't they? Especially that of the captain, Lewis Hill, because that middle order does play in one manner.
If you'd have, do you think, if I was the cricket god and you were the captain of Northampton, I'd offered you 3 before close, would you have taken that? Or
Absolutely.
would you have wanted more?
No, I would have
You
taken
wouldn't have
3.
bartered with me.
I would have taken 3. I would have been very happy with 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Just because of the way in which Rishi Patel and Ian Holland almost shut up shop. I think to have broken that partnership and not just got one of them out, but got both of them out, I'd be very satisfied with that.
Big flighted delivery foul and a single taken down to Ben Sanderson. Finds himself at mid-on at the moment. The 2 fast bowlers donning the Northants sun hats. Quite like a sun hat. Quite a nice addition to a kit bag.
They are in the right conditions. There's one time I won't wear a sun hat, and that's when it's really windy
or rain.
Well, yeah, because you're just constantly chasing it around, aren't you?
You are indeed. Chahal into ball. Rayan Ahmed, leg spinner to leg spinner. Rayan Ahmed took a fancying to Yuzvendra Chahal in that first innings. Didn't he deposit him for a couple of sixes down towards the Spencer Lounge? One into the seats, one just into that Vitality advertising hoarding behind the ground sheets. He's got a short leg and a first slip in place. What's he going to do this evening? He's going to do is take a gentle stroll down the other end, having picked up a single through the offside to George Bartlett. 52 for 3 after 30 overs. 30 overs have been bowled in this innings so far this evening. It's been a long old slog for Leicestershire this evening, having bowled Northants out on the stroke of tea. Spin to continue. Just trying to see. I think Rob Keogh might be off the field, isn't he? I think. We've got a substitute fielder down on the boundary at deep cover, and I think it's Justin Broad in at first slip. So I think Rob has gone off, which is not a great sign for Northants or Rob Keogh. But they have got a very capable safe save as a replacement bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre and bowling that left arm finger spin. Successful over last time out. Picked up the wicket of the opener, Rishi Patel, for 35. Caught in at mid-wicket. Shorter ball, which Lewis Hill can't get past the skipper at mid-off. So we've got a first slip for safe save, backward point, short cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Yuzvendra Chahal just behind square, does the fielding there. You got George Bartlett down on the leg side boundary at a deep mid-wicket. One of the Northants sub-fielders down on the boundary at deep cover. I can tell you're so curious as to see how Rayan plays this, aren't you?
I am. I'm also weighing up the options in terms of where he can just release the pressure here. Because he does like to go down the grounds. And of course, you've got your 2 catchers in Jack White and Luke Proctor. They have got the protection out in deep cover. They've got a deep square leg as well in the form of George Bartlett. I'm just looking at this in terms of his scoring areas. Goodness me, well, he doesn't get any connection on that one. Eventually makes its way out towards Justin Broad. And that will be a single to finish off over number 31 then. So Leicestershire 55 for 3. Ahmed on 3. Hilly's on 6. Partnership just about building. It's on 5 for the time being. It's by no means substantial or significant. But the key here is playing for time. Around about 30 minutes of day 2 remaining. A minimum of 6 overs will remain. And at this point, you've got to think it's all going to be spin. And here is Chahal then to Rayan Ahmed. Spoke about those 6s, the second one in particular. He just added a bit of extra elegance on it. It was a wonderful shot. Let's see what he's got in store here for his fellow leg spinner. No counter-attacks as of yet here for Rian Ahmed. And as soon as I say that, he gets stumped. Yet again, Chahal using flight, guile and trickery to his advantage. And Rian Ahmed will depart for 3 runs. It's a really smart piece of bowling. He knew Rian is a counter-attacking and proactive cricketer. Gave it a bit of extra air, bit of flight. And Rian Ahmed was baited into the trap. It's another sharp turning leg break from Yuzvendra Chahal. It's yet another wonderful piece of glove work from Lewis McManus, second stumping of the innings for the Northants keeper. And now the home side really are in a great position to go on and get the victory in this game. 55 for 4. The deficit's still 125. And in terms of that shot, Dan, what did you make of that?
I think I'd sum it up in a word of disappointing, I think would be fair to say. Oh, we've had a wonderful conversation all afternoon about night watchmen, and we've got one. Scott Curry, big promotion up the order to try and see this out through the rest of the day. Someone with a resolute defence. But yeah, disappointed by Ryan. I think you take the time into consideration. It was an open question as to what would be the best way or for him to go about his business. He elected that to be aggressive and proactive. It didn't work, and he's gone back for a low score. But if he felt that was the best way for him to contribute towards his team, then I don't mind the fact that that's the way that he's played. So long as he's honest with himself and his kind of assessment of the situation, and he has the backing of his captain and the team, then absolutely fine. But yeah, disappointing in the context of the game. And Leicestershire, who have done brilliantly, I think, for the majority of this evening's session, are just on the precipice of having a pretty ugly half an hour here.
They are, but in that case, I just want to make an alternative argument. Could Ahmed have been dropped down the order? And you go for someone a little bit more defensive in this final session, because tomorrow he would have that freedom. He's got that creative license to go and try and smack a salvo of 4s and 6s. Would it have been sensible? Yes, we are utilising hindsight when saying this, but would it have been sensible to bring in someone like a Ben Cox, someone like a Liam Travaskis, who's a bit more confident, a bit more assured in their defence, doesn't have to hit themselves into confidence? Would that have been the preferred option? Maybe if that opportunity was taken once more, but I guess we'll never know. We will never know. But 4 wickets for Northamptonshire, I think they'll be absolutely delighted about that. And as for Leicestershire, it's far from ideal. They've been put on the back foot all day long. And the home side now really tightening the screws as yet another man is getting ready to go under the helmet. Plenty of company here for Scott Curry.
Yeah, and this is the start to see the negative of that run rate of 1.5 and over for 30 overs. Yes, Leicestershire in that partnership batted a lot of time and were defensive, resolute. But actually now there's 6 wickets remaining and they're still 125 runs behind Northamptonshire. With the way that this ball is turning from Yuzvendra Chahal, the night watchman is out there. And I think you mentioned that Scott Curry this year has picked up a high score of 40 odd, I think, in the championship. So certainly no slouch with the cricket bat in hand. But up against a bit of a wizard of a leg spinner is going to be a challenge, isn't it? But pick up another one here, and it's likely, or it could happen. I'm starting to stare at an innings defeat, don't you? Nicely played by Curry, off the outside half of the bat, down to Jack White at short third.
Well, I just think back to the previous fixture as well between these two sides at Grace Road back in April. Scott Curry scored 44 not out. He does actually have a 50 this season as well. He's averaging 29.12 with the bat in hand, so certainly no slouch, and he does have good defensive shots in the... As you can see right there as he plays that one back to Chahal for no run. But yeah, what was a promising evening session for the Foxes, unfortunately, has unravelled And the chief catalyst of this is the man bowling right now. It is Yuzvendra Chahal. It beats the outside edge of Scott Curry's bats. And that will bring us to the conclusion of yet another eventful over. As you can hear from the rich applause, the fans in attendance here in Northampton thoroughly enjoying this stint from Yuzvendra Chahal. As figures of 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 19 runs. Brilliant stuff from the Indian leg spin bowler. As we'll see the continuation of save spell here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Some conversations there with his captain, Luke Proctor. Thinking about whether to keep James Sales under the lid. I don't think they are for the time being. No, they aren't, actually. In fact, both of the fielders who were in close have now been pushed out into a catching mid-wicket and a catching cover position, respectively. Here is safe then.
Yeah, I think with safe, because of I suppose the inexperience in comparison to Yuzvendra Chahal, yes, it's finger spin to leg spin, which traditionally you'd say would offer more control. However, Safe's a little bit more inexperienced, and maybe Luke Proctor here just taking a few men from outside around the bat, just give him a bit more protection.
Well, here is Zabe once more to Lewis Hill. Oh, there's a huge shout here. They think it's Pat first. Judging by Lewis Hill's reaction, he believes that he got bat on that. Let's have a look. Again, it turns quite sharply. Zabe was vociferous in the appeal. But he's even more vociferous in that one. Nothing given once more.
Yeah, that one sliding down. Certainly no bat involved on the second appeal. That first one was one of those classics that just bat and pad just squeezed together. I think it was bat first into pad. But Safe's just bowling with a really nice pace on this pitch. Just really nice dip on it, nice drift as well.
And I think that's the important point, isn't it? It's about the pace of the surface. I know we mentioned that an awful lot on the comms today, but it's something which the Leicestershire spin bowlers really didn't get to grips with. Aside from, you'd argue, Sol Buddinger, he really slowed it down, gave it a lot of flight, a lot of air on his deliveries. The likes of Travaskis and Ahmed just trying to zip it off the surface, almost trying to get it on through towards the stumps, and unfortunately for the visitors, it didn't quite pay off. 4 overs remain then, as Yuzvendra Chahal prepares to continue this spell from the David Capel end. Forces another defensive shot there from Scott Curry. Top quality spell this from Chahal, picking up where he left off of against Derbyshire. His career best match figures, taking 9 wickets for the very first time in his first-class career. You can just tell he's brimming with confidence. He's oozing with a bit of mojo and rhythm. Great to see Safe Zabe also getting in with a wicket as well. What's been a quiet season with the ball for the Northants all-rounder. Chahal it is then once more. Scott Curry is up to the task.
Say Leicestershire get through these 19 minutes unscathed, 4 down. What's the game plan tomorrow at that point? 10:30 tomorrow morning. Is it a continuation of this resolute and dogged defence from the two of them, or or is there suddenly a change in emphasis? What would be what would you see them doing? What do you think those conversations would be like overnight?
I think for the first hour, it would be
Because that's
more of the same.
crucial.
It is crucial. I think that would be more of the same, especially given that you've got your night watchman out there as an extra slip comes into place now for Scott Curry. That one dug out just about. Yeah, I think they'll start off defensive tomorrow morning. Personally, I don't think we'll see the barrage of 4s and 6s, which we saw from Safe Sabe and James Sales a little earlier on today. Here is Chahal once more to Scott Curry. This is a wonderful little battle, isn't it? Between the Foxes, number 10, again promoted up the order, trying to defend that middle order, heading into day 3 tomorrow, that morning session. And so far, he has stood up to the plate. It's been a very valiant display, this. 2 from 10 balls. But yeah, in terms of tomorrow, as I said, these two, especially for Scott Curry as the night watchman, just try and get as many runs as he can. Try and survive for as many balls as humanly possible. And then for someone like Lewis Hill, you've still got the likes of Ben Cox, Tom Scriven. We hope to see Louis Kimber return to action at some point.
Sounded like a little nick on it through the effects mic. Again, we'll get the benefit of a replay just to see if there's any deviation. Possibly sliding down if we're being really kind, but Hill is pretty much trapped on the crease here. That ball's not got far to travel. And Safe Save asking several questions of the Leicestershire skipper here. 17 minutes remain on the clock at the county ground in Northampton before stumps on day 2. Leicestershire, who started this evening session with a bit of a disaster with Budinger. Oh, there's a big appeal this time. There's appeal after appeal. This is all happening. This is box office cricket. Safe Save is bowling an absolute dream spell for his skipper, Luke Proctor, and he's feeling so confident. I think he's calling for James Sales to get in under the lid as well. But Holland and Patel put together a really, really long and resolute partnership that took time out of the game. Northampton have quickly gone bang, bang with a couple of wickets, and 4 down now, Leicestershire, with, as I say, 16 minutes to go now on the clock. Say 16 minutes, 4 overs, 5 overs at a push if they're quickly round. But if I had a Leicestershire shirt on, I'd be tying my shoelaces at the end of each over and unvelcroing my gloves and my pads and having a slightly longer conversation between overs just to try and take as much time out of it as you can. Hill there picks up a couple of runs down towards fine leg.
You can just see the pressure, though. It's telling, isn't it, on these Leicestershire cricketers. Here is Safe Save then to round out this over. That one is defended confidently by Lewis Hill. That'll be a dot ball. The Fox is now 59 for 4 at the end of 35. The deficit's still 121 runs. Well, to say it's an uphill task would be rather large understatements at this stage. But it really has been irresistible bowling from Safe Save and Yuzvendra Chahal. And must be brilliant being Luke Proctor at the moment, mustn't it? Whoever you give the ball to, they're getting the job done. Really is a confidence in this Northants bowling unit. It's wonderful to see. Also, just look at this field to Scott Curry. Men hovering around the bats in pretty much every position other than a leg slip. What can Chahal concoct here? Again, forces the defensive shot there from Scott Curry.
Yeah, so far Scott Curry has been playing Chahal off the pitch, isn't he? He's gone back a lot, trying to react after the ball has turned. That one there defended into the offside. So he's got Justin Broad at first slip, Safe Zabe at second, James Sales in at short leg. I believe that's Gus Miller under the lid at silly point. Got a fielder at a short cover as well. Ben Sanderson there in on the leg side, allowing Scott Curry to come through for a single. So he goes to 3, gets down the other end. 60 for 4 now the score, 35.5 overs. So a minimum of 1.5 left, but 13 minutes left on the clock. So we'll definitely get more than the 1.5 overs remaining.
Well, you can see some of that gamesmanship there from Lewis Hill doing a bit of channeling the inner Alan Titchmarsh, trying to just take a bit of time out of the game here as we head towards the closing stages of play here on day 2, a day which has been dominated by Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Much to the elation of the home fans, it has been a difficult season. We mustn't forget that. Before last week, winless in the county championship, but now they are on the hunt for back-to-back victories in this competition. For the very first time in nearly 5 years would be a massive achievement for this group. Here is Chahal once more.
Yeah, and if it were to happen tomorrow, which things would suggest it will be exactly 5 years, won't it? 19th of September 2019, when Northants completed their championship victory against Durham by 169 runs. It's an appeal. A catch at short leg, which Sales can't gather. End of the over, dot ball to finish, then just 1 run from it. We'll get a replay of that one. Successfully navigated by... Oh, it's hard to tell, isn't it? It's hard to tell. There was cries of catch. We might get a better look if we can go front on, but what have we got? 11 minutes to go. Safe Zabe, Luke Proctor in conversation here, although no one from Northampton seems in a massive rush, do they, to get around. Try and squeeze in another over if they could, but still chance for another 3, I think, if this over starts soon and obviously doesn't travel particularly far. We've still got chance for 18 balls, I think, if my rough bit of time management works out in my head. Safe Zabe to Scott Curry, defended off the back foot again, back to the bowler. He's got a short leg, a silly mid-off, a first slip. George Bartlett's catching at mid-wicket. An appeal again for LBW, but a shot played by Curry would indicate that that's just sliding down the leg side. See what the umpire signals. Didn't see him signal anything, so I'm going to assume that's runs off the bat of Scott Curry, which limits your chances of getting LBWs if you've got the cricket bat involved. 5 off 15 then for Scott Curry, 62 for 4 of 36.2 overs, still trailed by 118. Safe Zabe back on the money.
He really is, and it's been such an impressive spell, hasn't it, from Safe Zabe. 1 for 20, includes 2 maidens. Really played an excellent supporting act to Yuzvendra Chahal from this Lynn Wilson centre end. And again, I can't really think of a bad delivery that he's bowled so far. Just consistency, control, accuracy, all of the above. This one just about fenced away by Scott Curry.
Yeah, there's been a couple online, isn't there, that have just been straying down the leg side. But other than that, it's been a challenging spell from Safe. It's getting towards the end of his 9th over. That's a beauty again. gripped off the surface, and a dot ball to finish. A genuine play and miss from Curry. 62 for 4. 37 overs have been bowled. And as we've said, there's still 9 minutes left on the clock. So Yuzvendra Chahal will continue from the David Capel end. Leicestershire still trail by 118, and they've batted for 37 overs.
Yeah, it's been hard going, hasn't it, for the visitors? That run rate's hovering around about 1.7. It's currently at 1.68. It's been very, very tough going. But then again, it's down to outstanding bowling from Northamptonshire. Yes, a couple of poor bits of batting, has to be said, gifting wickets away. Here is Chahal then to Lewis Hill. He's drilled back down the ground for a single. Good awareness there from Scott Curry.
Yeah, shall I do a quick run around the counties as we come to the close of day 2?
Absolutely, because I'm fascinated to see how that game at Manchester's going.
Good. Well, we'll start there then. Lancashire lead by 264 with 3 wickets remaining. They're 270 for 7 against Somerset. So Somerset chipping away. Luke Wells, 56 not out for Lancashire in their second innings. Josh Bohannon earlier scoring 60. Wickets spread around for Somerset. No action for Archie Vaughan with the ball following the 11 for the week before down against Surrey. Hampshire have got Worcestershire 272 for 9. Liam Dawson has got 4 wickets. They trail by 190 down at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. Kent are following on against Notts. They were bowled out for 225, trail by 165 in the third innings. Currently 43 for no loss are Kent. Just checking who got the wickets for Notts in the first Kent innings. Farhan Ahmed, I think you mentioned actually, 4 for 37. Luke Fletcher, who'll be leaving Notts at the end of the season, 2 for 38.
Here is Chahal then again. Phantom-like drift from the leg spinner.
The Oval, Surrey are 382 for 8. So that tail has wagged. They have a lead of 120 now against Durham. Tom Laws has got 39 to his name. Tom Curran made 22. Jordan Clark made 22. They are just pulling away from Durham and getting closer and closer to another county championship. And Division 2, we go quickly. We won't talk about Edgbaston. That's done and dusted. We won't bring that one up again. Derbyshire trail Middlesex by 113 runs. They are 72 for 2 in response to Middlesex's 358 all out. Yorkshire are batting again. They bowled Glamorgan out for 239. Yorkshire 69 for no loss. Gloucestershire are batting again. They still trail Sussex by 64. Sussex all out for 311. Gloucestershire 138 for 2 in response. Chris Dent 60, Miles Hammond 41, proving a bit of resistance down at Bristol.
Well, they will scarper through for the quick single. Bit of a misfield there. And mid-on by Jack White. Slight bit of reprieve there for the Foxes. Could have been a slight shy at the stumps, but wasn't to be.
Yeah, so Division 2, things very much going in Sussex's favour, Yorkshire's favour. Middlesex looking for a bit of assistance from Glamorgan. And then in Division 1, Surrey making all the running. Kent done and dusted, I think. Notts fighting hard. Lancs scrapping as well up at Old Trafford. But I think if Notts are successful against Kent, which you'd expect them to be from there, the Lancs result becomes slightly more or slightly less important than what it would do if Kent had got a positive result at Canterbury this week. There's an appeal for LBW. We've had a few of those. No interest from the umpire. 4 minutes remain on the clock. 3 balls left of safe saves, 10th over. So we will get this and one more from Yuzvendra Chahal, and then that will be us done, won't it, for the day. There's a big sweep from Curry, top edge, up over the shoulder of McManus. Broad gives chase, can't get there, and it's going to be 4. So the night watchman brings out the sweep. picks up for his first boundary of his innings, moves himself to 9. He's done a great job for the county so far. For Leicestershire, he's faced 27 deliveries, trying to get the visitors through to stumps without losing any more wickets. Hill on 10, Curry on 9. Save with 2 to go. This over. To the surface, a bit short there from safe. Defended into the offside.
I'm just looking at the time. I imagine we'll have one final over then after this one. So expect quite a few men around the bats, especially if it is Chahal bowling. Here is save then. That one pushed out defensively by Scott Curry. That'll be a dot ball. Also just doing the maths on that Notts game. So they scored over 400 and they've bowled out Kent's within 110 overs easily, haven't they?
Yep.
So that's already 7 bonus points that they've got. They've got 4 with the bats and 3 with the ball. If they go on to win that game, that's a 23-point victory. That almost puts them alongside Warwickshire. So that is a massive swing. And it leaves everything down to Lancashire now. Lancashire have to win that game.
Yes. Yeah.
Mathematically, they do, because I think they're on 110 at the moment. If they win by anything, they'll be on 126. If they draw, they're on 118. But they'll be nearly 24 points below everybody else.
Yeah. Chahal to start the final over of the day. Starts down the leg side. Hill will keep the strike. Possibly a leg bye there available if he wanted to take it, but actually there'll be an element here now of making sure himself that Leicestershire finished the day 4 down. First slip, short leg. And the man at silly point, Gus Miller, who's just worn that nicely into the shin pads. A good reason as to why you should wear your protection if you're fielding in and around the bat. Can Yuzvendra Chahal prize out another Leicestershire wicket before the close? Hill plays that one into the offside, takes the single. So Curry will have the final 3 to deal with as the Northants fielders start to swarm around the Leicestershire night watchman. Lewis Hill just comes down to have a chat with Scott Curry just to make sure that he knows exactly what the game plan is, and also to take a few more precious seconds out of the clock. 3 to go. Solid defence from Curry. 2 left. Can Leicestershire make sure it's only 4 down going into day 3 tomorrow? What have you made of the day's play, Aaron, with these 2 deliveries from Yuzvendra Chahal to go?
Excellent. Excellent yet again. We have not been able to take our eyes off of it for one moment. Here is Chahal then. So Scott Curry. Again, you can hear all the excitement around the bat, but it's just been a wonderful day for Northamptonshire. We saw Derbyshire lose control on day 2 last week. It's been more of the same as far as home side are concerned. Dominated day 1. Here is the final ball then of day 2. Defended by Scott Curry. And that will be that. Stumps on day 2. Leicestershire do survive to bat another day. They're on 69 for 4. Scott Curry and Lewis Hill, the unbeaten batters, on 9 runs and 11 runs respectively. They will head into the morning session on day 3, trailing Northamptonshire by 111 runs. So, to be honest, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I think for those of a Fox's persuasion, it's been a difficult day. It's been a very tough one. It's been quite underwhelming in terms of how it's finished, losing 4 wickets before stumps. But if you're looking at this from a Northamptonshire perspective, you couldn't really ask for a better day.
No, and high fives all round for the Northants fielders. I think just backing up your point, if you couldn't ask for a better day, we saw a fantastic 100 from James Sales, a new career best as well. 135 he made in Northants' first innings. We saw an amazing 71 off 7 balls from Safe. That crazy hour after lunch where the game just changed. Like Northants took that game away from Leicestershire before they could really figure out what was going on. We did see a fantastic spell of bowling from Ian Holland with that second new ball. He finished with 4 for 53. But everyone's going to be talking about Northampton in this fixture. They are well on top here. Leicestershire still trail by 111 runs with just the 6 wickets remaining. It will be Lewis Hill and Scott Curry to resume tomorrow morning at 10:30. And I suspect we'll see a bit more spin from Northants for the rest of the game.
I think that's fair to be in terms of that assessment. Saif's done a great job. Yuzvendra Chahal has been the main man, hasn't he? He's been the X factor as far as Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire are concerned. So from here on out, I think it will be spin to win. It will be lovely to see Ben Sanderson get the match-winning wicket per se and get that 400th first class wicket. But we'll have to wait and see. Cricket's a funny game. Northampton will have to be on the money for ball 1. And yeah, let's just wait and see what happens on day 3. Should be an absolute belter. So I think that's pretty much it from us too, isn't it, Dan? It's for day 2. It's been an absolute pleasure. A massive thank you to everybody who has tuned in to the live stream today. And we hope that you can join us for the resumption of play right here at the County Ground Northampton on day 3 tomorrow morning. From myself, Aaron Files, and Dan Jatovics, it's been an absolute pleasure, and we wish you all a very good evening.